Preface of Reading from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Preface. When I began visiting Mexico in 1894, my knowledge of Mexican authors was limited to those who had written upon its archaeology and ethnography. Even the names of its purely literary writers were unknown to me. My first acquaintance with these came from reading some of the writings of Icazbalceta, a critical historian of whom any nation might well be proud, and a man of literary ability. I then sought the books of other Mexican authors, and have been accustomed, when in Mexico, to read only those, in such hours of leisure as travel and work have left me. This reading has led me to prepare this little book, in hope that it may introduce to some of my countrymen the literary men of the neighboring republic. I call the book Readings from Modern Mexican Authors. I might have almost said living Mexican authors, for my intention has been to include only such. I have, for personal reasons, made two exceptions, including Icazbalceta and Altamirano. This I have done because I owe much to their writings, and because both were living when I first visited Mexico. Mexican authors write to a notable degree for periodical publications. Many Mexican newspapers devote space to literary matter, and many extensive works in fiction, in history, in social science, and political economy have appeared as brief chapters in newspapers and have never been reprinted. Mexico is remarkably fond, also, of literary journals, most of which have a brief existence. Many of the writings of famous Mexican writers exist only in one or other of these forms of fugitive publication, and are almost inaccessible. The tendency to republish in book form grows, however, and Señor Agüeros is doing an excellent work with Biblioteca de Autores Mexicanos, Library of Mexican Authors, now carried to more than 50 volumes, in which the collected works of good authors, past and present, are being printed. Of course, many authors have been omitted from my list, some of whom may have well deserved inclusion. I have omitted none for personal reasons. Specialists, unless they have written literary works outside of their especial field of study, have been intentionally omitted. Men like Nicolas Leon, Herrera, Orbañanos, Belmar, Batres could not be left out in a history of Mexican literature, but their writings do not lend themselves to translation of brief passages to represent the literary spirit of the country. It has not been easy to devise a definite plan of arrangement for my selections, but the matter is roughly grouped in the following order: geography, history, biography, public questions, literature, drama, narrative, fiction. One demand made by all the material is that it shall show Mexico, Mexican life, Mexican thought. Every selection is Mexican in topic and in color. Together the selections form a series of Mexican pictures painted by Mexican hands. I hesitate at my final remark, because it will sound like a lame excuse for failure. It is not such. In these translations I have not aimed at a finished English form. I have intentionally made them extremely literal. I have sometimes selected an uncouth English word if it exactly translates the author, have frequently followed the Mexican form and order of words, and have even allowed my punctuation to be affected by the original. To the English critic the result will be unpleasing, but to those who wish to know Mexico and Mexican thought it will be a gain. And it is for these that my little book is written. The sections dealing with Icazbalceta, López Portillo, Altamirano, Agüeros, Robarcena, Obregón, and Chavero were originally published in Unity. Part of the matter relative to Guerrero has been printed in the American Journal of Sociology. End of preface.
Section 1 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Eduardo Noriega. Eduardo Noriega was born in the city of Mexico on October 4, 1853. He came of a notable family of liberals, his father being General Domingo Noriega, and his brother Carlos being, at the time of his death, adjutant colonel to President Juárez. Eduardo was educated in the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, National Preparatory School, where he spent 5 years and received his bachelor's degree. Since that time, he has dedicated himself to literary work and to teaching. He has written both prose and poetry. Besides 2 volumes of verse, he has printed a number of monologues, among them Primeros Nubes, First Clouds, El Mejor Diamante, The Better Diamond, and La Hija de la Caridad, The Daughter of Charity. He has translated dramatic writings and has himself written 2 plays. From the age of 40 years, he has confined his teaching and writing to scientific subjects. He holds the chair of history and geography in the Escuela de Comercio y Administración, School of Commerce and Administration. He is author of a Geografía General, General Geography, which has gone through 2 editions, of a capital, Geografía de México, and of a handy Atlas de México Miniatura, Miniature Atlas of Mexico, which is in its 3rd edition. Eduardo Noriega is a directing member of the Sociedad Mexicana de Geografía y Estadística, Mexican Society of Geography and Statistics, and many valuable papers read by him before that body are printed in its bulletin. Our selections are taken from his Geografía de México. A school textbook of geography is hardly a promising place in which to seek examples of literary value, but in his descriptions, Noriega often shows facility in expression and felicity in statement. Climatic zones of Mexico. The climatic contrasts occasioned by the mountainous relief are sharply produced only in the middle portion of the republic, that is to say, in the central mesa and upon the slopes of the Cordillera. The section from one coast to the other, from Veracruz to Acapulco, for example, is the line best situated for observing well-marked climatic changes. The low zone of the seaboard contains at once the marshes and the barren sands of the coast, the well-watered open plains, and the lower slopes, where the luxuriant branchings of 1,000 differing trees mingle and crowd, closely bound together by festoons of trailing and pendant vines, forming lovely masses of verdure, sprinkled through with fruits of many and brilliant colors, which stand out conspicuously from the magnificent chlorophyll-laden foliage, and above all of which tower the graceful forms of palm trees. To such a charming tropical combination is given the name Tierra Caliente, hot land. Within this range, where the temperature passes 23 degrees Celsius, there are places which must be included among the hottest on the globe. Such, for example, is the port of La Paz in Lower California. The high temperature of this region gave to it the name, derived from the words cálida fornax, which signify hot oven. Above the two seaboard zones, one sloping toward the Gulf, the other toward the Pacific, rises the Tierra Templada, temperate land, at an altitude of from 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters, but higher in the south than in the north. This region corresponds to the southwest of Europe, not so much in climate, for it has no winter, as in mean temperature, productivity, and salubrity. Lastly, the central tableland, the part of the territory where the maguey is cultivated with notable profit, and every class of cereals is produced, constitutes the Tierra Fria, cold land. It is the most populous part of the republic. In the high valleys, as those of Toluca and Mexico, the descent of the mercurial column often shows considerable falls of temperature. In winter, the column reaches 8 degrees or 10 degrees below 0 Celsius, and frosts are frequent. In general, however, the winters are mild. The mean temperature is from 13 degrees to 14 degrees Celsius. In many places, exceptional conditions have brought the vegetable areas into abrupt juxtaposition. Thus, while upon the summit of some ridge only plants of European character may live and flourish, in the plains surrounding it are seen palms and bananas. From the summit of the great volcanoes, the three superposed zones may be clearly seen at once. The rapid communication, which today happily exists, presents to the traveler the marvelous opportunity of passing in a few hours through the three distinct regions of which we speak, which in other parts of the globe are separated by thousands of kilometers. In some places, these zones remain clearly distinguished from one another, but this is exceptional, since commonly they crowd upon each other, mingling one with another by imperceptible transitions. It is common to mention some certain place as belonging to one and the other zone, because the line of separation for both runs irregularly in mountainous regions. A zone of reciprocal penetration has been formed, on account of the multiple phenomena of temperature, of winds, and of plant groupings. So, too, cañons and slopes are met with, which, by their vegetation, may be considered foci of Tierra Caliente, included within the fully developed Tierra Templada. Popocatépetl. The Valley of Mexico lies, then, surrounded by various chains, which are, to the north, the Sierra de Pitos and its branches, of which one is the Sierra de Guadalupe; to the east, the Sierra de Zinguilacán, which ends in an extensive ridge channeled by deep furrows, which connect the sierra mentioned with the Sierra Nevada. By means of mountains and ridges forming the Sierra de Xuchitepec to the southeast of the valley, the Sierra Nevada is connected with that of Ajusco, which is connected to the southwest with that of Las Cruces, which, extending to the northwest, forms the Cordillera de Monte Alto, which is connected, as already stated, with the western arm of the Sierra de los Pitos. In all these chains there are heights of importance, such as, in the Sierra Nevada, Popocatépetl, lovely volcano, and Iztaccíhuatl, merely a snow cap. Popocatépetl, Smoking Mountain, is the highest mountain in Mexican territory and measures 5,452 meters above sea level. The ascent of this colossus is full of discomforts, but when these have been endured, the result is surprising. The most suitable road for the ascent is the one which goes from Amecámica to the ranch of Talamacas, which is situated at 3,897 meters altitude and almost at the limit of tree growth. The trees there met with are stunted. The day temperature is 8 degrees, and at night 0 Celsius in summer. In winter, these temperatures are more extreme. Until 1,000 meters beyond the ranch, some firs are seen, which are the last. To these follows a soil covered with a dark sand, very fine and slippery, over which the horses can scarcely make their way. Here and there upon this sandy zone are tufts of dry grass. These gradually disappear until finally there remains no sign of vegetation. A little later snow begins, at a place called La Cruz, to which a great wooden cross, reared upon a heap of rocks, gives name. At this point, the line of perpetual snow is found, at 4,300 meters, little more or less above sea level. From here, the ascent is made on foot, and ever over the snow. The trail zigzags, because the slope is 24 degrees or 25 degrees, becoming more abrupt, until reaching 30 degrees and 34 degrees at times. The walking is naturally very difficult. When some 100 meters have been traversed, great difficulty in breathing begins to be experienced. The lungs feel oppressed, and every step, every movement of the body causes great fatigue and compels the stopping to take breath. Feeble constitutions cannot endure the weariness and illness which are experienced. The reflection of the sun upon the snow is intense, for which reason the wearing of dark glasses is necessary. The face should also be veiled to prevent the vertigo which the white sheet surrounding the traveler produces toward the middle of the journey. When the day is fine and the atmosphere clear, the panorama is incomparably beautiful. The city of Puebla is clearly seen, and at a greater distance the peak of Orizaba and the Cofre of Perote. There may also be seen with all clearness the summit of Iztaccíhuatl, totally without a crater. After some 4 hours of travel, the end of the journey, the summit of the volcano is reached. The last steps are particularly difficult, because the slope is now 40 degrees, and the rarity of the air is greater. Progress is difficult. From the point where the crater is reached, it is not easy to take full cognizance of its depth, though the general form may be appreciated. This is elliptical. The major diameter measures some 50 meters more than the other. A crest of rock of varying elevation forms the edge, which makes it very irregular. It is very narrow. A simple step leads from the outer to the inner slope. This edge presents two heights. One is the Espinazo del Diablo, Devil's Backbone. The other is the Pico Mayor, Greater Peak, which is, as its name indicates, the highest point of the volcano, being 150 meters higher than the Espinazo. The Pico Mayor is almost inaccessible, but its summit may, with difficulty, be reached. The major diameter of the crater corresponds to the two summits named, has some 850 meters length, and its direction is from south 20 degrees west to north 20 degrees east. The transverse diameter may be estimated at 750 meters, which would give the crater a circumference of 2,500 meters. In descending from the border, the crater presents three distinct parts: a slope of 65 degrees, a vertical wall 70 meters in height, and another slope which extends to the bottom. In total, the mean depth of this imposing abyss will reach 250 meters to 300 meters. At the place where the vertical wall begins and the first slope ends, there has been set up a sort of a windlass, below which an enormous beam slopes downward toward the abyss. By this beam, and lowered by a cord, the workmen who extract sulphur descend. In the bottom of the crater are 4 fumaroles, whence vapors escape, which, in issuing, produce slight hissing sounds. Abundant deposits of sulphur exist near these. Besides the fumaroles mentioned, there are 7 points at the borders of the crater where gases escape, though in less abundance. 6 of these points lie to the east of the major diameter, and the 7th on the opposite side. All are inaccessible. The interior of the crater is formed by sheets, which form a regular wall with vertical sides. In some places these layers are profoundly shattered, and there various species of rocks of notably different natures are seen. First, below, are sheets of trachyte, very compact and rich in crystals of striated feldspar and partly decomposed amphibole. Above these, more or less regular trachytic layers are beds of well-characterized basalt, also very compact and rich in peridot. Lastly, above these layers are porous scoriae of dark purple color, which indicates the presence of a considerable quantity of iron oxide. These scoria must have originated from the fusion of the porphyritic rocks. Every little while at the summit rage violent storms of snow, which falls in thick sheets. At such times the atmospheric clouds do not permit objects to be seen at a meter's distance, and the temperature falls to 20 degrees and 22 degrees below 0 Celsius. The exploitation of the sulfur is insignificant, since only some 48 or 50 tons are taken out in a year. This sulfur is distilled at the ranch of Tlalamacas. It is sold in Mexico and Puebla at the same price as that of Sicily, that of Popocatépetl being superior in quality. The snow, too, on the side of Azumba is exploited, but this exploitation is on the smallest scale. Various expeditions have been organized for the ascent of Popocatépetl, some scientific in nature, others for amusement. The first was made in 1519 by Diego de Ordaz, one of the soldiers of Cortés. Others followed. In our own day, such expeditions are frequent, and their results happily verify each other. Ixtaquihuatl, White Woman, connected to Popocatépetl by a ridge of graceful outline, rises to 5,288 meters altitude above sea level. Down the slopes of this mountain, several torrents, derived from the melting snows, pour and form cascades and falls up to 45 meters in height. These same slopes, covered by a sheet of astonishingly rich and luxuriant vegetation, are gashed by deep crevices in which are enormous masses of porphyritic and basaltic rocks. Conifers form dense forests up to 3,000 meters altitude. From there, the vigor of arborescent vegetation diminishes, and at 4,000 meters it completely ceases. From that point on, there are only stretches of brambles, which completely disappear at about 4,200 meters. Then follow the sands, and lastly, the perpetual snows, which begin at 4,300 meters. The crest, which is very grand and beautiful, resembles in the arrangement of its rock masses the form of a woman's body, stretched at length upon its back and covered by a white winding sheet. From this, the name of White Woman, Ixta, White, Quihuatl, Woman, with which this lovely mountain was baptized by the dreamy imagination of the Aztecs. The Cavern of Cacahuamilpa. In the limestone mountains of Cacahuamilpa, 30 kilometers north from Tasco, in a ravine lies the village of the same name, near which is situated the famous cavern, one of the most beautiful in the world, commonly designated by the name of the Gruta de Cacahuamilpa, Grotto of Cacahuamilpa. Dominating the eminence formed in the Cordillera running eastward, and which has already been mentioned, is perceived the great mouth of the cavern, with the green festoons of foliage which adorn it, and some stalactitic formations, which seem to announce the marvels of the interior. Access to this entrance is gained by a short and narrow path. The mouth measures 5 meters in its greatest height, and 36 meters from side to side. After it has been traversed, there begins a plain sloping toward the interior. The soil is sandy. Shortly one arrives at the first gallery, which is lighted by the sunlight. This gallery is very large. Its walls are formed of enormous masses of tilted rocks, which look as if about to fall. The spacious and lofty vault is furrowed by broad and deep crevices, and from it hang many stalactites in the form of columns, or colossal pear-shaped masses of marble. Crossing the broad space of this gallery, a second is reached, where the darkness is dense and appalling. The torches scarcely dispel the gloom, and the spirit is oppressed. In the first gallery, the most notable concretions are the enchanted goat and the columns. The former has lost much of its resemblance, as the head of the goat has fallen, but the second is wonderfully beautiful because of its astonishing originality. Its form is that of a column adorned with a capital, in the form of a tuft of plumes, which supports the base of a natural arch. The third gallery, called the pulpit, on account of the shape of its principal concretion, is no less beautiful, grand, and imposing than the preceding. Here the darkness is absolute. Beyond this third gallery there are 12 more, very imperfectly known. They are called the cauliflower, the shell, the candelabrum, the Gothic tower, the palm tree, the pineapple, the labyrinth, the fountain, and the organ pipes. The rest have no special names. All of these galleries are marvelously beautiful. All are extensive and have lofty vaultings. The total extent of the cavern is unknown, though the guides assert that it ends in the gallery of the organ pipes. There are indications that the statement is false. These indications are the air, which even at such profound depths is perfectly respirable, the lack of exploration, the superstitious fears of the guides to go further, and some traditions which declare that new galleries exist and have been explored by persons who report a rushing torrent producing a terrible noise, for which reason no one cares to penetrate further. But although the extent of the cavern is unknown, and the gallery of the organ pipes may not be the last, we ought not to believe the reports, which give the cavern immense extension. For example, some say that the galleries and ramifications extend to the mountains of Tasco, and there is one tradition which affirms that the cavern prolongs itself through the interior of the mountains which limit the Valley of Mexico on the south until it unites with the cavern of Teutli near Milpa Alta. This tradition, although improbable, is curious. It states that some families hid their treasure in the cave which occurs in the mountain of Teutli. This has a very narrow entrance at first, but after some 12 or 15 meters broadens, forming a most beautiful cavern. This cavern has a series of chambers of greater or lesser size, which finally communicate with the cave of Cacahuamilpa, more than 100 kilometers distant. The tradition cited adds that but few persons have dared to penetrate the cave of Teutli, and on but one occasion, a herd of sheep having entered it, some peons followed to collect and bring them out, a thing they could not do because the animals penetrated far into the cave. Those who went in pursuit of them returned after 2 days of journeying through these rough passages. In conclusion, it only remains to state that the existence of the cavern of Cacahuamilpa remained unknown to everyone until the year 1833. Before that year, not even the Indians had entered it, because they believed that the stalagmite in the form of a goat was a bad spirit that guarded the mysteries which the cavern enclosed. But a criminal who took refuge in it and was there during the period of his pursuit, after which he returned to his home, astonished the inhabitants of Tetecala by his fantastic reports. They made the first exploration and announced their expedition, describing the wonderful cavern. Since then, until now, expeditions have not lacked. Unhappily, none of them has been scientific. End of section 1. Section 2 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Antonio García Cubas. Antonio García Cubas was born July 24, 1832, in the city of Mexico. He began study looking toward engineering in the year 1845, although not actually taking the degree of engineer until 1865. His technical studies were pursued in the Colegio de San Gregorio, the Minería, School of Mines, and the Academia de San Carlos. His studies were repeatedly interrupted by appointments of importance and by public commissions. Thus, in 1853, he published a general map of the Mexican Republic. Since that date, he has done much geographical and engineering work of importance. In 1865, he served on the Scientific Commission of Pachuca. In 1866, he did the leveling for the Mexican Railway de Tulancingo. He published his first atlas in 1857. In 1863, his Carta General, General Map. In 1876, his Carta Administrativa, Administrative Map. In 1878, his Carta Oro-Hidrográfica, Orographic Hydrographic Map, still perhaps the best maps of Mexico of their kind. In 1882, his great Atlas Geográfico, Estadístico y Pintoresco de la República Mexicana, Geographical, Statistical, and picturesque atlas of the Mexican Republic was published. In addition to these and other equally important scientific works, Señor García Cubas has written various school books in geography, history, etc. Our selections are taken from a little volume, Escritos Diversos, Miscellaneous Writings. The work of Señor García Cubas has received wide and well-deserved recognition. He is a member of the Geographical Societies of Paris, Lisbon, Madrid, and Rome. He has received scores of medals and diplomas. He holds the Cross of the Legion of Honor. In his own country, he is a member of all the scientific societies, but has naturally been most interested in the Sociedad Mexicana de Geografía y Estadística, the Mexican Society of Geography and Statistics. He has ever been active in movements for public advancement, and among many results of his interest we may mention the Conservatory of Music. The Indians of Mexico. These statistical data, imperfect though they have been, have given force and value to the opinion, which for me is a fact, that the indigenous race becomes debilitated and decreases in proportion as the white race becomes strong and advances. This fact is in complete accord with the laws of nature. The disadvantage of the indigenous race consists, for its decrease, in its customs and in the hygienic conditions of its mode of life. A miserable hut serves as a habitation for a numerous family, and in it the inmates actually packed together cannot but breathe a polluted air. Food is scanty and innutritious, while the daily occupations are heavy and hard. Sad indeed is the sight of these unhappy indigenes who, without distinction of sex and age, are encountered in our city streets, and who, exhausted under the weight of enormous burdens, return to their villages with the miserable pittance gained from their trading. If we consider the Indian from the time of his birth, or even from before his birth, we see his life to be but a series of miseries and abjections. The Indian women, even at the time of travail, do not cease from their wearisome tasks, and without thought for the being who stirs within them, occupy themselves in grinding maize and making tortillas, labors which cannot but prove hurtful to the act of giving birth. While the period of suckling has not passed, the child is fed with tortillas and fruits, and other foods unsuited to its digestive powers, causing by such imprudence diarrheas and other diseases, which carry the children to the grave, or, as they grow, leaves them infirm and feeble. Smallpox, in consequence of the neglect of the parents and their indifference to vaccination, causes frightful ravages, the disease being most pernicious in the indigenous race. Such statistics as I possess of the movement of population in the pueblo of Ixtacalco, while they indicate that the civil registry has not yet extended its dominion to that pueblo, corroborate the opinion that the decrease of the race is mainly due to infant mortality. In 1868, there were born 165. There died 190. Loss 25. In this mortality, there were 140 children. In the year 1869, although the data show an augmentation of 59 persons in the population, the infant deaths number 65 to 34 of adults. One fact ought to particularly call our attention because it proves that the degradation of the race is not in its constitution, but in the customs of its members. The Indian women of the villages near the capital, hiring themselves out as nurses in private homes, rear healthful and robust children, because in their new employment they improve their condition by enforced cleanliness, by good food, and by the total change in their hygienic conditions. But this very circumstance is a serious misfortune for the race. The women, impelled by the desire to gain better wages, abandoning their own children to the mercenary cares of other women, as if the lack of a mother's love and care could be made good. Another of the reasons which, in my opinion, cause the degeneration of the indigenous race is that marriage takes place unwisely and prematurely. According to medical opinion, the nubile age of woman in our country is 18 years, in the hot lands 14. Between medical theory and actual practice, there is an enormous difference. As regards the Indians, frequently union occurs between a woman scarcely arrived at the term of her development and a man of 40 years or more, entirely developed and robust. As a consequence, the woman becomes debilitated and infirm, and her children are weak and degenerate. If to these causes, which operate so powerfully toward the decrease of the indigenous race, is added the sensible diminution it has suffered in our civil wars, since the indigenous race supplies far the larger part of the army, the truth of my assertion seems fully corroborated. The seasons in the Valley of Mexico. Few must be the places in the world which, from the picturesque and poetical point of view, surpass in beauty the Valley of Mexico. The varied phenomena which the seasons of the year there present powerfully contribute to this. Some European savants assert that the seasons of the year are, in the intertropical regions, reduced to two, the dry and rainy seasons. In our country, this assertion is without foundation. The truth is that, in those regions, weather variations less sharply determine seasonal changes than in the temperate zones. But in the Valley of Mexico, seasonal changes really take place, as shown by the beautiful fresh mornings of its spring, prodigal and exquisite and varied flowers, the hot days of its rainy summer, rich in delicious fruits, the warm afternoons of autumn, with its wondrously beautiful drifting clouds, and the cold nights of winter, with its clear and starry sky. As the last hours of night shorten in the lovely season of spring, the deep darkness which envelops the earth's surface dissipates little by little, and objects become visible as the delicate light of dawn gradually invades the east. The sun's rays, propagating themselves with a constant undulatory movement, cause successive reflections and refractions in the atmosphere and clouds, scattering the light in every direction and permitting the distinguishing of objects not yet directly illuminated by that body. If this light, known by the name of diffused or scattered light, did not exist, the shadow cast by a cloud or by any object whatever would produce the darkness of night, and, there being no twilight, the sun would appear on the horizon suddenly and in full splendor. The sweet trills of the goldfinch, the warbling of other birds, the harmonious sound of bells, which announce in the towns the hour of dawn, and the laborer who betakes himself to the field with his oxen to begin his daily labors, mark the moments in which the splendid rays of the sun, which precede the rising of the luminary, diffuse themselves through the transparent fluid of the atmosphere. Before the sun mounts above the horizon, the eastern heavens are successively colored with the brilliant tints of red, orange, yellow, green, and purple, the limit of the white light of dawn, extending in the form of an arch through space, rapidly advances toward the zenith, while at the same time the upper heavens about that point gradually acquire the most intense hue of azure. The crest of the eastern Cordillera sharpens and defines itself against a background of rose and gold. The majestic snow caps of Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, which rise as two colossi in order to display the beauties of the sunrise, feebly illuminated on their western flanks by the diffused light, appear as if made of Bohemian crystal. At times, a dense column of smoke, rendered visible by the whiteness of dawn, issues from the crater of Popocatépetl, demonstrating the constant activity of this volcano, which retains evidences of tremendous activity. When the sun, rising above the horizon, pursues its upward march, it presents a beautiful spectacle, difficult of description. Its disk, red and apparently increased in size on account of atmospheric refraction, presents itself surrounded by a luminous aureole, and gradually diminishes in diameter as it mounts higher. The anti-crepuscular curve submerged in the horizon, the west acquires the same succession of tints, and the upper part of the sky is colored with a brilliant, most vivid blue. From that moment, the surroundings of the capital city are most charming. Chapultepec, with its many limpid springs, its picturesque rock mass, its poetic palace, and its dense grove of ancient cypresses, from the branches of which depend masses of gray moss, the honored locks of their hoary age. Tacubaya, with its palaces, its parks and gardens; Mixcoac, with its pleasing environs and its lanes of fruit trees; San Angel, Coyoacan, and Tlalpam, with their clear brooks, their gardens, their fields, and their pretty glades, covered with plants, trees, and interlacing climbers. In all these places one enjoys the intoxicating freshness of the morning, the attractiveness of the fields, the breathing of the fresh air, loaded with the perfume of flowers. There swarms of butterflies, with gleaming and brilliant wings, display their beauties, and hummingbirds, those precious winged gems, which, endowed with an extraordinary flight, cleave the air like an exhalation, or, sucking honey from some flower suspended in space, incessantly beat their wings and expose the green and pearly luster of their plumage to the reflections of the sun. South of the capital, the soil differs from that of the places mentioned. There the camellia, the lily, the Bengal rose, and the other exquisite flowers of careful cultivation are not met, but there, in the Chinampas, those artificial islands which have converted swamps into lovely gardens, grow the luxuriant poppy, the purple pink, the elegant dahlia, the perfumed violet, and the fragrant rose of Castile. The canal which unites the lakes of Texcoco and Xochimilco in the days of spring is to be seen covered with canoes loaded with flowers and vegetables bound for the city markets, and everyone who has participated in the Lenten festivities of the Villa will ever remember with delight the animation that constantly reigns in that place, where the common people finds its greatest joy. It may be said that there is the place of the festival of spring and flowers. Summer in the valley, as the other seasons of the year, has its especial attractiveness. The atmospheric strata, being unequally expanded by the fierce heat from the earth's surface, the order or arrangement of the layers in contact with the soil is, so to say, inverted. It is well known that the lower layers of air have the greater density, from the fact that the upper layers weigh down upon them. From the earth's surface upward, there is a gradual decrease in density, until the last, the lightest, and most subtle, which is called ether. This general law, being interfered with by the expansion of the lower layers, refraction of the light rays, or the deviation which they suffer in passing from one medium into another of differing density, takes place in a manner contrary to that when the atmospheric layers are normally superposed, and the mirage is produced, an optical illusion which causes us to see objects below the horizon or in the air inverted. In the dry and level stretches in the north of the valley, one frequently sees the thick vapor stretch itself out over the surface of the ground, and upon it, inverted, are portrayed the mountains with all their irregularities and details, as if reproduced in a limpid mirror of waters. The mirage is yet more interesting, more wonderful, in the lake of Texcoco, though the phenomenon is there less frequent. On clear days, from the shore, one sees the full extent of the lake and the tranquillity of its water. Miserable, frail canoes, the form of which has not varied since the days of the conquest, are seen crossing the lake, loaded with grains and vegetables for the Mexican markets. The unsteady and narrow chalupas of the fishermen and flour dealers rapidly cleave the watery surface, and only the creaking of the oars, or the notes of the monotonous songs of the boatmen, break the silence of the solitude. When the temperature of the water of the lake is less than that of the air with which it is in contact, those little crafts suddenly disappear from the surface of the water, and are seen inverted, floating in the air, coursing to the stroke of the oars through a shifting sea of clouds. End of section 2. Section 3 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Joaquín García Icazbalceta. No name better deserves to be first mentioned in the list of modern Mexican writers than that of Joaquín García Icazbalceta. He was born in the city of Mexico, August 25, 1825. His father was a Spaniard, his mother a Mexican. On account of the disorders connected with the Revolution, his parents left Mexico, going first to the United States and later to Spain, where they remained until 1836. In that year they returned to Mexico. The boy showed early earnestness in study, and was well instructed by private tutors. He was acquainted with and encouraged by the great historian Lucas Alamán, who no doubt had much to do with his decision, about 1846, to devote himself to historical study. The list of his works is a long one. He translated Prescott's Conquest of Peru into Spanish, and enriched it with valuable notes. To the well-known Diccionario Universal de Historia y Geografía, Universal Dictionary of History and Geography, he contributed the biographical sketches of many personages of the 16th century. In 1858 he began publishing the Colección de Documentos para la Historia de México, collection of documents for the history of Mexico, 2 volumes of ancient and for the most part unknown matter of the highest value. This was continued by the publication in 1870 of Mendieta's Historia Eclesiástica Indiana, Ecclesiastical History of the Indians. Still later, in 1886 through 1892, these volumes were followed by 4 similar volumes under the name Nueva Colección de Documentos para la Historia de México, New Collection of Documents for the History of Mexico. These papers were all original works, many of them from the 16th century, of the greatest importance and interest, and most, if not all of them, would have been lost or never known but for Icazbalceta's care. In publishing this matter, our author always added notes and explanations, characterized by lucidity, interest, and learning. Two important works were published in 1875 and 1877. México en 1554, Mexico in 1554, and Coloquios Espirituales y Sacramentales y Poesías Sagradas, Spiritual and Sacramental Colloquies and Sacred Poems. The former was a reprint of 3 interesting dialogues in Latin by Francisco Cervantes Salazar. The book is most rare. Icazbalceta printed the original Latin text with a Spanish translation and added his usual valuable notes. The other book, chiefly composed of religious dramas for popular representation, was by Fernan Gonzales de Eslava, who was by no means a mean poet. In reprinting this curious 16th century book, Icazbalceta practically traced the whole history of the religious play in Mexico of the past. No Mexican bibliographer has done more important work than Icazbalceta. 2 works in this line need special mention. His Apuntes para un catálogo de escritores en lenguas indígenas de América, Notes for a Catalogue of Writers in the Native Languages of America, is not only interesting in itself, but has been the necessary foundation for everything since written regarding Mexican languages. As for his Bibliografía Mexicana del siglo LX, Mexican bibliography of the 16th century, it is a wonderful work, representing 40 years of labor. Quote, "It is a systematic catalogue of books printed in Mexico in the years between 1539 and 1600, with biographies of authors and various illustrations, facsimiles of ancient title pages, extracts from rare books, bibliographic notes, etc., etc." End quote. It is far more. It is really a restoration of the life of that wonderful age in American letters. In biography, our author is eminently happy. He usually loves and reverences his subject. In 1881, he published his Don Fray Juan de Zumárraga, primer obispo y arzobispo de México. Friar Juan de Zumárraga, first bishop and archbishop of Mexico. It is a magnificent example of such work. Another subject of his love was Alegre, and besides a biography of him he wrote, 1889, Opusculos inéditos latinos y castellanos de Francisco Javier Alegre, the unpublished works, Latin and Spanish, of Francisco Javier Alegre. Icazbalceta's last great work was Diccionario de Provincialismos Mexicanos, Dictionary of Mexican Provincialisms. This was passing through the press at the time of his death, November 26, 1894. Many of Icazbalceta's choicest writings were monographs of no great length, prepared for reading before the Mexican Academy or other organizations of which he was a member. These always show the same careful gathering of facts, the same just criticism, and the same literary character as his greater works. Our selections, all but one, are from such a discourse read before the Academy in June and July, 1882, entitled El Instrucción Pública en México durante el siglo LX, Public Instruction in Mexico during the 16th century. The other is from a paper, Los Médicos de México en el siglo LX, The Physicians of Mexico in the 16th century. These passages will no doubt surprise many readers who have been pleased to believe that Spain's policy was to hold its conquered territories in deep ignorance. The Early Missionaries. When the first Spanish missionaries arrived, they faced that great mass of uncivilized folk, which it was necessary to convert and civilize in a single day. Today, there exist an enormous number of establishments and private teachers for educating youth in classes, graded with relation to ages. There were then 12 men for millions of children and adults, who begged in concert for light, and light which it was impossible to deny them, because it was not merely a matter of human culture, which, most important as it is, did not then occupy the first place, but of opening the eyes to blind heathen, and of making them take the straight road for attaining the salvation of their souls. The matter then seemed serious. It was really still more so, because the new teachers had never heard the language of their pupils. But what may not devotion accomplish? Those venerable men quickly mastered the unknown language, and then others, and others as they met them. They understood, or rather they divined, the peculiar character of the population, and at once converted, instructed, and protected it. The first missionaries, and those who followed after them, were certainly no common men. Almost all were educated. Many, like Fathers Tecto, Gaona, Foscher, Veracruz, and others, had shone in professorships and prelacies. They were of noble birth, and 3 of them, Fathers Gantes, Witt, and Daciano, felt royal blood coursing through their veins. All renounced the advantages promised by a brilliant career. All forgot their hard-gained learning to devote themselves to the primary instruction of the poor and unprotected Indians. What inflated doctor, what betitled professor today would accept a primary school in an obscure village? The Franciscans went everywhere, rearing temples to the true God, and with them schools for children. They gave to their principal convents a special plan. The church set from east to west, and the school, with its dormitories and chapel at right angles to it, stretching to the north. The square of buildings was completed by the ample court, which served for teaching the Christian doctrine to adults, in the morning before work, and also for the sons of the Macehuales, or plebeians, who came to receive religious instruction. The school building was reserved for the sons of nobles and lords, although this distinction was not rigidly observed. At first, the friars found great difficulty in gathering together boys to fill these schools, because the Indians were not yet capable of understanding the importance of the new discipline, and refused to give their boys to the monasteries. they had to appeal to the government that it should compel the lords and principal men to send their sons to the schools. First experiment in compulsory education. Many of the lords, not caring to give up their children, but not daring to disobey, adopted the expedient of sending, in place of their own sons, and as if they were these, other boys, sons of their servants or vassals. But in time, perceiving the advantage these plebeian boys by education were gaining over their masters, they sent their sons to the monasteries, and even insisted on their being admitted. The boys dwelt in the lodgings built for the purpose in connection with the schools, some so spacious as to suffice for 800 or 1,000. The friars devoted themselves by preference to the children, as being, from their youth, more docile and apt to learn, and found in them most useful helpers. Soon they employed them as teachers. The adults brought from their wards by their leaders came to the patios, and remained there during the hours set for instruction, after which they were free for their ordinary occupations. Divided into groups, one of the best instructed boys taught to each group the lesson learned from the missionary. Pedro de Gante's work. Although you know the fact well, gentlemen, you would not forgive me should I omit mentioning the work which the noted lay brother Pedro de Gante, blood relative of the Emperor Charles V, did in the direction of instructing the Indians. He was not the founder of the College of San Juan de Latran, as is generally stated, but of the great school of San Francisco in Mexico, which he directed during a half-century. This was constructed, as was customary, behind the convent church, extending toward the north, and contiguous to the famous chapel of San José de Belém de Naturales, the first church of Mexico, the old cathedral included. There our lay brother brought together fully 1,000 boys, to whom he imparted religious and civil instruction. Later he added the study of Latin, of music, and of singing, by which means he did a great service to the clergy, because from there went forth musicians and singers for all the churches. Not satisfied with this achievement, he brought together also adults, with whom he established an industrial school. He provided the churches with painted or sculptured figures, with embroidered ornaments, sometimes with designs interspersed of the feather work in which the Indians were so distinguished, with crosses, with candlestick standards, and many other objects necessary for church service, no less than with workmen for the construction of the churches themselves, for he had in that school painters, sculptors, engravers, stone cutters, carpenters, embroiderers, tailors, shoemakers, and other trades workers. He attended to all and was master of all. The gigantic efforts of that immortal lay brother cause genuine admiration, who, without other resources than his indomitable energy, born of his warm charity, reared from the foundations and sustained for so many years a magnificent church, a hospital, and a great establishment, which was at once a primary school, a college of higher instruction and religious teaching, an academy of the fine arts, and a trades school, in fine a center of civilization. Instruction by hieroglyphs. Industrial schools, compulsory education, these seem to us usually modern ideas, but these old teachers knew something of object teaching, of adapting methods to varying conditions. Thus, they completed the instruction by the use of signs, and it may be imagined that the result was little or nothing. Desirous of hastening the instruction, and realizing that what enters by the eye engraves itself more easily upon the mind, they devised the idea of painting the mysteries of religion upon a canvas. Friar Jacob de Tastera, a Frenchman, was the first, it seems, who tested this method. He did not know the language, but he showed the Indians the chart, and caused one of the brighter among them, who knew something of Spanish, to explain the meaning of the figures to the others. The other friars followed his example, and the system continued in use much time. They were also accustomed to hang the necessary charts upon the wall, and the missionary, as he made the doctrinal explanations, indicated with a pointer the corresponding chart. The Indians, accustomed to painting hieroglyphs, adopted them for writing catechisms and prayer books for their own use, but varying the old form and interspersing here and there words written with European letters, from which there resulted a new species of mixed writing, of which curious examples are preserved, some of which are in my possession. They made use of the same method of jotting down a record of their sins, that they might not forget them at the time of going to the confessional. The use of the pictures was so pleasing to the Indians that it lasted all that century, and a part of the following. In 1575, Archbishop Moya de Contreras substituted with announcements in pictures papal bulls which failed to come from Spain, and the well-known French writer, Friar Juan Bautista, caused figures to be engraved, after the 17th century had begun, for use in teaching the Indians of that time the doctrine. The University of Mexico. The famous University of Mexico was opened in 1553, almost 70 years before the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock. Literary contests of a public character were not infrequent. The doors of the university opened. There entered by them a great number of youth, who waited with impatience the moment of commencing or prosecuting their studies. So Cervantes Salazar testifies in a description which he wrote of the institution, the year following its establishment. Soon the literary exercises began, and notable was the ardor with which the students engaged in scholastic disputations, to which, as Cervantes says, night alone put an end. The learned men who were already in Mexico hastened to connect themselves with the university, among them Archbishop Montefar. Nothing was omitted to add to the luster of the new school, since there were given to it the privileges of the University of Salamanca and the title royal and pontifical. From it sallied many alumni as teachers, or to occupy high positions in church and state. It was really, as its founders had planned, a source of supply, nursery, of educated men, which in large measure obviated the necessity of bringing such from Europe. and there were even some who there brilliantly displayed the education which they had received in the schools of Mexico. A literary festival. In the year 1578, on the occasion of the arrival at Mexico of a great quantity of sacred relics presented by Pope Gregory XIII to the Jesuits, it was decided to celebrate a brilliant festival. Upon the announcement of this, many distinguished persons and a multitude of others betook themselves to Mexico. An official proclamation, given forth beforehand with much ceremony, announced a program of 7 literary controversies. The procession with the sacred relics sallied from the cathedral, and on the way to the church of the Jesuits, where they were to be deposited. There were reared 5 magnificent triumphal arches, at least 50 feet high. Besides these more important ones, the Indians constructed more than 50, made of boughs and flowers according to their custom. All the doors and windows of the houses were adorned with rich tapestries, Flemish stuffs embroidered with gold and silk. In the arches, as at the corners, and in the little ornamental shrines which decorated the line of march, there were displayed placards and shields with inscriptions, sentences, and poetical verses in Latin, Spanish, and even in Greek and Hebrew. At each arch the procession paused to see and hear dances, sports, music, and poems. During the space of 8 days, in the afternoons, upon platforms erected for the purpose, the students of the different schools in turn represented religious plays. One of these was the tragedy of the persecution of the Church under Diocletian, and the prosperity which followed with the reign of Constantine. This drama, which still exists in printed form, was undoubtedly a work of the Jesuit professors. Delighted with its rendition, the populace demanded its repetition, which took place the following Sunday. Indian languages. An immense field is opened before my view in the linguistic and historic works which we owe to the 16th century. On their arrival, the missionaries found themselves face to face with a language entirely unknown to the inhabitants of the Old World, and as they progressed with their apostolic labors, they discovered with pain that this land, where the curse of Babel seems to have fallen with especial weight, was full of different languages, of all forms and structures, some polished, others barbarous, for which they had neither interpreters, nor teachers, nor books, and for the most part not even a people of culture who spoke them. That difficulty in itself would suffice to discourage the most intrepid mind, but there did not in the world exist anything which could quench the fire of charity with which the missionaries were aglow. They undertook the contest with the 100-headed monster, and vanquished him. Today, the study of a group of languages, or even of one tongue, raises the fame of the philologist to the clouds, although he usually finds the way pathed out for him by previous labors. But the missionaries learned, or rather divined all, from the first beginnings. A single man at times attacked 5 or 6 of these languages without analogy, without a common filiation, without known alphabet, with nothing that might facilitate the task. Today, such investigations are made, for the most part, in the tranquillity and shelter of the study. Then, in the fields, the groves, upon the roads, under the open sky, in the midst of fatigues of the mission journey, of hunger, of lack of clothing, of sleeplessness. The missionaries did not undertake such heavy tasks to attain fame. They did not compare the languages, nor treat them in a scientific way. They tried to reduce them all to the plan of Latin, but they went straight to the practical end of making themselves comprehensible to the natives, and laid firm foundations, upon which might be reared a magnificent structure. The linguistic section of our literature is one of those which most highly honor it, and this, although we know but a portion of it. Countless are the writings which have remained unpublished, either for lack of patronage to supply the cost of printing, or because they were translations of sacred texts, which it was not permitted to place in vulgar hands. Father Olmos is a notable example of the sad fate which befell many of these writers. It is believed that he knew various Chichimecan dialects, because he was a long time among them, and it is certain that he wrote without counting other books, grammars, and vocabularies of the Aztec, Huastec, and Totonac languages. Of such great works only his Aztec grammar has survived, which, after circulating during more than 3 centuries through public and private libraries, has finally been saved, thanks to the beautiful edition of it which was published not in Mexico, but in Paris in 1875. In a history of Mexican literature, notices and analysis of the books on the native languages, today so much esteemed and studied in foreign lands, claim a place of honor. Francisco Hernandez. That same year, about the month of September, the famous Dr. Francisco Hernandez, court physician of Philip II, arrived in Mexico. He was a native of Toledo, and was born about 1517 or 1518. Nothing is known of his life previous to his journey to New Spain, whither he came by royal commission to write the natural history of the country, with reference to medicine. He consumed 7 years in the discharge of his commission, making continual journeys, meeting obstacles, and suffering diseases which brought him to the edge of the grave. It has been generally said that Philip II supplied the expenses of this expedition with regal munificence, and that it cost him 20,000 ducats. But documents published in our days clearly show that Hernandez was given but a modest salary, although we do not know exactly the amount, with no assistance whatever for his extraordinary expenses, not even for those occasioned by his frequent journeys. Nor was he supplied the assistance usual in such cases, and he had no other helper than his own son. In spite of all this, he was never discouraged in that great enterprise. In order to devote himself entirely to it, he refused to practice medicine in Mexico, throwing away the opportunity of gaining more than 20,000 pesos by the practice of the healing art, and much more by occupations pursued in this country, on account of employing myself in the service of your Majesty, and in the consummation of the work," as he himself says in a letter to the king. Not content with describing and making drawings of the plants and animals of New Spain, he caused the efficacy of the medicines to be practically tested in the hospitals, and availing himself of his title of protomedico, convoked the practitioners then in the city, and urged them to make similar tests and to communicate the results to him. Finally, he carried to Spain, 1577, 17 volumes of text and illustrations, in which was the natural history, and an additional volume containing various writings upon the customs and antiquities of the Indians. Copies of all were left in Mexico, which have disappeared. He wrote the work in Latin, he translated a part of it into Spanish, and the Indians under his direction commenced a translation into Aztec. Arrived in Spain, Hernandez suffered the severest blow possible for an author. Instead of his great work being put promptly to press, as he had expected, it was buried in the shelves of the library of the Escorial, to be sure with all honor, for the volumes were "beautifully bound in blue leather, and gilded, and supplied with silver clasps and corners, heavy and excellently worked." However, this magnificent dress did not serve to protect the work, which finally perished almost a century later, in the great conflagration of the Escorial, which took place the 7th and 8th of June, 1671, nothing being saved except a few drawings, just enough to augment our appreciation of the loss. Dr. Hernandez survived his return little more than 9 years, since he died February 28, 1587. End of section 3. Section 4 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Agustin Rivera. Agustin Rivera was born at Lagos, Jalisco, on February 28, 1824. For a time he studied at the famous Colegio de San Nicolas at Morelia, and later at the Seminario in Guadalajara. In 1848 he was licensed to practice law, and in the same year took holy orders. He taught for some time at Guadalajara, and was for 9 years the attorney of the ecclesiastical curia. He finally removed to Lagos, the city of his birth, where he still lives, and where his writings have been published. In 1867 he made a journey to Europe, visiting England, France, Italy, and Russia. His writings have been many, varied, and extensive. The complete list of his books and pamphlets includes 94 titles. Among the best known and most widely mentioned are his Compendio de la Historia Antigua de Mexico, Compend of the Ancient History of Mexico, Principios críticos sobre el virreinato de la Nueva España, Critical Observations upon the Viceroyalty of New Spain, and La Filosofía en Nueva España, Philosophy in New Spain. 2 pamphlets, Viaje a las ruinas de Chicomostoc, Journey to the Ruins of Chicomostoc, and Viaje a las ruinas del Fuerte del Sombrero, Journey to the Ruins of the Fort of Sombrero, have been widely read and are often mentioned. Our author is vigorous and clear in thought and expression, extremely liberal in his views. Much of his writing has been polemic. In argument, he is shrewd and incisive. In criticism, candid but unsparing. His Principios Críticos is a scathing arraignment of the government of New Spain under the viceroys. His Filosofía is a part of the same discussion. It forms a large 8vo volume. It begins with presenting 2 Latin documents of the 18th century, programs of public actos, given at the Seminario and the Colegio de Santo Tomás in Guadalajara. These serve as the basis for a severe criticism of the philosophical thought and teaching in Spain and New Spain during the vice-regal period. Testimonies are cited from many authors, and Rivera's comments upon and inferences from these are strong and original. In the course of the book, he summarizes the scientific work really done, and there was some, in Mexico during the 17th and 18th centuries. He sums up his argument in 11 corollaries. Our selections are taken from the Filosofía en Nueva España and from a curious dialogue regarding the teaching of Indian languages. On February 28, 1902, after many years of absence, Agustin Rivera was in Guadalajara. His completion of 78 years of life was there celebrated by a large circle of his friends, old students, admirers, and readers most brilliantly. In October 1901, a proposition that the national government should pension the faithful and fearless old man was unanimously carried by the 125 votes in the House of Deputies in the City of Mexico. It is pleasant to see these acts of public recognition of the value of a long life usefully spent. Backwardness of Mexico in Viceroyal Times. My lack of pecuniary resources does not allow me to give greater bulk to this book by translating Document 1 from Latin into Spanish, but those who know the Latin language and philosophy will observe that in the Department of Physics in the College of Santo Tomás in Guadalajara were taught the first cause, the properties of secondary causes, supernatural operations, the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, eternity, everything, in fact, save physics. Neither the word heat nor the word light is met with once in the program. The program cited further accentuates ignorance of modern logic and modern metaphysics. Such was the teaching of philosophy by the Jesuits in the schools of New Spain, until the end of their instruction and existence in this country, since the public acto in the College of Santo Tomás took place in 1764. and 3 years later they were expelled, June 25, 1767. History proves that the Jesuits were at the front in teaching in the colleges of New Spain, and if they taught such things, what could those teach who were in the rear? Lucas Salaman, Adolfo Llanos, Nisoto de Zamasua, Ignacio Aguilari Marocho, and other writers, open partisans of the colonial government, few indeed in this 19th century. To such documents as form the matter of this dissertation reply, quote, "It was the logic, the metaphysics, and the physics of that epoch." End quote. The statement is false, and one might say that the writers mentioned were ignorant of history, or that, knowing it, they made sport of the credulity and good faith of their readers. Were it not that the intelligence and honesty of the four writers, and of others, is well established, and did not logic teach us that there are other sources of error in judgment, besides ignorance and bad faith? That a great source of errors is preoccupation, as that of Alaman and Aguilar Marocho, for all that concerns the monarchy and viceroyalty. And a great source of errors is passion, vehement and uncontrolled, as the love of country which sways Zamasua, Llanos, and other Spanish writers. The statement is false, I repeat, and in consequence the conclusion is null. Nulla solutio. I shall prove it. The discovery of the New World, the origin of the Americans, and their magnificent ruins and antiquities scattered over the whole country, the Aztec civilization, grand in a material way, their human sacrifices, which in fundamental meaning involved a great Genesiac thought, and in application were a horrible fanaticism, the conquest of Mexico, in which present themselves Hernan Cortes, the first warrior of modern times, though with indelible stains, Pedro de Alvarado, Gonzalo de Sandoval, Cristobal de Olid, and Diego de Ordaz, with their feats of heroism and their crimes, Coatemotzin, Xicotencatl, Cacamotzin, and the other Indian warriors with their immortal patriotism, the interesting figure of Marina, Bartolomé de Olmedo, Pedro de Gante, Bartolomé de las Casas, Juan de Zumárraga, Toribio de Motolinia, Bernardino de Sahagún, and the other missionaries, surrounded by an aureole of light which brings posterity to its knees. All the conjunct of the conquest as the finest subject for an epic poem, the laws of the Indies, the encomiendas, the Inquisition, Antonio Mendoza, the venerable Palafos, Fray Payo Enriquez Rivera, the Duke of Linares, Revillagigedo II, and other excellent viceroys, the fecund events of 1808, the Revolution of the Independence, the First and Second Empires, and many other events in the history of Mexico during its 5 epochs, have already been treated and ventilated in many books, pamphlets, and journals, some sufficiently, others overmuch. Poetry in New Spain has been magnificently treated by my respected friend, the learned Francisco Pimentel, in Volume 1 of his Historia de la Literatura y de las Ciencias en Mexico. But philosophy in New Spain is a subject that has not been specifically treated by only one. This work has, perhaps, no other merit than novelty, which would be worth nothing without truth, supported by good testimonies. As regards Spain, I shall take my testimonies from no foreign authors, lest the Bourbonist writers might reject them as disaffected and prejudiced, and so shield themselves, but from Spanish writers, with the exception of one and another Mexican, accepted by all Spaniards as trustworthy, such as Alzate and Beristain. And among Spaniards I will refrain from citing Emilio Castelar and others of the extreme left. Distribution of offices in New Spain. With regard to the public offices in New Spain, of consequence for the honor connected with them, or because of the fat salary, Señor Zamasua says, quote, "It has been said, in regard to official positions, that the Mexicans filled only the less important. In this another error has been committed. The monarchs of Castile consider those born in the American colonies as Spaniards, and made no distinction between them and Peninsulars. All had equal rights, and therefore, in making an appointment, there was no question whether the person named came from the provinces of America or those of the Peninsula. The offices and appointments were conferred in equal numbers on the sons of America and Peninsulars." End quote. By way of digression, I may present a few penstrokes, but they will be sufficient for any intelligent man. Padre Mariana, high authority in history, states this maxim: "History takes no sides until shown a clean record." Señor Zamasua shows no clean record for his assertions. I will present mine. There were 62 viceroys of Mexico, and of these 59 were Spaniards of the Peninsula, and 3 were Creoles: Luis de Velasco, native of the city of Mexico; Juan de Acuña, native of Lima; and Revilla Higuedo II, native of Havana. In consequence, only one was Mexican. There were 33 bishops of Guadalajara, and of these 26 were Spanish Peninsulars, and 7 were Creoles. These were ... That is to say, only 5 were Mexicans. I confess my ignorance. I do not understand Señor Zamasua's arithmetic. The equality between 26 and 7. There were 34 bishops of Michoacán, and of these there were 30 Spanish Peninsulars and 4 Creoles. These were ... That is to say, only 2 were Mexicans. 30 equals 4? Please, Señor Zamasua. There were 31 archbishops of Mexico, of whom 29 were Spanish Peninsulars and 2 Creoles. These were ... That is to say, only 1 was Mexican. 29 Spaniards and 2 Creoles are equal. Adolfo Llanos, in treating this matter, goes, as is his custom, farther than Zamasua, saying that the ecclesiastical offices of importance were obtained by the Creoles, not equally with the Spaniards, but preponderantly over them. He says, quote, "Americans were preferred by the Spanish kings over Europeans in the assignment of high ecclesiastical dignities." End quote. Let us leave Llanos and the other blind defenders of the vice-regal government. Science versus scholasticism. Modern philosophers, notable in European lands outside of Spain, were numbered by hundreds, and the young Gamarra did not but glean in so abundant a field. Galileo and Harvey, what brilliant and suitable examples men of great talent furnish! Harvey in his study with a frog in his hand. As parallels and comparisons are most useful in understanding a subject, as a recognized rule of law says that placing two opposing views face to face, both are more clearly known, I venture to add, after Gamarra's fashion, a parallel between Harvey and Domingo Soto. A frog! Here I have a thing apparently vile and despicable. The epistles of St. Paul. Here I have a thing infinitely sublime. A film to which the intestines of a frog are attached. What thing meaner? The science of theology. What thing so grand? To soil one's hands with the blood and secretions of an animal. Occupation to all appearance vile. To take the pen for explaining the Holy Scriptures, occupation sacred and sublime. And yet Domingo Soto, with his scholastic commentaries on the Epistle of St. Paul to the Romans, was of no use to humanity. And Harvey, presenting himself in the great theatre of the scientific world, with a frog in his hand, discovering the circulation of the blood, rendered an immense service to mankind. Domingo Soto was a Catholic, and one of the fathers of the Council of Trent, and Harvey was a Protestant, and yet, without doubt, the Catholic Church does not esteem the commentaries of its son Soto, and in the Vatican's council has sounded the praises of the discovery of the Protestant Harvey. Philosophy in New Spain. Corollaries. 1. Studies never flourished under the colonial regime. 2. Spain in the 17th century and in the first and second thirds of the 18th century was poor and backward in philosophy, and New Spain during the same period was in the same predicament. 3. That New Spain was backward in philosophy at that time, because such was the philosophy of the epoch, is false. 4. The ideas and impulse in the modern philosophical sciences, which New Spain received during the last years of the 18th and the early years of the 19th century, did not come mainly from Spain, but from the other principal nations of Europe. 5. It follows, from Spain and New Spain having been backward in philosophy, that they were also backward in theology, jurisprudence, medicine, and in all the sciences, because philosophy is the basis of all. 6. The expression, Spain taught us what she herself knew, is not a good excuse or exoneration. 7. The scholastic philosophy is useful. The pseudo-scholastic is prejudicial. 8. The history of the viceroyal government is most useful. 9. This dissertation is a new book. 10. Not as a spider, nor as an ant, but as a bee. 11. The union between Spaniards and Mexicans is very useful, but history cannot be silenced by the claim that it is a social union. Dialogue between Agustin Rivera and Florencito Levilon. How are you, sir? How are you, Florencito? When did you arrive? Yesterday. I am greatly pleased that you have called to see me. What have you studied this year? The Aztec language. Here is the invitation to my public examination. The program was as fine as usual, since my teacher, Señor Don Agustin de la Rosa, spoke splendidly, as every year, of the philosophy and richness of the Aztec tongue. Thank you. And how many students were there in the subject? This year we were so many. Last year there were so many. The year before so many. And the same, more or less, so I have heard, in years gone by. What a pity. They are few, almost nothing, in comparison with the necessity that exists in our republic for men who study the native tongues. But these few, at least, attend the exercises every school day? No, sir, far from it. Some attend, and others not, just as they please. And the days they do attend, they study the Aztec grammar, and hear it explained? No, sir, by no means. Many days the teacher and we occupy ourselves in the Levilon. And what is that? Levilon, Levilon, ton, ton. I understand you even less. It is a sort of a Marseillaise against cleanness and neatness of person and dress. That is to say, against politeness. But man, in a college for the instruction of youth. However, let us return to our subject. In the 3 years you have studied Aztec, have you learned to speak it? No, sir, by no means. Then what have you learned? The philosophy and the richness of the Aztec tongue. But you must have studied the 4 divisions of Aztec grammar: analogy, syntax, prosody, and orthography, and by this complete study arrived at an understanding of the philosophy and richness of the language? No, sir. But have you not had a public examination? Yes, sir, but those who were publicly examined in past years have, as little, made a complete study of the grammar, but have also learned the philosophy and richness of the Mexican tongue. Come, let us see. How many years has the chair of the Aztec language been established in the Seminario at Guadalajara? About 30. And during about 30 years has some priest gone forth from the institution to preach to the Indians in their native language? Why, no, sir. During the 30 years what has been, and is learned, is the philosophy and richness of the Aztec language. You must have seen the precious little work by my professor upon the beauty and richness of the Aztec language, elegantly bound, which was sent to the Paris Exposition. But man, Florencito, rising, pacing, and puffing at my cigar, really, all this and nothing are much the same. These programs, in which one speaks eloquently of the beauty and richness of the Aztec language, are no more than pretty theories. This book upon the richness and beauty of the Aztec language, with all its elegant binding, is but a pretty theory. The practical. Let me give you my opinion in the matter briefly, and in 4 propositions. First, the ecclesiastical government and the civil government have the obligation and the mission of civilizing the Indians. Second, for this, in each bishopric and in each state, there ought to be chairs of the Indian languages spoken in the territory. For example, in the seminary and in one of the state colleges of Mexico, there ought to be a chair of the Aztec language. In the seminary and state college of Querétaro, there ought to be a chair of Otomi. In the seminary and in the state college of Morelia, there ought to be chairs of Tarascan and Matlacinca. In the seminary and in the state college of Guadalajara, there ought to be a chair of the Cora language. In the seminary and state college of San Luis Potosi, there ought to be a chair of the Huastec. In the seminary and state college of Puebla, there ought to be a chair of Aztec. In the seminary and state college of Jalapa, there ought to be a chair of Totonaco. In the seminary and in the state college of Oaxaca, there ought to be chairs of the different indigenous languages spoken in the territory, chiefly the Mixtec and Zapotec, etc. Third, it ought to be that from the seminaries there shall go forth priests to be curas in the Indian towns of the bishopric, who shall preach to the Indians and catechize them in their own language. Fourth, it ought to be that from the state colleges primary teachers shall go forth to teach the elementary branches to the Indians of the state in their own idiom, and shall go forth jefes políticos who shall be able to treat with the Indians, talking to them in their own languages. Sir, these things appear to me impossible. Yes, I know that there can be given but two answers to my proposition and my arguments. The first is the non possumus. We cannot. One can preach in cathedrals and other magnificent temples to an elegant gathering, afterward print the sermon and distribute copies liberally to select society. But to subject one's self to the task of learning an indigenous tongue, and to go to preach to the Indians, that one cannot do. One can be a jefe politico in a city where comforts abound and draw a fat salary, but the abnegation and patriotism of exercising the administrative power in an Indian town, a despicable thing. Sad reply. Unhappy Mexican nation during the colonial epoch, and unhappy Mexican nation still in 1891, because you yet preserve many, even very many, remnants of the colonial education. And this is the principal hindrance to your progress and well-being. We Mexicans, because of the education which we received from the Spanish, are much given to scholastic disputes, to beautiful discourses, pretty poems, enthusiastic toasts, quixotic proclamations, projects, laws, decrees, programs of scientific education, plans of public amelioration, in Andalusian style and well-rounded periods. But as for the practical, the Spanish sloth, the Spanish fanaticism for the statu quo, the Indian idleness and cowardice, do but little. In theories, we have the boldness of Don Quixote, and in practice we have the pusillanimity, the inability to conquer obstacles, and the phlegm of Sancho Panza. My teacher, Don Agustin, said Florencito, has told us that Padre Sahagun and many other missionaries of the 16th century dedicated themselves to the study of the native tongues because they found them highly philosophical and adapted to express even metaphysical ideas. That is true, I replied, but the Padre Sahagún and the other missionary philologists of the 16th century dedicated themselves to the study of the Indian languages of the country, not to detain themselves in the philosophy and richness of the Aztec language, without moving a peg to go and teach some Indian, but in order that they might use them as means for the practical, to wit, to preach, to catechize, and to teach the Indians the civilizing truths of Christianity. End of section 4. Section 5 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Alfredo Chavero. Few men are better known throughout Mexico today than Alfredo Chavero. As a lawyer, a politician, a man of affairs, and a writer, he has been eminently successful. He was born in the city of Mexico, February 1, 1841. He studied law and began the practice of the profession at the age of 20 years. In 1862, he was elected deputy to Congress. A liberal in politics, he was associated with Juarez throughout the period of the French intervention. After the downfall of the empire in 1867, he entered journalism and began his career in letters. During the administration of Lerdo de Tejada, he was in Europe, but when that government fell, he returned to Mexico and was appointed to the second position in the Department of Foreign Affairs. He has occupied other important government positions, among them that of city treasurer and governor of the Federal District, and has for many years been a member of the House of Deputies, of which he has, at times, been the presiding officer. Señor Chavero is probably the foremost living Mexican authority upon the antiquities of that country. He is also an eminent historian. In both archaeology and history, he has written important works. At the quadricentennial celebration of the discovery of America, he was the chief member of a commission, which, among other things, published a great work, Antigüedades Mexicanas, which was largely devoted to facsimile reproduction of ancient Mexican picture manuscripts before unpublished. The accompanying explanatory text was written by Chavero himself. Among other archaeological works, he has written Los dioses astronómicos de los antiguos mexicanos, the astronomical gods of the ancient Mexicans, and studies upon the stone of the sun and the stone of hunger. He has lately published The Wheel of Years and Hieroglyphic Paintings. He was the author of the first volume of the great work México a través de los siglos, Mexico Through the Centuries, a history of Mexico in 5 large quarto volumes. Each of these volumes dealt with a distinct epoch of Mexican history, and was written by a specialist. Chavero's volume treated prehistoric Mexico in a masterly fashion. In biography, Chavero's Lives of Sahagún, Sigüenza, and Boturini deal with Spanish Mexicans. His Itzcoatl and Montezuma with natives. He has edited, with scholarly annotation, the works of Ixtlilxochitl and Muñoz Camargo's Historia de Tlaxcala. But Alfredo Chavero has also written in the field of dramatic literature, some of his plays having been well received. Xochitl, Quetzalcoatl, and Los Amores de Alarcón, The Loves of Alarcón, are among the best known. In Xochitl and Quetzalcoatl, the romantic events of the days of the conquest and the life of the Indians furnish his material. In all his writing, Chavero is simple, direct, and strong. His style is graceful, and his treatment interesting. Our quotations are drawn from México a través de los siglos and Xochitl. The Chroniclers. Still, among the first writers of the colonial epoch, we shall encounter some authentic material regarding the ancient Indians. Some chroniclers based their narratives upon hieroglyphs, which they did not limit themselves to interpreting, but which also served them as a foundation for more extended records. Contemporaries of the conquest, they had heard from the conquered themselves their traditional history. Others, without availing themselves of the assistance of the paintings, simply recorded the traditions in their works, and we must remember that, on account of the inadequacy of their hieroglyphic writing, the Mexicans were ever accustomed to carry the glorious deeds of their race in memory, which they taught their children in song and story, that they might not be forgotten. Without doubt, the first works of the chroniclers suffered from the natural vagueness which is felt in expressing new ideas. They are not, and could not be, complete treatises, because each wrote merely what he himself could gather. The most important personages of the vanquished people dead, in fighting for their country, few remained who knew the secrets of their history, and the greater number of these did not lend themselves to their revelation. The chroniclers themselves concealed something of what they learned, especially if it related to the gods and the religious calendar, for fear of reawakening the barely dormant idolatry. Also, from the very first, the desire to harmonize the beliefs of the Indians and their traditions with the biblical narrative was in part responsible for the confusion in their writings, a desire very natural in that epoch, and which must be taken into account in reading the Chronicles, in order to get rid of false judgments born from it. But whatever may be their defects, it cannot be denied that they constitute a most precious material, in which, seeking discreetly and logically, abundant historic treasures are encountered. We present, therefore, some discussion of the principal chroniclers and their relative importance, and examine impartially the works of our historians. The surrender of Cuauhtémoc. At dawn, Sandoval proceeded, with the brigantines to take possession of the lakelet. Alavardo was to advance from the market, and Cortes sallied from his camp with the 3 iron cannon, certain that their balls would compel the besieged to surrender, and would do them less damage than the fury of the allies. In his march he met many men almost dead, weakened women, and emaciated children, on their way to the Spanish camp. Some miserable beings, in order to escape from their last hold, had thrown themselves into the canals, or had fallen into them, pushed from behind by others, and were drowned. Cortes issued orders that no harm should be done them, but the allies robbed them and killed more than 15,000 persons. The priests and warriors, thin with hunger and worn with labor, armed with their weapons and bearing their standards, passively awaited the attack, on top of the temple, on house roofs, or standing in their canoes. Cortes ascended also to the roof of a house near the lake, that he might oversee the operations. He again offered peace to those who were in the canoes, and insisted that some one should go to speak with Cuauhtémoc. 2 principales agreed to go, and after a long time the Chihuacuatl returned with them to say that his king did not care to speak of peace. Some 5 hours having passed in these transactions, Cortes commanded to open fire with the cannons. It was 3 in the afternoon when Cuauhtémoc's shell horn was heard for the last time. The Mexicans on the east and south precipitated themselves upon their opponents, and the canoes attacked the brigantines. Cuauhtémoc, when it was no longer in human power to resist, preferred flight to surrender, and in order to succeed, distracted the attention of his opponents. While these, battling and routing the Mexicans, penetrated into their last refuge from the south and east, and while Sandoval was destroying the fleet of canoes, Cuauhtémoc, with Tecuichpoc and the chief dignitaries, sallied in canoes from Tlacochcalco, gained the western canal, whence, by great labor, he reached the lake. He directed himself toward the opposite shore, to seek refuge in Cuautlalpan. But García Holguín saw the canoes of the fugitives, and setting the sails of his brigantine, gave chase. Already he had them within range, and the gunners were in the prow, ready to shoot, when Cuauhtémoc rose and said, "Do not shoot. I am the King of Mexico. Take me and lead me to Malintzin, but let no one harm the Queen." With Cuauhtémoc were ... The only dignitaries, high priests, and principales who had survived. All were transferred to the brigantine. Cortes, as we have said, was upon the roof of a house in the quarter of Amachac, a house belonging to a principal, named Aztacoatzin. He caused it to be decorated with rich mantles and brightly colored mattings, for the reception of the imperial captive. By his side were Marina and Aguilar, Pedro de Alavardo, and Cristobal de Olid. The prisoners arrived, led by Sandoval and Holguín. Cortes rose, and with the noble respect of a conqueror for the unfortunate hero, embraced Cuauhtémoc tenderly. Tears came to the eyes of the captive, and placing his hand upon the hilt of the conqueror's poniard, said to him the following words, with which at once succumbed a king, his race, his native land, and his gods: "Malintzin, after having done what I could in defense of my city and my nation, I come, perforce, and a prisoner, before thy person and thy power. Take now this dagger and kill me." Xochitl is a fair example of Chavero's dramas. It comprises 3 acts and is in verse. There are but 5 actors: Cortes, Marina, his Indian interpreter and mistress; Xochitl, a beautiful Indian girl supposed to be Marina's sister; Bernal Diaz del Castillo, faithful soldier of Cortes and best chronicler of the conquest; and Gonzalo Alaminos, brought, though a mere youth, from Spain by Cortes as a page. Xochitl is really an Aztec maiden who, when the Spaniards first appeared, was serving in the temple. Gonzalo, wounded, was brought a prisoner to the temple, where he is nursed by Xochitl, between whom and himself ardent love arises. After the capture of the city, they are separated, and Xochitl is sent as a slave to Tabasco, a present to Marina's unknown sister. Marina summons her sister to Mexico. She starts, but dies upon the journey, and Xochitl, substituted for her, reaches the city and is taken at once into Cortes's house by her supposed sister. Cortes, having tired of Marina, falls in love with Xochitl. His affection is not reciprocated. Marina, knowing that the love of Cortes has cooled, though she does not know the new object of his love, remorseful for her treachery to her own people, and smarting under the contempt of Indian and Spaniard both, is ever complaining and querulous. Xochitl, terrified at Cortes's love, consults Bernal and makes known the facts to Gonzalo. They plan to flee and set an hour for meeting. Cortes, anxious to rid himself of Marina, determines to send her to Orizaba to wed Jaramillo. Sending for Gonzalo, he orders him to accompany her and arranges the departure at the very time set for elopement by the lovers. The moment is one of public tumult. Gonzalo keeps his appointment, but at the critical moment Xochitl's courage fails. Marina appears, and Gonzalo abruptly leaves. He is shot in the tumult. Meantime, the 2 women converse. Xochitl narrates the story of her life, her substitution for Marina's sister, her love for Gonzalo, and Cortes's love for her. They separate in anger. Cortes, entering, announces Gonzalo's death and mourns him, confessing him to be his natural son. Xochitl, in her agony, tells Cortes of the love there had been between Gonzalo and herself. Marina, appearing at this moment, hands the unhappy girl the weapon with which she kills herself. As she dies, she reveals her complete identity. She is the last survivor of the royal house, the sister of Cuauhtémoc. Cortes, overwhelmed by grief for Gonzalo, loss of Xochitl, and weariness of Marina, sends the latter at once to Orizaba in Bernal's care. Passages from Xochitl. Bernal and Gonzalo, meeting, discuss the recent conquest of Nueva Galicia by the infamous Nuño de Guzman. Gonzalo. If to lay waste fields and towns, if to assassinate war captives, if to violate pledged faith is to be Christian, I admit that Don Nuño de Guzman is of Christians the very type. The Tlaxcalans complain, who have been our faithful allies, that, like beasts of burden, he has led them over hard roads, not fighting, as they were led to expect, but bearing on their shoulders great heavy burdens, and that those who, from fatigue, Bernal, could go no further, were instanter thrown to the dogs, or left without assistance in the forests, their shoulders covered with wounds I have seen, upon frightful chafed spots, the memory of which appalls me. They carried our provisions. Meantime, Don Nuño, tranquil, sought renown in war, or enriched himself by plundering defenceless villages. Imagine, friend Bernal, if he mistreats our allies, what he would do to enemies. Xochitl confers with Bernal as to what she ought to do. Bernal. But tell me, before today, has Cortez told you of his love? Xochitl. Until today I have not seen him at my feet. His consuming passion, through his betraying glance, I have for some time realized. For this reason, Bernal, I avoid finding myself alone with him. Bernal. You ought to flee. Xochitl. I fear to find myself alone in the great world. Bernal. But when the hawk sees a lonely dove, he seizes it within his talons. When the volcano bursts forth, it destroys in its terrific energy the palm which grows at its base. When the wave is lashed to fury, the bark sinks in the sea, and at the blast of adversity, happiness vanishes. Pause. Xochitl. Do you think Cortez ever... Bernal. If he loves thee, good God. Xochitl. Then both of us must leave. Bernal. You will leave with Gonzalo? Do you know to what you expose yourself? Do you know that Hernando Cortez, if he sees himself mocked, is than the panther fiercer, and that his rage would dash you to pieces at his feet? Xochitl. And what signifies life to me? Bernal. But Gonzalo also, he. Xochitl. Hold, for God's sake, do not speak that murderous word. Departure makes me tremble, and I tremble if I remain. Bernal, everything causes me terror. My uncertainty is frightful. To remain is impossible. Without Gonzalo, go I cannot. She departs. Cortez communicates his plans for Marina, first to Gonzalo, then to Marina herself. Pause. Cortez. We are likely to have an uprising, and I do not wish you to be involved in it. How good it is to die in actual battle, and not fighting the vile rabble. For this reason you are, with Marina, to leave for Orizaba at dawn. Gonzalo, aside. And she will remain here without me. Cortez. I expect you at dawn, Gonzalo. A passport for leaving the city with a veiled lady I shall give you. Gonzalo. Veiled? Cortez. So will the passport read. I do not wish them to know who it is. You ought to leave at dawn. Go to rest yourself. Gonzalo. May happy dreams be yours. Aside. At dawn. Xochitl, soon I'll return for thee. Cortez. To counteract the plotting of so many enemies, I go to Spain, in thinking of your happiness. Marina. You think of my happiness, Don Hernando. Cortez. Considering that your nobility deserves a name, a grandeur, worthy of you, Marina. Marina. I know not what vile treason my soul divines. Cortez. Wealth and state and a husband, Don Juan de Jaramillo. Marina. Cease, Hernando, cease. Cortez. You leave tomorrow for Orizaba. Marina. And thus you abandon me, and thus you crown my loyalty and love, O monster, impious father, and thy son, Cortez, my son. No, the very panther does not abandon its little ones. That beast more human heart has than the grand Christian conqueror. Cortez. We must needs separate, and no power, you know it well, can bend my fixed purpose. In 1882, General Riva Palacio, author and statesman, published a little book, Los Ceros, The Zeros, under the nom de plume of Cero. It was a good-natured criticism of contemporary authors, written in a satirical vein. We will close with some quotations from it regarding Chavero. Well then, let us study Chavero upon his two weak sides, that is to say, upon his strong sides, because it is a curious thing that we always say, "This is my forte," when we are speaking of some penchant, while common opinion at once translates, "This is his weakness." Strength is the impregnable side, but we call the more vulnerable the strong side. Archaeology and the drama. Does it seem to you the title of a comedy? But no, dear sir, these are the passions of our friend Alfredo Chavero. True, archaeologists and dramatists are lacking in this land so full of antiques and comicalities. But theatrical management is difficult, and the way is sown, worse than with thorns, almost with bayonets. Alfredo has produced good dramas, but nobly dominated by the patriotic spirit. He has wished to place upon the boards such personages as the Queen Xochitl and Meconetzin, and with these personages no one gains a reputation here in Mexico. Our society, our nation, has no love for its traditions. Perhaps those writers are to blame for this, who ever seek for the actors in their story, personages of the Middle Ages, who love and fight in fantastic castles on the banks of the Rhine, or ladies and knights of the times of Orgaz and Villa Mediana. Those novelists who disdain the slightest reference in their works to the banquets, dress, and customs of our own society, who long to give aristocratic flavor to their novels by picturing Parisian scenes in Mexico and sketching social classes which they have seen through the pages of Arsène Houssaye, Émile Zola, Henry Berger, or Passant de Terreur, and our poets, who ever speak of nightingales and larks, gazelles and jacinths, without ever venturing to give place, in their doleful ditties, to the Cuitlacoche, nor the Zentzontel, nor the Cocomitl, nor the Yoloxochitl. As the Arabs have their Hegira, the Christians their era, and the Russians their calendar without the Gregorian correction, so Chaverito has his personal era and chronology. The Eolithic or Neolithic ages signify naught to him, nor the Jurassic nor the Cretaceous periods. He counts and divides his periods in a manner peculiar to himself and comprehensible to us, the ignoramuses in geology, archaeology, and paleontology. Thus, for example, treating of archaeology, he says, in Manuel Paino's Boyhood, when he refers to pre-Adamite man. Of men like Guillermo Prieto, he says, they are of the geological horizon of Guillermo Valle. Soldiers like Corona, he calls volcanic formations. The customs house receipts he names marine sediments. The Stone Age, in his nomenclature, signifies the time before he was elected deputy. When he says before the creation, it is understood that he refers to days when he had not yet been governor of the federal district. And if he says after Christ, he must be supposed to speak of an epoch posterior to his connection with the State Department. And it is claimed that he is so skilled in understanding hieroglyphs that he has deciphered the whole history of Xochimilco in the pittings left by smallpox on the face of a son of that pueblo. Suppose, dear reader, you encounter one of those stones, so often found in excavating in Mexico, a fragment on which are to be seen, coarsely cut, some engravings, or horrible reliefs, or shapeless figures. Have it washed, and present it to Chavero. Alfredo will wrinkle his forehead, take a pinch of snuff, join his hands behind him, and, displaying so much of his paunch as possible, will spit out for your benefit a veritable discourse. The passage which this stone represents is well known. It figures in an episode in the Great War between the Atepecates, warlike population of southern Anahuac, and the Esquimiles, their rivals, in which the latter were finally conquered. The person standing is Chilpocle XI of the dynasty of the Chacualoles, who by the death of his father, Chichicuilote III, inherited the throne, being in his infancy, and his mother, the famous Queen Apipisca II, the Semiramis of Tepachichilco, was regent during his youth. The person kneeling is Chayote V, unfortunate monarch of the vanquished, who owed the loss of his kingdom to the treachery of his counselor, Chincual, who is behind him. The two persons near the victor are his son, who was afterward the celebrated conqueror Cacahuatl II, and his counselor, the illustrious historian and philosopher Guajalote, nicknamed Chicoase, for the reason that he had 6 fingers on his left hand, and who was the chronicler of the revolt and destruction of the tribes of the Mestlapiques. The two-pointed star symbols which are seen above are the arms of the founder of the dynasty, Chahi-Ustel the Great, and this stone was sculptured during the golden age of the arts of the Atipotecas, when among their sculptors figured the noted Ajoloth, among their painters the most famous Tlacuil, and among their architects the celebrated Huasontl. End section 5.
Section 6 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Julio Zárate. Julio Zárate was born April 12, 1844, at Jalapa in the state of Veracruz, where he received his education. Since he was 23 years of age, he has been continuously in public life. In 1867, he was elected to the Chamber of Deputies, of which he remained a member for 25 years, being at times president, vice president, or secretary of the body. In 1879 and 1880, he was the Assistant Secretary of Foreign Affairs for the Republic. In 1884 to 1886, Secretary of State of the State of Veracruz, and from 1896 to the present time he has been a Justice of the Supreme Court of Mexico. Through all this long period of active public service, he has found time for literary work. From 1870 to 1875, was an editor of El Siglo XIX, the 19th century, in its time one of the most important journals of the Mexican capital. He wrote the third volume of the great work on national history, Mexico a través de los siglos, Mexico through the centuries, treating of the War of Independence. For 20 years past, from 1883, he has been professor of general history in the National Normal School. He has written 2 textbooks, one a compend of general history, the other of the history of Mexico. He has also been a contributor to various literary journals. While in the Chamber of Deputies, he was known for his oratorical ability, and his speeches were often notable for form and thought. He is a member of many learned societies at home and abroad. A miembro de número of the Sociedad Mexicana de Geografía y Estadística, Mexican Society of Geography and Statistics. Our selections are from Mexico a través de los siglos. The death of Hidalgo. Supporting himself on the opinion of the Assessor Baracho, the Commandant General, Don Nicolas Salcedo, had already since the 26th ordered the execution. After the degradation from the priestly office had been concluded, the sentence of death and confiscation of his goods was made known to Hidalgo on the same day, the 29th, and he was told to select a confessor to impart to him the last religious consolations. The illustrious promulgator of independence selected Friar José María Rojas, who had been notary of the ecclesiastical process instituted by the Bishop of Durango. In his prison, which was the room under the tower of the chapel of the Royal Hospital, he received kind and compassionate treatment from his 2 guards, Ortega and Guaspe, a Spaniard, alcaldes of that prison, to whom he showed his gratitude in 2 10-line poems written by himself with a piece of coal upon the wall the evening of his death. The 30th of July, the last day of his life, dawned, and in his last hours he showed the greatest calmness. He noticed, says Bustamante, that at breakfast they had given him less milk than usual, and asked for more, saying that it ought not to be less just because it was last. At the moment of marching to the place of execution, he remembered that he had left some sweets under his pillow. He returned for them and divided them among the soldiers who were to shoot him. At 7 in the morning he was taken to a place behind the hospital, where the sentence was executed. He did not die at the first discharge, but after falling to the ground received numerous bullets. His body found sepulchre in the chapel of San Antonio of the convent of San Francisco, and his head and those of Allende, Aldama, and Jimenez were carried to Guanajuato and placed in cages of iron at each one of the corners of the Alhóndiga of Granaditas, where they remained until 1821, when they were taken to the Ermita de San Sebastian. On the door of the Alhóndiga, by order of the intendant, Fernando Perez Marañón, the following inscription was placed: The heads of Miguel Hidalgo, Ignacio Allende, Juan Aldama, and Mariano Jimenez, notorious deceivers and leaders of the Revolution. They sacked and stole the treasures of God's worship and of the royal treasury. They shed with the greatest atrocity the blood of faithful priests and just magistrates, and they were the cause of all the disasters, misfortunes, and calamities which we here experience and which afflict and are deplored by all the inhabitants of this so integral part of the Spanish nation. Placed here by order of the Señor Brigadier Felix Maria Calleja del Rey, illustrious conqueror of Aculco, Guanajuato, and Calderón, and restorer of the peace in this America. Guanajuato, 14th of October, 1811. But the hour of reparation, though tardy, arrived. One of the first acts of the independent and liberated nation was to consecrate the memory of its martyrs and to reward the efforts of its loyal sons. And on the 13th anniversary of the glorious Grito de Dolores, the cry of the Dolores, i.e., the motto of independence, the heads of Hidalgo, Allende, Aldama, and Jimenez slowly became fleshless in the cages of Granaditas, and their other remains, buried in the humble cemetery of Chihuahua, were received with solemn pomp at the capital city, and a grateful people bore them to rest forever in the magnificent sepulchre before destined for the Spanish viceroys. The names of those heroes and other eminent leaders were inscribed in letters of gold in the Hall of Congress, and those of all will remain in indestructible characters in Mexican hearts. General Nicolas Bravo. Still fresh the laurels just gained in San Agustin, the valiant youth proceeded to the province which had been assigned to him as the seat of his campaign, and early in September advanced with 3,000 men to Medellin, after attacking a royalist convoy at the Puente del Rey, and taking 90 prisoners of the troops that guarded it. There Bravo was to cover himself with an immortal glory without counterpart in history. His father, General Leonardo Bravo, since the month of May, prisoner of the royalists, had been condemned to death in Mexico, and to the same fate were destined José María Piedras and Luciano Pérez, apprehended at the same time after the sally from Gualta. The viceroy had suspended the execution of the sentence in the hope that the prisoner might influence his sons, Nicolas and his brothers, to desert the files of independence and to ask for pardon, under which condition he offered him his life. But the youthful leader, although authorized by Morelos to save his father by accepting the pardon offered by the viceroyal government, believed he ought not to trust the pledges given, since he remembered that some time before the brothers Ordóñez were victims of the royalist colonel José Antonio Andrade, who had promised them pardon, but when he had them in his power commanded their execution. Morelos then wrote to the viceroy Vanegas, offering the surrender of 800 prisoners, mostly Spanish, as the price of Leonardo Bravo's life. The viceroyal government, in turn, refused this proposition, and on September 13, 1812, General Bravo and his fellow prisoners, Piedras and Perez, suffered in Mexico the penalty of the garrote, the former displaying in his last moments that calm and valor of which he had given so many proofs in battle. In communicating this sad news to Nicolas Bravo, Morelos ordered him to put all the Spanish prisoners he held, some 300 in number, to the knife. Let us hear the hero himself narrate his noble action, with the simplicity of one of Plutarch's characters. In effect, he said to me, in the proposition made to me in Cuernavaca, that the Viceroy Vanegas, offered me amnesty and the life of my father if I would yield myself. When Morelos was at Tehuacan, he appointed me general-in-chief of the forces, which were operating in the province of Vera Cruz. I commenced to fight him, Labaqui, and after an action lasting 48 hours, gained a complete victory, making 200 prisoners whom I sent under escort to the province of Vera Cruz, and returned with all my wounded to Tehuacan to give account of the action of arms confided to me. In the interview which I had with Morelos, he told me that he was about to send a communication to the Viceroy, Vanegas, offering him for my father's life 800 Spanish prisoners, and that he would inform me of the result. I immediately returned to the province of Vera Cruz, where 5 days after leaving Tehuacan, I had another favorable action near Puente Nacional, attacking a convoy which was proceeding to Jalapa with supplies. I took 90 prisoners and betook myself to Medellin, where I established my headquarters, and from where I threatened the city of Vera Cruz, with the 3,000 men who were under my command. After a few days, Morelos notified me that the proposition which he had made to the Viceroy had not been accepted, and that he, the Viceroy, had on the contrary commanded that my father be put to the garrote, and that he was already dead. He commanded me at the same time to order that all the Spanish prisoners in my power be put to the knife, and informed me that he had ordered the same to be done with the 400 who were in Zacatula and other points. I received this notice at 4 in the afternoon, and it moved me so much that I commanded the nearly 300 that I had at Medellin to prepare for death, and ordered the chaplain, a monk named Sotomayor, to aid them. But during the night, not being able to sleep, I reflected that the reprisals I was about to practice would greatly diminish the credit of the cause which I defended, and that by adopting a conduct contrary to the Viceroy's I would secure better results, an idea which pleased me far more than my first resolution. Then there presented itself the difficulty of palliating my disobedience to the order I had received. If I carried my resolve into effect with these thoughts, I occupied myself the whole night until 4 o'clock in the morning, when I resolved to pardon them in a public manner, which should produce the desired effect in favor of the cause of independence. With this end in view, I withheld my decision until 8 in the morning, when I ordered my troops to draw up in the form usual in cases of execution. The prisoners were brought out and placed in the center, where I informed them that the Viceroy, Vanegas, had exposed them to death that day, in not having accepted the proposition made in their favor for the life of my father, whom he had given to the garrote in the capital. That I, not caring to parallel such conduct, had determined not only to spare their lives for the moment, but to give them entire freedom to go where they pleased. To this, filled with joy, they replied that no one desired to leave, that all remained at the service of my division, which they did, with the exception of 5 merchants of Vera Cruz, who on account of business interests were given passports for that city. Among these was a Señor Madariaga, who afterward, in union with his companions, sent me in appreciation the gift of sufficient cloth to make clothing for a full battalion. Never in past times nor in modern ages could history record in its pages so noble an action, and never has human magnanimity expressed its lofty deeds with more sublime simplicity than that of the Mexican hero in the document which we have just copied. In the midst of that war of extermination, Bravo displays a noble sentiment of forgiveness, as a supreme protest of humanity whose laws were being disregarded and trampled underfoot. He condemns the barbarous system of reprisals. He teaches the conquerors, who immolated without exception so many prisoners as fell into their hands, to respect the life of the conquered. In contrast to Venegas, Calleja, Cruz, Aleman's hero, Trujillo, Llano, Polier, Castillo Bustamante, and so many others, stained with Mexican blood and thirsting for vengeance, he presents the spotless figure of the patriot giving life and liberty to the prisoners in his power. And he does this when he knows that his noble father, after a prolonged captivity, has succumbed under a punishment reserved for thieves and assassins, and he forgives, when his feared and respected leader orders him to punish. He restrains his great grief, and in the reflections to which he yields himself on the receipt of that order, he does not think of the blood of his father yet warm. He thinks only of his country's interests. He believes that the reprisals which he is ordered to practice will greatly diminish the credit of the cause of independence, and that by observing a conduct contrary to that of the viceroy, he would secure better results. He encounters but one difficulty, that he cannot palliate his responsibility in disobeying the order which he has received. And after meditating all night, he resolves to pardon the prisoners in a public manner, in order that the pardon may secure all the good results desirable in favor of the cause of independence. Bravo on that day conquered for his country titles of universal respect and rehabilitated human dignity in that period of unbridled cruelty. End of section 6. Section 7 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. José María Vigil. José María Vigil was born October 11, 1829, at Guadalajara. Early left an orphan, during the period of his education he was in straitened circumstances. He attended the Seminario in Guadalajara and studied law in the University of that city, but failed to secure his degree on account of his liberal views. He began literary work in 1849, and in 1851 his drama Dolores o una Pasión, Dolores or a Passion, was well received at the Teatro Principal at Guadalajara. In 1857 he published a collection of his poems under the title Realidades y Quimeras, Realities and Chimeras. In 1866 he published 2 volumes of verse and drama, Flores de Anahuac, Flowers of Anahuac. These writings were varied in style, and included original compositions and translations from Latin, French, English, Portuguese, Italian, and German. Through this period Vigil also edited literary periodicals, La Aurora Poética, the Poetic Dawn, and La Mariposa, the Butterfly. Señor Vigil's political career began in 1855, when Comonfort occupied the plaza of Guadalajara. With other youths, Vigil then began the publication La Revolución, the Revolution, in which were expounded the ideas of the later constitution of the Reform. From then on through the period of the Intervention, he led an active public life, writing and editing, and in other ways of fearlessly working for democratic principles. On December 31, 1863, he retired as the French entered Guadalajara, and sought a refuge in San Francisco, California, where he edited El Nuevo Mundo, the New World, devoted to the cause he loved. In 1865, poverty compelled him to return to Guadalajara. There he might have received desirable public appointments had he been willing to receive aught from the imperial government. He conducted an opposition and patriotic publication which was more than once suppressed. Since the Restoration, Vigil has filled many and important public posts. Passing to the city of Mexico about 1870, he has been repeatedly a member of the House of Deputies, always standing for radical democratic ideas. He has done much journalistic work, has pronounced discourses, served in judicial capacities, has edited important works, and has served many years as an educator. He founded La Biblioteca Mexicana, the Mexican Library, in which appear the important works of Las Casas and Teozomo, and the Codes Ramirez. He has been professor of logic in the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria. For many years past, and at present, he is the librarian of the National Library of Mexico. He is a member of all the important literary and scientific societies, among them the Sociedad Mexicana de Geografía y Estadística and the Liceo Hidalgo. When in 1881 the Mexican Academy increased its membership to 15 by the addition of one new chair, Señor Vigil was the unanimous choice of the academicians. He is now the secretary of that organization. Señor Vigil is the author of Volume 5 of the great historical work, Mexico a través de los siglos, Mexico through the centuries, treating of the period of la Reforma, the Reform. Our selection is taken from this work. The death of Maximilian. Meantime, the trial of the prisoners followed its course in Querétaro, and on the 13th at 8 in the morning the council of war met in the theatre of Iturbide, under the presidency of Lieutenant Colonel Platon Sanchez, the judges being Commandant Captain José Vicente Ramirez, Commandant Captain Emilio Lojero, Captain Ignacio Jurado, Captain Juan Rueda y Auza, Captain José Verástegui, and Captain Lucas Villagran. Maximilian excused himself from attendance on account of illness. The whole of the defense was read, and at 8 o'clock at night the council adjourned to meet again the next day. On the 14th, at 12:30, the trial ended, after the prosecutor had presented the rebuttal, in which death was demanded, and the defenders had replied. It was easy to guess what the sentence would be, and the associate defenders, who were in San Luis Potosi, hastened to direct to the President a second statement begging the pardon, a petition which was repeated on the 16th, on learning that the sentence had been confirmed by the General-in-Chief. The following reply of the President, communicated through the Minister of War, took the last hope from the defenders. Having examined this appeal for pardon, and others of a similar kind which have been presented to him with all the care which the gravity of the case demands, the President of the Republic has decided that he cannot accede to them, since the gravest considerations of justice and the necessity of safeguarding the peace of the nation oppose themselves to this act of clemency. At the same time the minister sent a telegram to General Escobedo, in which he told him that it had been decided that the execution should not take place until the morning of the 19th, in order that the sentenced might have time for the arrangement of their affairs. General Miramon's wife arrived at San Luis in these moments to see if she could save the life of her husband, but Juarez refused to see her, saying to the lawyers of the defense, "Spare me this painful interview, which, considering the irrevocable nature of the decision, would but cause the lady much suffering." Finally, when Señores Rivas Palacios and Martinez de la Torre were parting from the President of the Republic, he said to them, "In fulfilling your duty as defenders, you have suffered much by the inflexibility of the government. Today you cannot understand the necessity of this, nor the justice which supports it. The appreciation of this is reserved to the future. The law and the sentence are, at this time, inexorable, because the public welfare demands it. It also may counsel us to the least bloodshed, and this will be the greatest pleasure of my life." The legal resources exhausted, the plan of escape devised by the Princess Salm, in collusion with the ministers of Austria, Belgium, and Italy, and the French consul, frustrated, the prisoners waited with resignation until the terrible moment should arrive in which the sentence was to be executed. The last letters and dispositions written by Maximilian and Miramon show that their natural valor did not abandon them in those supreme moments. Mejia wrote nothing, but in the mental depression in which the disease from which he was suffering submerged him, he maintained that tranquil stoicism which marked his temperament. On the 19th, at 6 in the morning, a division of 4,000 men, under command of General Jesus Diaz de Leon, formed at the foot of the Cerro de las Campañas, on the northeast slope. Maximilian, Miramon, and Mejia arrived at about 7:15, brought in carriages, and each one accompanied by a priest. Maximilian descended first, and said courteously to his companions in misfortune, "Let us go, gentlemen," and the three directed themselves with firm step to the place of execution, where they gave each other a farewell embrace. Maximilian then advanced and distributed 20 gold pieces among the soldiers who were to shoot him, and then raising his voice said, "I am about to die for a just cause, the liberty and independence of Mexico. May my blood seal the unhappiness of my new country. Viva Mexico!" Miramon read the following in a loud voice: "Mexicans, in the council of war my defenders attempted to save my life, here soon to lose it, and about to appear before God, I protest against the stigma of traitor which they have tried to put upon me to palliate my sacrifice. I die innocent of that crime, and I forgive its authors, hoping that God may pardon me, and that my compatriots will remove so foul a stigma from my sons, doing me justice. Viva Mexico! Placing himself on the spot indicated, Maximilian, who had asked that his face might not be disfigured, separated his beard with his hands, to one side and the other, exposing his chest. Miramon said, "Here," indicating his heart, and raising his head. And Mejia, who had given the soldiers charged with his execution an ounce of gold to divide between them, said never a word, but merely laid by the crucifix, which he held in his hand, on seeing that they were aiming at him. The signal to fire was given, and a discharge put an end to the bloody drama of the empire in Mexico, which was so fatal for its authors and for its partisans. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Primo Feliciano Velásquez. Primo Feliciano Velásquez was born at Santa Maria del Rio in the state of San Luis Potosí, June 6, 1860. Before he was 9 years of age, on account of promise shown in the schoolroom, he was taken in hand by the village priest, who taught him Latin, and later secured for him admittance to the Seminario Conciliar at the capital city of San Luis Potosí. He was a diligent student, and completed his study of law on October 23, 1880. Although his legal career opened auspiciously, he preferred to devote himself to journalism. In 1883, he founded, at San Luis Potosí, a publication intended to promote the celebration of the Iturbide Centennial, through which he established a standing among the eminent literary men of Mexico. In 1885, in company with several others, he established El Estandarte, the Standard, a periodical bitterly opposed to the state government, which caused him many vexations and penalties. Velásquez has made a special study of local history and archaeology. His Descubrimiento y Conquista de San Luis Potosí, Discovery and Conquest of San Luis Potosí, received recognition from the Royal Spanish Academy. His Instrucción Pública en San Luis Potosí durante la dominación española, Public Instruction in San Luis Potosí during the Spanish domination, was published in the Memoirs of the Mexican Academy, of which he has been a correspondent since 1886. His Colección de Documentos para la Historia de San Luis Potosí, Collection of Documents for the History of San Luis Potosí, in 4 volumes, was published between 1897 and 1899. Señor Velásquez has, during recent years, returned to the practice of law. The Tlaxcalan settlements. In this year of 1589, in which peace was arranged, Santa Maria del Rio was founded by Guachichiles and Otomis on lands of the hacienda of Villela and at a place called San Diego de Atotonilco. Of the villages of our state, this one and Tierra Nueva count among their founders individuals of Otomi stock. The other colonies established were formed with Indians brought from Tlaxcala, either because that city was populous, or because of its relative culture, or, what is more probable, because of its unshakable loyalty to the Spaniards. It is asserted that 400 families set out from the ancient republic for these parts, by order of the Viceroy, Don Luis de Velasco II, 1591, and with the aid of Friar Jerónimo Mendieta. Friars Ignacio de Cardenas and Jerónimo de Zárate brought them and distributed them in Tlaxcalia, on the outskirts of the city of San Luis, close by the congregation of Santiago, which was of Guachichiles, in San Miguel, Mezquitic, Venado, San Andrés, Colotlan, and Saltillo. It can easily be believed that these colonists would not readily consent to abandon their soil and come to such a distance to serve as a protection against barbarians and as a guarantee of their obedience. Far from it. They stipulated that they should enjoy the same privileges as if they were noble-born Castilians, that they should go on horse and bear arms, and that their towns, in which no Spaniards were to live, should measure 3 leagues on each side. Andrés de Olmos. God, who holds aloft with his right hand a torch to light the way of his creatures, and to fructify in the very field of death the germs of life, behind the bearded divinities, with dress of steel and armed with thunderbolts, from the region of light, the east, that they might anoint with the oil of charity the victims of greed, and resuscitate for heaven those dead for the world, sent the friars, shorn and shaven, unshod, clad in sackcloth, with no shield but their faith, with no weapon but the gospel. Among these was that notable man who wandered through the whole Huasteca, while the Guachichiles still obstinately fought their fierce battles. So wise was he that, besides his miracle play of the Last Judgment, and conversations, sermons, and tractates, all written in Aztec, he left grammars and vocabularies of that language, and of the Totonaco and Huastec, as well as many other books for the instruction and admiration of missionaries, philologists, and historians. So poor that when he died there was naught but a rosary, some beads, a disciplina, and the cilicio, left to his hosts in token of gratitude. So temperate that he did not in the least seek those things which the appetite naturally desires, nor took pleasure in them, but ate whatever was placed before him, although bad in savor and smell. So strong that after bearing a heavy weight of years, going on foot through wastes and wilds in a trying climate, without any kind of comfort, not only did he not choose to accept the rest and shelter which his brethren urged upon him, when they saw him old, asthmatic, insect-bitten, to the degree that he looked like a leper, but glorifying in his natural, strong constitution, again betook himself to the mountains where the warlike Chichimecs had their strongholds, to preach to them for the last time in the name of the crucified, a gospel of obedience and peace. Already you know, gentlemen, that I speak of the friar Andres de Olmos, companion of the venerable Zumárraga. Martyrs to the Faith. In the new, as in the old world, in the deserts as in the cities, in the mountains as in the plains, the gospel, light and truth, refreshment, hope and delight at once, has to subjugate all peoples, to soften the fierce and uncultured, and to reduce to peace, order, and progress, whatever may be the language in which it be announced. By divine arrangement, the doorposts must be marked with blood of innocent victims, gentle and pure, that the avenging angel may pass by, and not wet his sword with the blood of the firstborn. Thus, in the northeast, 4 leagues from Zacatecas, a little after the year 1556, kneeling and with the crucifix in his hand, Friar Juan de Tapia yielded his blood to the sharp arrows of the Guachichiles. Thus, Friar Juan Cerrato shed his blood at the hands of the pagans, to whom he came from Jalisco, that he might raise them from their rude condition and bring them to a knowledge of their Creator and to the bosom of the Holy Catholic Church. Thus, the friars Francisco Doncel and Pedro de Burgos, inundated with their red life fluid the deep gorge of Chamacuero, where, fierce as tigers, the Chichimecs hurled themselves upon them. Father Doncel was returning from Pátzcuaro with Friar Pedro, carrying a crucifix which he had ordered made for the Villa of San Felipe, of the convent of which he was guardian. Looking to the security of the image, they came accompanied by soldiers, but as these fled at the moment of attack by the Indians, they left the holy monks abandoned and helpless. As was his duty in such a crisis, Father Doncel knelt and, raising the crucifix aloft, lifted up his voice in prayer. Devoted to their sublime mission, both the friars suffered death from the furious rage of the savages, which, not content with blood, and with stripping off the garments to deck itself in them, and to run races thus garbed, uttering beast cries, sawed off the heads, tore off the skull caps, and wore them to make display of its triumph. That image of Jesus is still venerated in San Felipe under the name of the Señor de la Conquista, and that gorge in which these monks perished is still called the Arroyo de las Martires, Gorge of the Martyrs. Nearby, at 4 leagues' distance from Colotlan, is the spot where Friar Luis de Villalobos, sealed by a glorious death in 1582, the doctrine which he taught the heathen. Not far distant is where Friar Andrés de la Puebla was cruelly beaten in 1586, and the skin was torn off his head from the eyebrows upward, while he was denouncing idolatry and intoning the divine praises. Ours is that land of Charcas, where also suffered martyrdom the Friar Juan del Rio, brother of the general of that name, who made the final campaign against the Chichimecs. One day, in 1586, when the Spaniards had sallied from the town, a body of Indians attacked it and stole the cattle. The only 2 soldiers, whom they had left on guard, started in pursuit. Shortly after, the friar followed them on horse, believing the robbers would respect his presence. When he arrived where they were, he saw that one soldier was dead, and that the other was in imminent peril. He besought his enemies to calm themselves and hear him, and did not cease to speak, even when a rain of arrows fell upon him, striking him in every part of the body. Reason enough was there for the astonishment of the assassins, for the arrows, though many and well directed, made no impression. He held himself well on his horse and continued speaking. The Indians then aimed at his head, and with 3 or 4 shots brought him to the ground. What think you was the cause of his apparent invulnerability? To find out, the barbarians, running up to examine the body, despoiled it of clothing, and found an immense silicio, an iron network supplied with iron points inside, which constantly tore the flesh of the penitent friar. Diego Ordóñez. What do you admire in the great navigator, whose fortunate discovery 2 hemispheres are now preparing to celebrate? His wisdom, his valor, his boldness? While he possessed all these in heroic grade, it is surely not these which in him captivate us, but his faith, his marvelous faith, which sustained him erect and firm in the midst of innumerable obstacles, betrayed by treachery, mocked and harassed by adverse fortune, and he held it against machinations and dangers until he planted it securely in the land of his dreams. Well, of this same faith, which caused the inspired mariner to triumph over enemies and obstacles and the mysterious dangers of the sea, there are also found examples in these our regions which ought not to be held unworthy of esteem, because they are buried in the humble chronicles of a province. For even thus, in solitude, a diamond gleams more brightly. When the immortal Genoese entered the service of Spain, there had just, 1483, taken the Franciscan habit in Salamanca a youth of such precocity that at 13 years he had already graduated in philosophy. At 16, dedicated to the study of theology, he made such progress in this science and in Greek and Hebrew that, with no little credit to his order, he occupied, through many years, the professorship in his convent, where, as is well known, Columbus found a more friendly reception than among the proud professors of the famous university. From Guatemala, whither the learned teacher went in 1539 to occupy himself with the instruction of the wild Indians, he passed to Mexico, called to serve as consultor to the Holy Office. The snows of 100 winters already whitened his head, but as the volcanoes which display a snowy crown to conceal the forge where are smithed their glowing thunderbolts, so the venerable centenarian priest. He scarcely tarried at the viceregal court. Like a flaming arrow, he went to Michoacán, Zacatecas, and Durango, whose inhabitants enjoyed the last ministrations of the philosopher, theologian, humanist, and eminent preacher, whose name was Diego Ordóñez, and who, at 117 years of age, seated in a chair because he could not stand, died in sombrerete, preaching to the Indians. He who had been the pride of the convent at Salamanca, and the venerated oracle of theologians and inquisitors. Antonio de Roa. 2 methods were employed by him, or rather one only, in converting so untamed and rude a people. No one is ignorant that in New Spain the worship of the Holy Cross has ever been general. Be the mountain beautiful or barren, lofty or low, the natives were accustomed to rear a cross upon it. Where roads forked, they set it up, and also in the streets and plazas, that they might venerate it at every step and bow before it. With greater reason, therefore, believed Father Roa, ought the sacred emblem to be multiplied upon the rugged mountain trails which, at first glance, had so much discouraged him. But not consenting to erect it in spots where before the Indians had adored their idols, he taught them to honor it with great love and unheard of penances. When he went forth from his convent, he had them throw about his neck a halter, dragged by 2 Indians. Thus, with quick step, downcast eyes, in tears, with ardent groaning, he went, meditating on the passion of the Redeemer, until he reached the spot where stood a cross. Scarcely knelt before it, the Indians, who accompanied him and knew his orders, buffeted him, spat upon him, and cruelly beat him. This was repeated as many times as there were crosses on the way, and there were many. When it is stated that this practice was constant and but the beginning of each day, one begins to have an idea of the examples which he set to the new followers of Christ. One is stupefied to read that, arrived at the village, he preached and administered the sacraments then waited until night to make a general flagellation, which finished, he sallied from the church, naked from the waist up and barefoot, with a halter around his neck, in order to walk around the churchyard, which was strewn with glowing brands. One can hardly believe that his strength allowed him to preach, on returning into the church, a sermon upon the torments of hell, and further, that after all this he endured the torture of boiling water, which his rough followers threw over his lacerated body. Still, the idea of the sufferings which he added to those, today as then, inseparable from a region so wild and remote, is not complete until we know that in Lent he was accustomed thrice weekly to bathe the ermita of Molango with his blood. In his oratory he had painted the prayer in the garden, and there, after his long prayers, the Indians came to beat him, while they overwhelmed him with insults. They stripped him from the waist up, and violently tore away the coarse and rasping cloth which was bound closely to his flesh. They threw a halter about his neck, and in this guise dragged him to a second oratory, where was painted a Magdalene anointing the Lord's feet. Placing him there, before an Indian who, seated in his tribunal, represented divine justice, they accused him of being a wicked man, an ingrate, proud, perverter, and false. He replied nothing on the matter to the questions of the judge, but after a little time confessed his sins, ingratitude, and faults in a loud voice. He replied as little to a new accusation made against him with false witnesses, of the truth of which the judge declared himself convinced, and ordered that they should beat him naked, which they did thoroughly, until the blood ran down upon the ground from his raw and quivering body. Afterward they kindled splinters of fat pine, with the sizzling resin of which they scorched him from the shoulders to the soles of his feet, and lastly they laid upon him a heavy cross, which he bore in a procession around the enclosure over a bed of glowing coals. End of section 8. Section 9 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Juan F. Molina Solis. Juan F. Molina Solis, representative of one of the oldest and most respected families of Yucatan, was born June 11, 1850, in the village of Hequelchacan. His father was Juan F. Molina Esquivel, his mother Cecilia Solis de Molina. In 1857, the family removed to Mérida, where the boy's education was carried on. He received the degree of Master of Arts from the Seminario Conciliar de San Ildefonso, after which he studied law, graduating in 1874. He has ever occupied a prominent position in Mérida as a successful lawyer, as teacher in the Seminario, as professor in the law school, as journalist, and as author. In literature, he has largely confined himself to history, especially the history of Yucatan. His Historia del Descubrimiento y Conquista de Yucatán, con una reseña de la historia antigua de esta península, History of the Discovery and Conquest of Yucatan, with a summary of the ancient history of this peninsula, is a standard authority. It is admirably written, and is marked by a sober criticism and constant reference to original sources. Besides this, the largest and most important work that he has written, we may mention a collection of polemical historical articles and of miscellaneous editorials presented under the general title El Primer Obispado de la Nación Mexicana, the first bishopric of the Mexican nation, and an interesting historical sketch, El Conde de Peñalba, the Count of Peñalba. In his editorials, Señor Molina often discusses matters of transcendent importance to the nation. While extremely conservative, and hence often in the opposition, his writings on such themes are thoughtful, candid, just, and patriotic. Among such articles are some treating of representative government, the election of deputies and senators to the Federal Congress, the commercial treaty between Mexico and the United States, etc. The passage presented here, in translation, is a chapter from El Conde de Peñalba. The Horrors of 1648 in Yucatan. The Count could not arrive at a more unfortunate moment, nor amid conditions sadder than those among which fate decreed his coming to these shores. The situation of the peninsula could not be more sorrowful or calamitous. An epidemic disease, whether cholera or yellow fever or the Black Plague is uncertain, was just ceasing to devastate the community, and the misfortunes and ruin which it caused had not yet ended. That pest began in the year 1648, year unlucky for Yucatan. After the season of northers in February of that year, a drought set in, so rigorous as to sterilize the soil and to produce intense heat, which was increased by burning over the fields in preparation for the year's sowing. This drought, these heats, the peninsula suffers ordinarily, but for a short time only, from the month of March until the rains fall in May, and it even happens often that before the rains, showers refresh the air and moisten and fertilize the earth. The year 1648 was not, however, such. The heats, initiated in the month of February, augmented more and more until they reached the extreme degree which human nature can endure. The inhabitants of the country anxiously begged for rain to diminish the heat in which they were burning, but heaven, deaf to their clamors, refused to open its stores, and time passed without a single drop of rain coming to refresh the thirsty earth. Sometimes the rains delay until the end of June, but what was seen in 1648 has never been since repeated. June passed, July passed, August began, and the land was as dry as a fleshless skeleton, exposed to the quivering rays of a dog-day's sun. The dust, fine and penetrating, was constantly raised in clouds from March on at the blast of the southeast wind, and shut out from view the barren fields, which, when visible, offered to the eye nothing but leafless trees, and ground overgrown with briars and brambles, without greenness. Nor was the afternoon breeze any relief from the extraordinary heat and drought, because that little current of air, blowing so softly and agreeably on summer afternoons, at that time came impregnated with an odor strong and pestiferous, as if the whole peninsula had been encircled by filthy and stinking cesspools. And this was because that period of drought coincided with an extraordinary infection of the fishes of the sea, which died in infinite numbers, and their bodies, tossed up by the sea onto the shores, formed gigantic heaps of putrefaction, which poisoned the air. How great must have been the number of those dead fish, since it is stated that the vessels that were navigating near our coasts were checked in their courses and journeyed slowly, as if they were running in the belt of calms, or through spaces filled with drifting ice. In vain our police force, then in embryo, sent out daily, from all the towns near the coast, files of Indians led by a Spaniard, for the purpose of burning the dead fish. The very stench of the burning came to be unbearable, so that finally the expedient was abandoned as harmful. Suffering under these tribulations, the people intensified their affliction by dire forebodings, which existed more in their imagination than in reality. As always happens, in time of social calamity, aged persons spoke of similar times in remote epochs which had preceded horrible disasters. The air appearing thick and heavy, they imagined that the sun did not shine as it was accustomed to do, but was as if eclipsed, and, in fine, the inner sadness of minds was reflected in external things, conspiring to exalt the fancy with dread of vague misfortunes, of coming and fatal ills. And the fear became reality, since in the month of June a terrible and contagious disease made its frightful appearance in Campeche. Whether it was the Levantine plague, which a little before had ravaged Europe and was brought by some vessel to the port, whether it was occasioned by the putrefaction of the dead fishes, whether it was the cholera which visited us for the first time, or whether it was the yellow fever scourging with an iron hand, we cannot say. It is enough to know that it was a terrible disease, which converted Yucatan into an immense cemetery. Sometimes without any warning, it showed itself in intense pains in the bones, accompanied by excessive fever and delirium. At other times, with the fever was united vomiting of putrid blood. Now it presented the diarrhea of the cholera patient, now the putrid dysentery of pernicious fever. Some died in 8 or 10 hours. Others lasted through 3, 4, or even 7 days. Men more than women, and the youth, lively and vigorous, more than the feeble and infirm, were the field preferred by the epidemic. No one escaped its deleterious influence, and the Spaniard and Indian, the Negro, the mulatto, and the mestizo all paid their tribute to the contagion, which showed no respect in its depredations. In its course, it sometimes skipped populations, and while it swooped pitilessly down upon some obscure and distant village, it neglected some town close by, and exposed to its attack. Sometimes it seemed to spare the Indians, only to return later and make a clean sweep of them. There were great sadness and horror in Mérida when notice was brought of the rapid, frequent, and painful deaths which were taking place in Campeche, and which suggested the existence of the plague, the more so as an effort was made to minimize the reports of conditions. The pest, the somber and frightful pest, which brings death as a daily thought to the minds of all, and not sweet and peaceful death, but the most distressing of all, death in solitude and abandonment. The stupor caused by the news did not prevent some measures of sanitation to prevent the invasion of the contagion, the principle of which was isolation. The city completely separated itself, closed the highways, set numerous guards in the roads, and all the inhabitants turned their eyes to God, imploring pity. The temples were thronged, and deeds of mercy were more frequent and general. Nothing, however, sufficed to stay the advance of the disease. In turn, it attacked Mérida, leaping over all the populations in the line of progress, and appearing in the city at the end of July. At first it attacked but few, here and there a person. Although the number stricken did not cause a panic, the promptness with which they died struck terror. This, however, was but the beginning of the affliction, because afterward, in the first days of August, the disease increased above measure, and by the middle of the month almost all the inhabitants of the city were stretched upon the bed of pain by the contagion. Whole families were stricken and died in isolation, with no one to care for them, or even to call a nurse, a physician, or a priest to give some aid. In the sad and deserted streets were only to be seen, passing like fugitive spectres, the secular clergy, the Jesuits, and the Franciscans in their long gowns, rapidly crossing from house to house to administer consolation to those dying who had the happiness to receive them. Because not infrequently, when the priests crossed the threshold of the house of death, they only encountered sepulchral stillness and corpses. At other times it happened that the priest who bore the viaticum was himself suddenly stricken with the disease, and was obliged to lay himself down to die in the first doorway, while another priest came to take the holy elements from his hands to continue the sacred task of abnegation and sacrifice. In the cathedral, in Santa Lucia, in San Cristobal, in Santiago, in San Sebastian, in Santa Catalina, the corpses were buried in the burying grounds near the churches. But so great was the crowd of the dead that the town government commanded new cemeteries to be opened and blessed in the fields, and in order not to increase the panic, it ordered that the bodies should be carried to all these cemeteries at dawn, where a priest received them and repeated a prayer over them, and they were thrown into the common trench. That was a mournful spectacle which those fields of death presented at that hour, with long files of corpses, badly clad or wrapped in serapes or in henequen mattings, laid out on boards or stretchers. The governor, Don Esteban de Azcárraga, did not escape the pest. He died August 8, and was buried quietly, not to augment the consternation of the city. A Franciscan friar, José de Orozco, mounted, hale and hearty, the pulpit in the church of San Francisco to preach the sermon, and descended ill and died. The regidors in the town government died. Of 8 Jesuits who lived in the colleges of San Javier and San Pedro, 6 sacrificed their lives on the altar of charity, succoring the sufferers day and night. 20 Franciscans perished in the same labors. Clergy, seculars, canonigos, pensioners, royal employees, in short, the principal and choicest of the city, went down to the tomb in the month of August, 1648. Public consternation had reached its height. The city was completely overwhelmed. Without physicians, without adequate supplies of medicines, with no hospital except that of Nuestra Señora del Rosario, later known by the name San Juan de Dios, from the fact that it was in other times served by the mendicant friars, sustained with difficulty, without sanitary police, without hygienic arrangements, with the deaths increasing, the public spirit crushed. It was then, when deprived of every human succor, the inhabitants of Mérida redoubled their appeals to heaven, and recalling the great devotion of the province to the Most Holy Virgin Mary, resolved to make a pilgrimage to the sanctuary of Izamal, and to bring the sacred image, there venerated, in public procession, in order to attribute to it special worship during 9 consecutive days. The licentiate, Don Juan de Aguileta, vice-governor, was appointed by the city to represent it and bring the sacred image to Mérida. In so great faith and mortal terror were all the people, that the licentiate Aguileta, himself ill with the pest, did not hesitate a moment to receive the commission, and without discussion started for Izamal. whether for the faith with which he undertook the journey, the change of temperature, or some other reason, the fact is that the licentiate was cured before he reached Izamal. As soon as the Indians learned the object of his journey, they tenaciously opposed the removal of the sacred statue, fearing that it would not be returned to its traditional sanctuary. The persuasions, threats, and exhortations of the authorities availed nothing, nor did those of the friars themselves. The Indians distrusted all, and did not willingly lend themselves to permit the departure of the sacred image until the provincial of the Franciscans agreed to remain in Izamal as a hostage until the venerated figure should be restored to its temple. And so seriously did the Indians take his proposal that they placed guards upon all the roads out from the town to prevent his escape. These measures having been taken by the Indians, the holy image started from Izamal for Mérida. It was not a procession. It was a grand popular festival. It was a triumphal march with an enormous accompaniment of people who poured forth from their homes to see pass by on the highway the statue of the venerated patroness of Yucatan, whose aid was besought. Those who know the faith, the ardor, the effusion of soul with which the humble and common people devote themselves to religious practices, can imagine the enthusiasm, bordering on delirium, with which the inhabitants of the surrounding towns flocked together, anxious to render their homage of love to the Virgin Mary. Long and closely packed files of devotees with lighted torches formed the accompaniment, which stretched as a broad blazing strip through the dry and arid wastes bordering the road. All on foot, all praying, all filled with remorse and penitent, they arrived at the outskirts of Mérida, where a numerous and select concourse awaited the procession. The regidors, the canonigos, the principal ladies had gone, barefoot in sign of penitence, and when the procession passed through the streets of the city, from the Cruz de la Villa to the Plaza Mayor, the sick had themselves brought to the doors and windows of their houses to implore health. After a brief rest at the cathedral, the procession went to the church of San Francisco, where for 9 days constantly the most solemn worship was attributed to the Most Holy Virgin. The 9 days having passed, on the 23rd of August, 1648, the alcalde-governor, Don Juan de Salazar y Montejo, returned the sacred image to the sanctuary of Izamal with the same splendor, pomp, and accompaniment. The pest mitigated, in fact, in Mérida at the end of August, and had almost disappeared before the middle of September, although merely changing the scene of its ravages. As happens always, the gathering of people, the numerous concourse of inhabitants from other towns, scattered the seed of the contagion, which spread its devastation throughout the whole country. The first to be attacked were the Indians of Izamal, who, faithful and devoted, did not abandon the sacred image for a moment on its journey from its natal city to Merida. From Izamal, the pest extended slowly to the east and south. The great procession took place in August, and already in September the district of Izamal was smitten. In October, the epidemic had propagated itself to Tikul, Chapab, Bolonchen, Mani, Bolonchentical. In December, it had spread throughout the whole coast, and thus, spreading from town to town, it fiercely struck its claws into the whole peninsula during 2 long and weary years. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Luis Gonzales Obregón. Luis Gonzales Obregón, one of the best-known of living Mexican writers, was born in Guanajuato, August 25, 1865. After studying under private teachers at his home, he went to Mexico, where he completed his preparatory studies in the Seminario and in the Colegio de San Ildefonso. Ill health interfered with his further education, but he had already developed a strong affection for literary, and particularly for historical pursuits, which has motivated his whole life work. He is a devoted student of the national history of his country and particularly delights in the investigation of obscure and curious incidents. So far as a feeble physical constitution has allowed, he has given himself up to such researches and to writing. In 1889 he published a useful little volume entitled Novelistas Mexicanos en el siglo XIX, Mexican Novelists in the 19th Century. In an introductory section he briefly characterizes the Mexican novel. He then presents a complete list of the novelists of the century to the time of his writing, with the names of their novels and a few discriminating words regarding their place in the national literature. Our author's best-known work is certainly Mexico Viejo, Old Mexico, of which a first series was printed in 1891 and a second series in 1895. These have recently been republished in a single volume in Paris. The work consists of essays, each dealing with some special event in Mexican history, or sketching the life of some eminent person, or depicting some old custom or popular practice. Usually they contain information derived from unpublished manuscripts or rare and ancient works. Among the many other writings of our author, 2 biographical sketches demand particular mention on account of the interest and prominence of the men who formed the subjects. These are Don José Joaquín Fernández de Lizardi, famous as a writer early in the last century, under the nom de plume of El Pensador Mexicano, the Mexican thinker, and Vida y Obras de Don José Fernando Ramírez, Life and Works of José Fernando Ramírez, the eminent literary man, historian, and statesman. The selections, which we here present, are from Mexico Viejo. They do not as satisfactorily represent Señor Obregón's style as longer passages would, as he is at his best when he narrates some ancient legend or describes some popular festival. Changes in Mexico. For some years past, Mexico has been undergoing a slow but evident transformation. Everywhere the modern spirit modifies what is old. Customs, types, dress, monuments, and buildings are completely losing the long-fixed physiognomy of the colonial days. The customs of our ancestors, half Spanish, half indigenous, are disappearing, replaced by a mixture of European practices, and now, in the same house, one prays in the old fashion, clothes oneself after the French style, and eats after the Italian manner. One mounts his horse or enters his coach a la English, and conducts his business a la Yankee in order to lose no time. The fountains, Those ancient fountains of the colonial epoch have been replaced by hydrants and troughs at every corner, and the traditional type of the aguador, water carrier, is eclipsed and forced to betake himself to those sections where the deep shadows of the electric lights fall, and where the precious fluid does not flow of itself except when it pleases heaven to inundate the streets and alleys. The China has died to live only in the beautiful romances of the popular Fidel. The Quiera yields her gay and picturesque puesto of refreshing waters to the experienced señorita, who in high-heeled shoes and tightly laced bodice serves as iced drink in vessels of fine crystal. The sereno, with his shining varnished hat, his ladder on his shoulder, and his lantern in his right hand, withdraws shamefaced before the gendarme, and thus with other types, whom the curious investigator now encounters only in the pictures of forgotten books. Who now remembers the habits of the humble friars, who once traveled through the streets amid the respectful salutations of the faithful? The coaches slung on straps, the gigs, the omnibuses, are all passing away, all are forgotten in the noisy whirl of English and American carriages and the confusion of the tranvías, which rapidly slip over their steel rails. Mexico changes, principally, in its material part. The old houses fall daily, facades change, the ancient wooden roofs give way to iron sheeting. The streets are being lengthened, their names are expressed in cabalistic signs, and their historic and traditional associations are relegated to the verses of our poets. The city, born amid the rubbish of the heroic Tenochtitlan, the capital city of the Viceroyalty of New Spain, which had on every corner a chapel or temple, or at least a picture of a saint, pious evidences of the religion of the populace, now rejuvenates itself, appropriating those old buildings consecrated to some special purpose, to some use far different since the epoch of the Reform. What was then a church is now a library. What was a convent, a barrack. What was a customs house, a departmental office. A corridor becomes a gallery, a patio a warehouse, a refectory a stable. Before the special physiognomy of those times completely disappears, before the crowbar demolishes the last facades, before the scaffolding is raised against the bulging wall, before, finally, we hear the song or whistle of the indifferent stonecutter, as he mercilessly chisels the stone which will completely change the aspect of those things upon which our forebears gazed, we propose to conjure up the incidents, the times, and customs which have gone that future generations need not vainly excavate among forgotten ruins. Luisa Martinez. The War of Independence in Mexico had also its martyr heroines. The insurgents never executed a woman of the Royalists, but that party stained its arms with the blood of the fair sex. There was another heroine of humble origin whom we ought not to omit, because she, also, was a martyr of the independence. She was named Luisa Martinez, wife of Stephen García Martinez, nicknamed the Reveler, who kept a little shop in the pueblo of Erongariguaro about the years 1815 and 1816. In that pueblo all were chaquetas, that is to say, partisans of the Royalists. She, however, was devoted to the other flag. She courageously aided the insurgent warriors. She gave them timely information, victuals, resources, and communicated to them messages from their superior officers, with whom she kept in constant touch. One day, her messenger, bearing letters directed to the insurgent leader, Tomás Pacheco, was surprised by Pedro Celestino Negrete. Luisa Martinez fled, but pursued, captured, and tried, she was compelled to pay 2,000 pesos and to promise to communicate no further with the patriots in order to regain her liberty. But she was not warned by her experience. Thrice again was she pursued, imprisoned, and fined, until at last she could not pay the sum, 4,000 pesos, which Negrete demanded, and was shot by his order in the year 1817 in a corner of the cemetery of the parish church at Erongariguaro. Just before her execution, turning to Negrete, she said to him, "Why such persistent persecution of me? I have the right to do what I can to help my country because I am a Mexican. I do not believe that I have committed any crime, but simply have fulfilled my duty. Negrete remained inflexible, and Luisa Martinez fell, pierced by royalist bullets. Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz. If there is one literary glory among us, universally recognized and applauded, it is Sister Juana Inés de la Cruz, most virtuous nun, inspired poet, and preeminently admirable for her prodigious learning. Sister Juana was a privileged being. Her beauty captivated all hearts. Her intellect astonished her contemporaries. The life of that surprising woman is almost a fairy tale. She was born near the slopes of those giants, Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, in a country place called San Miguel Nepantla, in a humble inn known by the name of La Celda, at 11 o'clock in the night of Thursday, November 12, 1651. At 3 years of age, she had coaxed the teacher of her sister to teach her to read. She was not yet 7 when she had written verses and addresses to the Santísimo Sacramento in order to win a book which had been offered as a prize. She came to Mexico, where she devoured the few books which her grandfather owned. In 20 lessons with her teacher Martín de Olivas, she learned the Latin language. She begged her mother to dress her as a man, that she might study at the university. Later, young and beautiful, as lady-in-waiting of Doña Leonora María de Carreto, then the Vicereina of New Spain, Juana de Asbaje charmed the gallants with her witcheries and astounded the learned with her knowledge. One time, the Viceroy Antonio Sebastián de Toledo, Marquis of Mancera, desired to convince himself whether the learning of that lady was real or apparent. He collected at his palace all the notable men, reputed learned, in the city. What with theologians, philosophers, mathematicians, historians, poets, humanitarians, and not a few of those whom in sport we called tertulios, says Padre Calleja, 40 were present. Juana de Asbaje appeared before that severe tribunal for examination. She astounded all by her responses. The Viceroy himself, years later, admiringly recounted the impressions of that day to Padre Calleja and added, "As a royal galleon would defend itself against the few fishing smacks which might assail it, so did Juana Inés easily disentangle herself from the questions, arguments, and objections which they all, each in his own way, put to her." But she did not long shine in worldly life. Mysterious reasons, disappointments, or impossible affections, or more likely, the repeated entreaties of her confessor, decided her to enter a convent. She first chose that of San Jose, of the order of the Barefoot Carmelites, today Santa Teresa de Antigua, but the rigors of that order so enfeebled her that she abandoned the novitiate at the end of 3 months by order of physicians. Soon, however, she entered another nunnery, that of San Jerónimo, never again to depart. There she publicly made her vows on the 24th of February, 1669. Pedro Velásquez de la Cadena, a wealthy man of distinguished family, endowed her, and her confessor, Padre Antonio Núñez de Mirando, bore the expenses of the occasion, and was so delighted with her profession that he himself lighted the evening candles and invited the leading representatives of the civil and ecclesiastical governments, the religious notables, and the nobility of Mexico to be present. Time passed. Sister Juana, in the silence of her cell, without a sign of pride, with spirit ever thirsting for knowledge, studied incessantly, and with modesty received the praises which from all parts were bestowed upon her. But suddenly a religious fervor, offspring of her faith and the counsels of her spiritual director, who urged her to abandon all dealings with the world, drove her to dispose of her books. She divided the sum realized among the needy. She left her lyre to gather dust, flung her pen far from her, and, grasping her disciplina, scourged herself. She weakened herself by fasts, opened her veins, signed new vows with her own blood, until finally a pestilence, which had invaded the convent, stretched her upon her couch, after she had exercised her Christian charity in ministering to her sisters. She never rose again. Science in vain eagerly attempted to help her. Vain were also the clamors for her health which the convent bells clanged forth. Tranquil as a saint, she received her last communion on earth and calmly closed her eyes to open them in heaven. Sister Juana died aged 43 years, 5 months, 5 days, and 5 hours at 4 in the morning of April 17, 1695. The funeral was imposing. The Canon Francisco Aguilar conducted the ceremony. The most notable men, the most distinguished ladies, and the government officials were in attendance. The populace, says one biographer, crowded about the doors of the Church of San Jerónimo. All mourned that lust for letters. Poets sung her praises, and Carlos de Sigüenza y Góngora pronounced the eulogy. The Inquisition. Thus was installed, November 4, 1571, the Tribunal of the Inquisition in the very loyal and very noble city of Mexico. From that day, terror began among its good inhabitants. Woe to heretics, blasphemers, and Jews! Woe to sharpers, witches, and sorcerers! Fear swept over all, and that frightful secrecy with which the tribunal surrounded itself contributed greatly to increase the terror, that mystery with which it proceeded, that impressive pomp which it displayed in its public sentences, which in time were the favorite diversion of the mob and even of the middle and comfortable class. No one lived at ease. Unknown and secret denunciation threatened everyone. Unfortunate was he who gave ground for the least suspicion, and unhappy was he who merely failed to wear a rosary. It is necessary to transport oneself to those times to read what history records of that dread tribunal in order to picture adequately to oneself the terror which must have overwhelmed those who appeared before the Holy Office in the old Cathedral of Mexico. With time respect diminished, and that which before caused terror now aroused derision. Some of the sentences were ridiculous, mere travesties. For instance, that celebrated in Santo Domingo on December 7, 1664, and in which conjugal infelicities between the Viceroy, Mancera, and his lady secretly had their influence. Widow says, there were 10 condemned, and among them one who, according to his sentence, was taken to the patio of the convent and stripped. 2 Indians smeared him with honey and covered him with feathers. There he was left exposed 4 hours. Such spectacles must have caused at first indignation, then contempt. No less insulting than such punishments were the penitential garments of those condemned by the Holy Office called San Benitos. These were a kind of scapulary of linen or other cloth, yellow or flesh red in color. There were 3 kinds, known respectively by the names Samarra, Fuego Revolto, and San Benito, the latter being also a name common to all. The Samarra was worn by the relajados, or those handed over to the secular arm to be garrotted or burned alive. It bore painted upon it dragons, devils, and flames, and with which the criminal was represented as burning. The garment known as Fuego Revolto was that of those who had abjured, and for this reason the flames were painted upside down, as if to signify that the wearers had escaped from death in the fiery embrace. Finally, the San Benito, which ordinary prisoners wore, was a flesh-colored sack bearing a St. Andrew's cross. The kind of mitre which the condemned wore upon the head was called coroza, and was a cap of paper more than a vara high, ending in a point like a fool's cap, with flames, snakes, or demons painted on it, according to the category of the criminal. The condemned carried also rosaries and yellow or green candles. Those of the reconciled were lighted, those of the impenitent extinguished. When they were blasphemers, they were gagged. In time, these insulting insignia were looked upon with indifference as any other dress, and gave occasion in Mexico to a curious story. It chanced that once a reconciled was walking through the streets wearing his San Benito. Some Indians, seeing him, noticed that the dress was new, and one thought it was the Spanish devotional dress for Lent. Returning to his house, he made some excellent San Benitos, well painted. He brought them to the city and offered them for sale to Spaniards, saying in the Indian language, Si cojuas nequi a San Benito, which means, do you wish to buy a San Benito? The thing so amused everyone that the story even went to Spain, and in Mexico there's still a saying, Ti quis Benito. The common people ended by losing all fear of such scarecrows and defied the Inquisition in this way. Un Santo Cristo, dos candeleros y tres majaderos. A merited jest for that which knew not how to respect worthy and valiant heroes, such as Hidalgo and Morelos. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Francisco Sosa. Francisco Sosa was born in Campeche, April 2, 1848. When he was still a child, his parents removed to Mérida, where the boy received his education. His first poetical effort appeared in a local paper when the writer was but 14 years of age. At that time he was editor, in union with Ovidio and Octavio Zorrilla, of the paper La Esperanza, Hope, in which it appeared. 4 years later, his Manual de Biografía Yucateca, Manual of Yucatecan Biography, was published, showing his early devotion to the field in which he has chiefly figured, that of biography. With Ramón Aldana, he founded La Revista de Mérida, the Mérida Review, which is still published and is unquestionably the most influential paper in Yucatan. In 1868, when but 20 years old, he went for the first time to the city of Mexico, where most of his life since has been spent. He had, however, already been a prisoner, for political reasons, in the famous and dreadful fortress of San Juan de Ulua at Veracruz. He became promptly associated with the literary men of Mexico and collaborated with them upon a number of important periodical publications, literary and political. In 1873 he was associated with General Riva Palacios in the editorship of El Radical, the Radical. Later, as editor of the Federalista, Federalist, he gave to that paper a notable literary reputation and contributed to it both prose and verse. He was one of the editors of El Bien Público, the Public Good, a paper aimed to combat the administration of President Lerdo de Tejada. While thus connected, he went to Guanajuato to join the standard of Iglesias, returning, at the downfall of Lerdo de Tejada, to the city of Mexico. Since that time he has edited various periodicals, including El Siglo XIX, the 19th century, El Nacional, the National, and La Libertad, Liberty. Señor Sosa's books have been mainly in the line of biography. Besides the volume on Yucatecans already mentioned, he has published Don Wenceslao Alpuche, Biografías de Mexicanos Distinguidos, Biographies of Distinguished Mexicans, El Episcopado Mexicano, the Mexican Episcopacy, Efemérides Históricas y Biográficas, Historical and Biographical Ephemerides, Los Contemporáneos, the Contemporaries, Las Estatuas de la Reforma, the Statues of the Reforma, and Conquistadores Antiguos y Modernos, Ancient and Modern Conquerors. He has also written an appreciative work upon South American writers, Escritores y Poetas Sudamericanos. Among his works in other fields are a volume of stories, 12 leyendas, 12 stories, and a book of sonnets, Recuerdos, Recollections. In his poetry, Sosa is vigorous, chaste, and strong. In prose he is direct and simple, but careful in language. Señor Sosa has ever been interested in every cause tending toward the advancement of Mexico, and has actively participated in the organization and conduct of literary and learned societies. It is to his efforts that the interesting series of statues that border the Paseo de la Reforma is due. Our selections are taken from his Estatuas de la Reforma and Biografías de Mexicanos Distinguidos. The Statues of the Reforma. In 1887, Sosa published an article in El Partido Liberal, the Liberal Party, which has produced a happy result. From it we quote: "The inauguration of the magnificent monument with which the federal government has honored the memory of the illustrious Cuauhtemoc and that of the principal chieftains of the defense of the native land in 1521 has shown not only that Mexico does not forget her heroes, but also that among her sons are artists capable of producing works creditable to any cultured nation. This affirmation is not born from our enthusiasm for all that redounds to the glory of our native land. Foreign writers have not hesitated to say that the monument of Cuauhtemoc may be considered the finest in America, in its essentially American architecture, and in being a work exclusively realized by Mexican artists. It is well known that, in decreeing in 1877 the erection of Guatemotzin's monument, the government also decreed that in the following glorietas should be erected others to the heroes of the independence and of the reform. And no one doubts that, the government persevering in its plan of embellishing the finest paseo in our metropolis, this paseo will come to be a most beautiful spot, consequently most visited by both citizens and foreigners. We believe that, to the laudable efforts of the federal government, those of the governors of the federative states should be united. We shall state in what way. In the great Paseo de la Reforma there already exist pedestals destined to support statues and other works of art, appropriate to a place of resort where daily gather the most distinguished members of society. Until the present there has been no announcement regarding the statues and artworks for which these pedestals are intended. It is plain that, however great may be the willingness of the federal government, it will need to employ large sums and many years in carrying out, unaided, the whole work of adornment demanded by a paseo of the magnitude of that of the Reforma, since they must be in consonance with the artistic value of the monuments already erected and those in contemplation. What would be of slow and expensive realization for the federal treasury would be easy, prompt, and convenient if each of the Mexican states should favor our plan. However poor any one of the smallest fractions into which the republic is divided may be, it is certain that it could, at no sacrifice at all, pay the cost of 2 life-size statues, such as these pedestals could support, and however meager may be the annals of some of these fractions, no one of them can have failed to produce 2 personages worthy of being honored with a monument which, recalling his deeds, perpetuates them. The 3 conditions which ought to be demanded in accepting the sculptures. 1. That the honor should be decreed only to the notable dead. 2. That all the statues should be of life size and of marble or bronze. 3. That the plans or models should be approved by a special jury, named by a cabinet officer, in order that only true works of art, worthy of figuring in a paseo, in which exist monuments of the importance of those of Columbus and Cuauhtemoc, may be accepted. Sosa's suggestion was well received, and, up to the present, something like 40 statues have been erected, forming a notable gallery in which the nation and the states may well take pride. The states have taken their turns, and one each year presents 2 statues, on the anniversary of national independence, September 16th. On the whole, the statues have met the 3 requirements, and not only form a Mexican house of fame, but an artistic adornment to a beautiful driveway. Malintzin. According to the testimony of judicious investigators, this celebrated Indian woman was born in the pueblo of Painala, in the Mexican province of Coatzacoalco, Veracruz. Her father had been a feudatory of the crown of Mexico and lord of many pueblos. Her mother, left a widow, contracted marriage with another noble, by whom she had a son, and, it seems, says an esteemed biographer, that the love felt by the couple for this fruit of their union inspired them with the infamous plan of feigning the death of the firstborn, that all the inheritance might pass to the son, availing themselves of a stratagem to remove suspicion. A daughter of one of their slaves had died at that very time, and they made mourning as if the dead were their own daughter, secretly disposing of her to some merchants of Cicalanco, a town located on the border of Tabasco. Those of Cicalanco gave or sold her to their neighbors, the Tabasqueños, among whom Malintzin was, when on March 12, 1519, the Spanish Armada, under orders of Hernán Cortés, arrived at the river of Tabasco, to which he gave the name Grijalva. It is well known that the Tabasqueños, at first, attempted to fight against the Spaniards in defense of their territory, but, before the unusual valor, before the firearms, before the battle horses of the conqueror, a violent reaction took place, the combats ceased, and a peace which could not last was pretended. Among the gifts with which the Tabasqueños desired to demonstrate their submission were 20 women, of whom one was notable for her extraordinary beauty. Malintzin, the girl who had been cruelly thrust out from the parental home, was this woman. They baptized her under the name of Marina, which the Aztecs pronounced Malintzin. When the conqueror received her as a gift from the lords of Tabasco in company with the other women, he distributed to each captain his woman, giving Malintzin to the cavalier Alonso Hernandez Portocarrero, who was cousin of the Count of Medellin. So says the biographer to whom we have referred. Continuing this imperfect narrative, we may say that Malintzin was useful to the conquerors from their arrival at Vera Cruz, since she knew the Aztec language, although we cannot explain how she could, in a few days, learn the Spanish to discharge the role of interpreter so perfectly as historians declare. However that may be, this Indian woman appears as one of the most notable characters in the epic poem of the conquest. To detail her doings in this biography would be to reproduce the whole history of the conquest of Mexico, and good books abound for furnishing the data which anyone may especially desire. We limit ourselves to giving a few further notices regarding Malintzin, and to saying some words in her defense. As has been said, Hernandez Portocarrero was the fortunate Spaniard to whose lot the beautiful Indian maiden of Painala fell. In spite of this, the chroniclers of the expedition state that Cortés had a son by Marina, and there is no doubt that he maintained love relations with her until 1523. In that year he married her definitely to Juan de Jaramillo, who, in spite of his noble rank, had no embarrassment in uniting himself to the woman whom Cortés abandoned. He, passing to Coatzacoalco, called together the lords of the province, and among them Marina's mother and stepfather, who immediately recognized her, and plainly showed their fear that the young woman would avenge herself for the infamous act which had brought her into the position in which she found herself. Far from it, Marina gave them splendid gifts and treated her injurers well, not without making some parade of her bearing a son to Cortés. In this expedition took place the infamous execution of Cuauhtemoc, and Marina figures as aiding him to a pious death. The conquest ended, nothing more is heard of Marina until 1550, when she still lived and complained to the viceroy, Antonio de Mendoza, that the Indians of Hilantongo did not pay the tribute nor yield the service to which they were obligated. The year and place of her death are not known. There is nothing more to state, save that the son of Cortés by Marina was named Martin, and that he figures badly in Mexican history. The estimable writer José Olmedo y Lama, in the biography of Marina, with which he opens the second volume of the interesting work Hombres Ilustres Mexicanos, biography which we have had at hand in making these jottings, says these cruel words. Malintzin almost always appears repugnant, and we believe that only by lending to her fantastic and imaginary attributes, that is to say, by falsifying history, can she be made great. It is strange indeed that one, who held such an opinion, should have cared to introduce the name of the repugnant Indian woman into a gallery of illustres, not merely célebres, personages. Señor Olmedo reproaches Marina for her treason to her country, serving as interpreter to the conquerors. He reproaches her because, married with Hernandez Portocarrero, she had amours, and even a son with Cortés. he blames her because she did not prevent the execution of Cuauhtemoc, and because she boasted to her mother of having been the first Mexican woman to bear a son to the conqueror, and because she betrayed the conspiracy plotted by her people for the destruction of the Spaniards. These faults, which we would not pretend to excuse today in a heroine, have, if not an excuse, at least some just defense in transferring ourselves to the 16th century, and in consideration of the peculiar circumstances of the woman. What sentiments had her parents aroused in her by repudiating her and selling her to merchants? What idea of fidelity, considering the customs of her country, could she have in finding herself in the arms of a man to whom she had fallen by lot like any object in a raffle, and what respect could a man inspire who servilely lent himself to any arrangement rather than to cross his captain? Had she not seen that the Tabasqueños, in place of dying, battling in hand-to-hand combat for their native land, had made rich gifts to the Spaniards, even presenting them with women, of whom she was one? Ought we to demand from her greater ardor and patriotism than from the warriors? As for her not having prevented the execution of Cuauhtemoc, employing for that end her ascendancy over Cortes, it must be remembered that Malintzin, as a shrewd woman, could not conceal from herself that in her wild lover other passions than love dominated, and therefore every plea would be vain. But above all, Señor Olmedo, in hurling the darts of his censure upon the Indian woman, should remember that all those faults, which we today count as such, committed by her, are explained by saying, supported by the testimony of historians, that Malintzin loved Cortes blindly, from her first meeting him. Señor Olmedo is intelligent enough to know that love is the most enthralling of human passions. Malintzin loved the great conqueror. What wonder, then, that for him she should forget her other duties? But however that may be, the beautiful interpreter of the Spaniards holds a most prominent place in the history of Mexico. Francisco Eduardo Tres Guerras. The illustrious architect Tres Guerras has left us, in the Carmen of Celaya, a work which is the monument of his fame and the proof that he was the most skilled architect that Mexico has yet produced. Francisco Eduardo Tres Guerras was born in Celaya, May 13th, 1745, and at 15 years united great proficiency in drawing to his early studies. Soon after, he devoted himself to the fascinating art of painting, having received lessons in Mexico from the most accredited artists. But he found no stimulus, since those paintings, in which he gave full play to his natural tendencies, and which were most conformed to the demands of art, were the least admired, while those trifles, which he dashed off in order to secure resources for his daily needs, were highly admired. Disgusted with these bitter disappointments, he desired to take the habit of a monk, and had even made some steps in that direction, but the love of art rekindled itself in his heart with redoubled force, and he desisted from his intention. He then began to turn the pages of Vignola, and dedicated himself to the study of architecture under intelligent masters. The Carmelites entrusted to him the work of the church of Celaya, and the good taste and elegance of proportion, united with solidity, caused its fame to be spread through the republic, and the monks were well pleased. During the construction of this temple, some ill-disposed persons tried to instigate the monks to deprive him of the direction of the work. Among these were the architects Zapari, García, Ortiz, and Paz. But to the constancy and persistency of these friars we owe the conclusion of a work which does honor to the republic. Tres Guerras has left many notable works in many cities of the interior of the republic, such as the theatre at San Luis Potosi, the bridge at Celaya, and others, and in them all are noticed the perfect taste and observance of the rules of art. He was Síndico, Regidor, and Alcalde of Celaya, and was nominated a member of the provincial deputation of Guanajuato when the Spanish Constitution was re-established in 1820. He died of cholera the 3rd of August, 1833. Tres Guerras was not only an artist and a painter, but also a poet. His aptitude was great for all, and he revealed genius in whatever he undertook. His love of national liberty was such that his demonstrations of delight on the consummation of independence were deemed delirious. In closing, we will narrate an anecdote relative to the death of Tres Guerras. The terrible epidemic of cholera was making frightful ravages in our land. In the presence of the peril, the celebrated architect arranged all his affairs, and, on August 2nd, sallied precipitately from his house to seek a confessor. A friend met him in the street and said, "Where are you going in such haste, my friend?" "Well asked," calmly answered Tres Guerras. "Death pursues poor mortals with dreadful fury. As for me, but little time remains for me in this world." "But," replied the friend, "you are still robust, healthy, and well. Tell me, where did you get such an idea?" "My friend, I have no time to talk with you. Adieu." Tres Guerras departed, leaving the inquirer with the question on his lips. The following day the octogenarian artist died. Fortunately, his works survive, and they perpetuate his memory. Colonel Gregorio Mendez. Born in Comalcalco and left an orphan at 16 years of age, he succeeded, by activity and honorable dealing, in gaining a capital, if not large, at all events sufficient to render him comfortable. In 1859 he founded, at his own expense, a night school, and in the following year another of music. Thus doing good and devoted to his business, he lived beloved in his village, without dreams of political ambition or military fame, when General Arévalo took possession of San Juan Bautista and unfurled the banner of the intervention. The governor, Victorio Dueñas, offered no resistance, and on the 30th of June, 1863, was routed. The first step of the conqueror, Arévalo, was to condemn to exile those citizens who were reputed liberals, among them Gregorio Mendez, but he, in place of bowing to the orders of the usurper, organized a revolutionary movement, which broke out at Comalcalco on October 8th. In Jalpa, Mendez seized some muskets. At the same time another patriot, Andres Sanchez Magallanes, rose in arms in Cardenas. The Republican revolution thus initiated, the commandant, Vidania, was designated to act as chief of brigade, and Colonel Pedro Mendez as governor. But as the latter was captured at the capital, and Vidania was wounded, the military leadership fell upon the subject of our study, with no arrangement made for the civil government. Thus the War of the Restoration began in Tabasco. In a few days the forces of Mendez joined those of Sanchez Magallanes, and the two leaders undertook the campaign with ardor, seconded by a population unsurpassed in patriotic spirit. Most brilliant deeds of war followed one another from then on until the final triumph of the Republic. Examples of valor and abnegation were multiplied. Patriotism inspired the noblest actions, forever placing the name of the state of Tabasco in the foremost line. To follow Colonel Mendez in each and all of the events which took place in that memorable epoch, to relate his personal deeds and those of his brave companions, would be to transfer here the extended and detailed report rendered by him to the Minister of War, the 17th of October, 1867, report which is a veritable history of the Republican restoration in Tabasco, which had a happy issue the 27th of February, 1864, with the capture of San Juan Bautista. This was not, indeed, the full extent of the fatigues of those patriots, since they maintained themselves in arms and fortified their towns to prevent fresh assaults. Since in all parts, Vera Cruz, Campeche, Yucatan, Chiapas, combats were still taking place, and Colonel Mendez did not limit himself to securing the re-establishment of the Republican regime in Tabasco, but placed the resources under his control at the service of the neighboring states, and, in general, at that of the cause defended by him with such admirable vigor. And it must not be thought that the work of Colonel Mendez, in those difficult circumstances, was confined to fulfilling his duties as military chief. Far from it. All the branches of civil administration were carefully arranged, thanks to the fact that he was ever warmly seconded in his noble efforts by all classes of the community, who never refused their adhesion or their resources. because he was not only respected for his patriotism, but admired for the stainless honor which characterized him. If he numbered among his soldiery those capable of using arms, and among them many who afterward figured in loftier posts than he himself, he also numbered in his civil helpers the most intelligent Tabasqueños, among them Manuel Sanchez Marmol, who contributed, equally with any, to the restoration, by his intelligence and wisdom, discharging the secretaryship of the government of Mendes and other arduous duties, with the ardor natural to youth, and with the heartfelt affection which he felt for the valiant leader, in whom he saw his democratic ideals embodied. From the lips of Colonel Mendes himself we have repeatedly heard that to Señor Sanchez Marmol he owed, in that trying epoch, services he could never forget, and which influenced, in a decisive way, in the triumph of the republican cause, and in the public administration. If of these services, Colonel Mendes has said to us, full mention is not made in my report to the Minister of War in 1867, it is because this report was edited by Señor Sanchez Marmol, and he did not care to make his own panegyric, although the document was not to bear his name. On the 6th of June, 1867, when, as he himself says in the before-mentioned report, order and public repose were solidly re-established, he had the satisfaction of resigning the government into the hands of Felipe J. Serra, named as his successor by the General Headquarters of the Army of the East. End of section 11. Section 12 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Julio Guerrero. Julio Guerrero was born on April 18, 1862, a day notable in Mexican history, in the City of Mexico. His parents were José María Guerrero and Luisa Grosso, both natives of Durango. His father, a lawyer of eminence, was for 15 years a judge of the Supreme Court. A pronounced liberal in politics, he was a friend and trusted adviser of Benito Juárez. The young Julio was sent to Rhodes English boarding school, then to the Escuela Preparatoria, National Preparatory School. He later studied in the Escuela de Jurisprudencia, receiving his title of licenciado by acclamation on October 4, 1889. In that same year he was one of the founders of the Revista de Jurisprudencia y Legislación, Review of Jurisprudence and Legislation, upon which he is still a collaborator and to which he has contributed many articles. His most important literary work is El Génesis del Crimen en Mexico, The Genesis of Crime in Mexico. The title of the book scarcely accords with its content. It is really an analysis of the Mexican society and character. Rarely does any student see, so clearly as does Guerrero, the actual condition of his own society. Still more rarely does one so clearly state it. In some of his conclusions and views, Guerrero differs profoundly from us, but we are forced to admire his sincerity and earnestness. His book met a notable reception. Under the presidency of Porfirio Parra, a group of the leading members of the scientific societies of Mexico devoted 10 consecutive meetings to its consideration and discussion, the author himself being present. During the recent political agitation by the partisans of Limantour and Reyes, Guerrero established and edited a monthly journal, La República. It was ardently liberal and democratic in spirit, and dealt vigorously with life questions. It was suppressed by the government after 14 issues. Guerrero has not abandoned his propaganda, and will shortly establish another journal for the propagation of his ideas. He has much matter ready for printing. Of this, undoubtedly, the most important is his Reformas Proyectadas, proposed reforms, in which the question of the presidential succession is discussed. Guerrero is a good thinker, intense in his convictions, vigorous in their expression. Our selections are from the Génesis del Crimen. Guerrero's style is not always beyond reproach, and his punctuation is absolutely his own. In translation, we have followed both with care. The Mexican Atmosphere. As a psychical phenomenon, natural to so pure an atmosphere, there have developed in Mexico those faculties which require perfect eyesight. Mexican photographs have attracted notice in New York, and Mora conducts, in competition with the best photographers of that metropolis, a profitable business, being quite in vogue with the American aristocracy. The photographic views of the Central Plateau are distinguished by the sharpness of their outlines, shadows, and details, and are exported to Europe and the United States, constituting, in those regions of less clear vision, an irrefutable proof of the perfection of our landscapes transferred to their canvases by Velasco and other painters of scenery. When he desired to exhibit his paintings of the valley in the Exposition of 1889, he found opposition on the part of Meissonier, who believed it impossible that there should be such sharp and vivid detail and coloring in a real landscape. Proofs of a different order, and entirely practical, of the sharpness of outline are given by our professional hunters, who with a miserable musket sally from their pueblos in the morning in search of game, and invariably return with 2 animals. In the battalions, good shots form 75% of the troop, with certainty of aim at 500 to 1,000 meters distance. The wild Indians of Coahuila, Chihuahua, and Nuevo Leon shoot their arrows at a 5-cent piece thrown into the air, and boys on the streets and in the villages strike the bull's-eye with their sling-stones at a distance only limited by their strength. In billiards and bowling, in the suburbs, with badly rounded balls and illy levelled tables, they make shots as brilliant as if both balls and tables were all they should be. The arts of drawing have developed as rapidly as the political and economical conditions permitted, and in all America Mexico has been the only country which has produced a school, so numerous, distinguished, and original have been her painters. Their works have almost been exhausted by exportation to Europe, as paintings of Spanish artists of the great 17th century, but students still come, from the republics to the south, sent to here study the masterpieces which we still retain, since the number of the national painters, of whom some work of merit remains, rises to 161. The art they practiced was Catholic and aristocratic, religious subjects and portraits. Consequently, it decayed with the colonial regime, and fell with the decline of power of the clergy. But in the lack of demand for such art, the national aesthetic spirit took refuge in popular modeling in clay, rags, or wax, and produced in the figurines of Guadalajara and Puebla an artistic school, only inferior in product and spontaneity to that of Tanagra in ancient Greece. In the feather mosaics of Michoacan, in its lacquer rivaling those of China, in the carving of the walking sticks of Apizaco, atavic manifestation of the ancient Mexican wood carving, which found beautiful expression in the choir stalls and benches of the churches, in the floral decorations of the Indians of Mixcoac and Coyoacan, in the sculptures of the facades of houses, which are at times caryatids worked without a single false blow from the chisel after the blocks have been set in the wall, in the gold and silver filigree, and even in the mural paintings of the pulquerias, or in the realistic illustrations of the newspapers, there is revealed the artistic talent, though frequently without technique, of a nation living in a medium propitious to vision, and in which the line, the shadow, and the tints are seen without blur or dimmed by haze, since there are, on the average, 105 absolutely clear days in the year, and among clouded days those with mists are rare, and when these do occur, they last but an hour or 2 in wintry mornings. Governmental difficulties. This social phenomenon was aggravated by the distribution of villas within the territory of each of the provinces, later converted into states, since in many cases it happened that the villas were so much the nearer to their respective capitals, as these were nearer to the capital of the republic, and vice versa, the villas were distant from their capitals in proportion as these were distant from the national center, both consequences of the political division established by Galvez, since, as he based it upon the unequal distribution of population, the more remote provinces must have a more extended territory and more widely separated settlements. Thus the density of population decreased from the center outward in every direction, and as the social development in a province, converted later into an autonomous state, depended on the frequency and importance of the relations between the capitals and their respective districts, it resulted that the cultural influence of the capital, weakened by its remoteness from a state, was still further weakened in the villas by the great distances which separated them from their governmental centers. And this phenomenon was repeated in a third degree in the interior of each political subdivision, in the operation of social and political influence of any villa upon the lesser settlements subordinated to it. Well, as all the cities of the independent colony were at different distances from the capital, they were at different stages of national development. Consequently, all had different and often conflicting interests, necessities, and aspirations. The political program, philosophical ideas, literature, ideals and models of art, social usages, moral principles, interpretations of law, cut of dress, and even the vocabulary and phrases of polite society, which, as useless, ugly, harmful, absurd, or disagreeable, had been banished from the capital, were found in the provincial cities, and those which were there proscribed had taken refuge in the villas and secondary towns. In matter of government, the same thing was repeated, and those acts by which it displays itself, military equipment, judicial decision, tax levying, seizure of contraband, pursuit of bandits and savages, organization of authority, conspiracies, masonry, political intrigues, in fact every political phenomenon which depended upon or originated in the capital was repeated in the states, with an imperfectness so much the greater as the distance separating them from it was greater. And as the conduct of government depended upon this phenomenon, it at last resulted that the coordination and harmony between the states and the center depended on the time necessary for the communication of official orders. Accord between those who constituted the governing classes of all the cities, villas, and subordinate populations was consequently not only difficult, but was often impossible, and sometimes useless. Thus the country was geographically constructed and populated for an inevitable anarchy. An area within which every union of states, provinces, cities, religions, races, or political parties had to be theoretical and unstable. The most important corroboration of this law was the separation of Texas, political phenomenon which, thanks to it, has an explanation actually mathematical. In fact, the settlers who recognized San Antonio as their center did not amount to 40,000 inhabitants scattered over an area larger than that of the French Republic, and depended politically upon the state of Coahuila, of which the capital is Saltillo. The distance which separated, by the cart roads of that time, these 2 points was 868 kilometers, which they traversed in 16 days in the dry season, and in 32 days in the period of rains, and the distance from Mexico to Saltillo was 947 kilometers, or say 20 days in the dry and 40 days in the wet season. If instead of considering the local capitals we considered the frontiers of the provinces, distances double and difficulties increase. Atavisms. This phenomenon, moreover, is but the anthropological expression of a more general biological law, in virtue of which human races, in order to adapt themselves to the medium in which they are developed, assume a uniform physical type and character, which persists or repeats itself anatomically and psychically through the ages, in spite of the external forms of their civilization, in the same way as do other animals and plants. Thus, for example, since the days of Trajan, the bullocks of the Danube have had enormous and diverging horns. In China, the cattle are humpback, despite cross-breeding with other strains, and although the first offspring from crossing may be like the foreign parent, in the 5th or 6th generation there appears in the Creole calf the hump of the original and native form. Among the ancient castas of the vice-regnal society, the Negro was seen to reappear in families of white, or even of red parentage, provided there had been blacks in the ancestry. In the waters of the Nile, the lotus yet floats its blue corolla, which the architects of Memphis copied in the capitals of their temples. And the fellah of pharaonic days reappears in families crossed with the Macedonians of the Ptolemies, and in the first centuries of the Arab domination, in spite of the torrents of foreign blood introduced by polygamy. Even today the type reasserts itself in the native regiments of the English army at Cairo, bronzed, titanic, full-chested, a living model which is copied in the colossi of Istanbul, and which is the ethnic brother type of the Rameses and Amenhotep. In the central tableland of Mexico, arid, hot, and luminous, where the atmosphere keeps the nerves at high tension, where thoughts are clouded by the abuse of tobacco, of alcohol, and of coffee, by the irritation of an eternal and fruitless battle for life, and until lately by the frightful impossibility, almost age-long, of forming a plexus of social solidarity, character in the greater part of society has degenerated, and the ferocious tendencies of the Aztecs have reappeared. After 10 generations, there has returned, to beat within the breasts of some of our compatriots, the barbaric soul of the worshippers of Huitzilopochtli, of those of the sacred springtimes who went, to the lugubrious sounds of the Teponaztl, to make razzias of prisoners in Tlaxcala and Huejotzinco, to open their breasts with obsidian knives, to tear out the heart and eat it in the holocaust of their gods. 3 centuries of masses and of barracks have been too little for the complete evolution of character among the people, and if on the Silesian plain the Sarmatian of Attila yet appears, so too in our political struggle there has reappeared, with the indomitable warrior of Ahuitzotl, the sanguinary priest of Huitzilopochtli. There is in fact nothing in our independent history more lugubrious. Even the most illustrious leaders have stained their glory by the shedding needlessly of blood. The burning of villages and executions en masse present themselves at the turning of every page like the funeral refrain of an infernal poem. And if it be true that there are not lacking some superior souls, as Don Nicolas Bravo, who set at liberty 300 Spanish prisoners, although he knew the Spanish leader had just shot his father, many other leaders of that and later epochs systematically executed all who fell into their hands. The system was converted into a custom and gave such an impress of barbarity to our political struggles as is not to be found even in Negro Africa, since there war prisoners are held as captives, whose ransom is the motive of war. Slavery redeems them from death. In Mexico, on the contrary, frequently no account is made of prisoners, but only of the killed and wounded, and the latter were shot or knifed in spite of the severity of their wounds. Hidalgo himself not only ordered that those taken in battle should be killed without fail, but in Guadalajara and Valladolid commanded the seizure of suspects and caused them to be stabbed at night in remote places, that they might not, by their cries, cause a disturbance. In this way 600 innocent persons perished, and he advised the leader, Hermosillo, to do the same in El Rosario and Cosala. Morelos, after the battles of Chilapa, Itzucar, Oaxaca, etc., shot all his prisoners without mercy, and Osorio did the same in the Valley of Mexico, García in Bajío, and all the other insurgent leaders, though usually in the way of reprisal. In the first insurrection, military ferocity developed to a degree only seen in Asiatic and African wars, without the least regard for humanity, and with systematic neglect of the rights of nations. The prisoners surrendered with Sarda in Soto la Marina, for example, were taken to San Juan de Ulua on foot in pairs, shackled together, and in the fortress were entombed in humid, dark, pestilential dungeons, hot from the tropical sun of the coastlands. This constant corporal subjection led to mutual hatreds among the unhappy beings, since the natural necessities of the two members of a couple were rarely simultaneous, and in order to satisfy thirst or any other need, it was necessary to beg permission of one's companion, which led to constant bickerings between them and occasioned sport for the jailers. Orantia personally struck General Mina, when he was taken prisoner, with the flat of his sword. To hasten the surrender of the fort of Sombrero, the same leader left 100 corpses of those who had fallen in the fruitless assaults, unburied, with the object of causing pestilence. The infirm and wounded of Los Remedios were burned in the building which served them as hospital, and those who attempted to escape were driven back at the point of the bayonet. Linian forced 200 prisoners to demolish the embankments of the fortress of their own party, and then tied them to tree trunks in the forest that they might be shot for target practice. Ordóñez in Jilotepec shot 123 prisoners, including wounded and children, by thirties, at the edge of a ditch, in the Cerro del Calvario, first causing the wounded to be carried thither on the shoulders of the uninjured. Uncertainty and gaming. This atmosphere, pure and luminous, full of slumberous breezes in the shade, and of debilitating heat in the sunshine, capricious and treacherous, not only has an influence upon the physiology, pathology, and life of the Mexicans, but it gives to much of their labor an unstable character. In fact, as permanent rivers are few in those great plains, and as those which exist are due to rain, the sowings of the rainy season, which are the more important, and their fruition, where there are no rivers, demand rains. But since, on the other hand, deforestation carried on since the viceregnal days has been destructive, not only are lacking forests and groups of trees, which, as thermal centers uniformly distributed over the higher plateau, might give shelter to the sowings against the chill of night and early morning, or which, in the guise of fences of foliage, might intercept the cold blasts of northers, but also through their lack, rains have become rare and irregular, there being regions where they have failed for 6, 7, and 8 consecutive years, as happened in the Mezquital of the state of Hidalgo, the Llano district of Chihuahua, and the north of the state of Nuevo Leon in the years 1887 to 1895. In 1892 and 1893 the drought was general, and desolated a great part of the central plateau. When the season of rains arrives, the fields are transformed in a single week, and where was a barren and arid horizon, there extends itself a mantle of tender verdure, with cornfields and springing wheat, which from day to day develop, open their spikes to the sun, and seem to cast back to it its last rays, as golden oceans, ruffled by the evening breeze. The laborers busy themselves in guarding them, but an unseasonable hailstorm destroys them, or a blast, sudden and nocturnal, from the north freezes them in the very months of August and September, that is to say, when surrounded by summer haze, or under a cloud sprinkled with twinkling stars, the laborers believe their crops secure and slumber, lulled by the most pleasing anticipations. When they wake, the corn is lost. In 24 hours they pass from wealth to misery, the herd perishes, field labor stops, the laborers go forth to rob on the highways, to swell the ranks of the insurgents, or to beg on the street, according to the character of the government. Before the days of the railroads, droughts were the cause of local insurrections, which today are impossible, because grain may be transported from one district to another, or even to the whole country from a foreign land, as happened in 1894, when $30 million worth of American maize was imported. However, the evil is not easily remediable, and a general drought, or a series of local dry seasons, might, as Bulnes indicates, mortally wound our nascent nationality. Agriculture, then, thanks to the droughts of the fields on the one hand, but to the abrupt atmospheric changes on the other, escapes calculation and prevision, and they are converted into an enterprise as insecure as mining, labors which have ever constituted the principal honest means of livelihood for Mexicans. In fine, and ever due, wholly or in part, to the atmosphere, the Mexican of the central plateau, and so much the less as the altitude of the region where he lives is greater, has never been able to count upon the future, either for his life, or for his health, or for his fields, or for his mines, or for his daily bread. And the apparent lack of uniformity in the phenomena of nature, experienced through generations, has developed in him finally a standard of judgment composed of simple coexistences, which, in turn, has forged the fixed belief that all in nature is uncertain and capricious. As a logical consequence, there has arisen an unconquerable tendency toward the only manner in his power for reproducing in the same unpredictable form the contingencies of fortune and misfortune of life, so far at least as concerns wealth and misery, that is, to gaming, and thus may be explained the extent of this vice in Mexico. Mexico's lowest class. A. Unfortunate men and women who have no normal or certain means of subsistence. They live in the streets and sleep in public sleeping places, crouched in the portales, in the shelters of doorways, amid the rubbish of buildings in construction, in some maison, if they can pay for the space 3 or 4 centavos a night, or stowed away in the house of some compadre or friend. They are beggars, gutter snipes, paper sellers, grease buyers, rag pickers, scrub women, etc. With difficulty they earned 20 or 30 centavos daily. Now they may receive more, but the general rise in prices leaves them in the same condition of misery. They are covered with rags, they scratch themselves constantly, in their tangled hair they carry the dust and mud of every quarter of the city. They never bathe themselves, save when the rain drenches them, and their bare feet are cracked and calloused, and assume the color of the ground. In general, they do not attain to an old age, but to a precocious decrepitude, worn out by syphilis, misery, and drink. The men and women of this class have completely lost modesty. Their language is that of the drinking house. They live in sexual promiscuity, get drunk daily, frequent the lowest pulquerias of the meanest quarters. They quarrel and are the chief causes of disorders. They form the ancient class of Mexican leperos. From their bosom the ranks of petty thieves and pickpockets are recruited, and they are the industrious plotters of important crimes. They are insensible to moral suffering, and physical suffering pains them but little, and pleasures give them little joy. Venereal disease and abortion render the women of the group refractory to motherhood. Paternity is impossible on account of the promiscuity in which they live. These two natural springs of altruism destroyed, they are indifferent to humane sentiments and egoistic in the animal fashion. Everywhere they may be seen, the repulsive feature of our streets. In speaking they reveal a dwarfed intelligence, as sadly ruined by their life as is their body. Their ideas are rudimentary notions derived from the common talk of the streets, comments on public events, the escape of one criminal, the sentence of another, the deportation of their companions, the capture of some crook. They are godless, with feeble superstition regarding the saints depicted on their scapulars, or the medal of the rosary, which they wear beneath their filthy shirt. Their number is enormous. They constitute the dregs of the laboring classes, and their presence betrays the vortices of vice, where the outcasts of civilization are dragged down. End of section 12. Section 13 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Alejandro Villaseñor y Villaseñor. This well-known journalist was born in Mexico, July 15, 1864. His education was gained in the Colegio de la Sociedad Católica, School of the Catholic Society, the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, the National Preparatory School, and the Escuela Nacional de Jurisprudencia, National School of Jurisprudence. He received the title of advocate July 7, 1887. While still a student, in 1885 and 1886, he assisted upon the staff of the Boletín de la Juventud Católica, Catholic Youth Bulletin. In March 1889, he became associated with the editorial management of El Tiempo, The Time, with which he still continues. He has also written many articles for other leading periodicals. In October 1895, he founded La Tribuna, the Tribune, which was not a financial success. An article in this was the cause of his imprisonment in the famous city prison of Belém. Señor Villaseñor y Villaseñor is a member of various learned and literary societies, and has participated as a delegate in several important congresses. Among the latter is the first Catholic Congress held in the city of Puebla in February 1903. Señor Villaseñor y Villaseñor is an industrious writer. His contributions to El Tiempo alone number more than 7,000. Of books he has written Asunto Poirier, the Poirier Incident, La Cuestión de Belize, the Belize Question, Guillermo, Memorias de un Estudiante, William, Recollections of a Student, Estudios Históricos, Historical Studies, Gobernantes de México, Governors of Mexico, Los Condes de Santiago, the Counts of Santiago, Reclamaciones a México por los Fondos de California, the California Funds Claims against Mexico. This last is of high importance, being an exhaustive discussion of this international question, the first to be submitted to the Hague Tribunal for settlement. It is particularly in questions of public policy, in history, and in biography that our author is at his happiest. Our selections are taken from Estudios Históricos. Anton Lizardo. We have intentionally been brief in expressing our opinion regarding the attack at Anton Lizardo, and have been full in the presentation of documentary evidence. In this manner, remembering that these documents proceed from unimpeachable sources, a clear and full realization will result that what took place at Anton Lizardo was not so simple a matter as the Liberal party desires to make it appear. In instigating foreign warships to seize vessels in Mexican waters, the government of Juarez permitted the national independence, sovereignty, and dignity to be outraged by the soldiers, officers, and warships of the United States. It betrayed its country, permitting an assault against its sovereignty, and humiliated the nation by invoking foreign mercenaries to assist it and to treat Mexicans with profound contempt, and to shed Mexican blood, since those wounded on board the Miramon were compatriots, and those same strangers still preserve among their trophies taken from Mexico the flags of that vessel. We believe that, after the publication of this study, no one will venture to deny, as recently was done, that the Juarez took part in the Anton Lizardo incident, that Turner's intervention completely thwarted the plans of Miramon, as a work written by a well-known liberal confesses, and gave great courage to the Juarist. No one will again venture to say that Marin was a pirate, and that the commander of the Saratoga did right. This assault was not merely a partisan measure, as those who are ignorant of historical facts or filled with bad faith pretend to believe, seeing in it an insignificant event without serious consequences. It was not at Silao or Calpulalpam that the Conservative party was defeated, but at Anton Lizardo, nor was it the soldiers of Gonzales Ortega and Zaragoza who routed them, but the Marines under orders of Turner. The Juarist party, beaten at all points by Miramon, Castillo, Marquez, Negrete, Robles, Chacon, etc., at the beginning of the year 1860, held no population of importance, and its directory was confined to the plaza of Vera Cruz, with the immediately adjacent region, and it was recognized by the United States alone. On account of the McLean-Ocampo Treaty, which was then awaiting ratification by the United States Senate, and with which we shall occupy ourselves in the following pages, public opinion had declared itself, in the most uniform manner throughout the whole country, against the liberal doctrines, which only produced, as their bitter fruit, the loss of our territory, and almost that of our independence. In order to end at once these parricidal tendencies, and to bring to a conclusion the bloody civil war, which was destroying the nation, there was only necessary the effort which the conservative government was making to conduct the siege of Vera Cruz by land and sea. Under circumstances so serious for the Constitutionalist party, the assault by Turner and the protection given by President Buchanan gave new life to this party, and a series of disasters like that at Silao, or of defections like that of the cavalry at Calpulalpam, opened to it the gates of the capital, but did not give it the final triumph, since the strife still continued. And looking a little deeper, it is seen that the events of Anton Lizardo had graver consequences than might be imagined. They brought on the European intervention. They emphasized the ideas expressed by Buchanan in his message to Congress of December 4th, 1859, and the unconcealed tendencies of the Democrats in the direction of a North American intervention were no longer mere theories, but began to translate themselves into facts. Anton Lizardo and the McLean Treaty made Europe and the conservative lovers of their country see that Mexican independence was threatened, and it was then that it was thought that a radical remedy would save the imperiled nation, and certain combinations, already forgotten, were recalled. The triumph of the party of demagoguery, and the errors which it committed, precipitated events, and brought on the European intervention, which, when studied with care as to its causes, is clearly demonstrated to be due to the Liberal party. The name of Anton Lizardo will remain, indelible, on the pages of our history, a stain of dishonor for that party which nothing and no one can ever remove. The policy of the United States. The United States have adopted a special policy with reference to Mexican affairs, a policy which may, in time, produce results unhappy for us. During the time of the 3 Years' War, the Democratic party, which brought so many misfortunes upon that country and America, was in power in the North American Union. After restless and ambitious presidents like Jackson, Monroe, and Van Buren, who, if they had found their nation more powerful, would have embroiled it in long and bloody wars of conquest, came Polk, who brought the war with Mexico to an end, and snatched from us more than one half our territory. In vain honorable men, like Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, and others, opposed that iniquitous war, which has been justly condemned by notable men in our sister nation. Already owners of the far west, and of the great part of the coast of the great ocean, rich by the discovery of gold deposits in California, inflated with pride on account of the great extension already gained by their country, believing themselves the absolute arbiters of the destinies of the Americas, and viewing with disdain the old nations of Europe, to which they owe everything, from their population to their freedom, they seriously thought of putting into practice the theory of manifest destiny, and of making the starry banner float from the Niagara and the St. Lawrence to Panama. The Mexican enterprise, which had resulted so favorably for them, was the school in which were educated many of the adventurers, who afterward gave themselves to filibustering, and the example which many others, who through more than a decade disturbed Latin American countries, set before themselves for imitation. The government in Washington, which observed this tendency with singular pleasure, while publicly reprobating, in secret nourished and aided it. During Polk's administration, the government itself had given an exhibition of the ends which it pursued, proposing to Spain to purchase the island of Cuba at the price of $100 million, a proposition which that nation did not choose to entertain. This was but the prelude to the aggressive policy which the people of the United States adopted in their relations with other nations, even attempting to mix themselves in European affairs. The Revolution of Hungary and the efforts of Louis Kossuth met an echo in the United States, and matters were carried even to the point of proposing to aid the Hungarian agitator and his partisans to liberate that country from Austrian domination. It was necessary for Francis Joseph's government to assume a vigorous attitude and for the nations of Europe to show dissatisfaction before these plans were abandoned, and Kossuth, instead of aid, received only a refuge in the United States. The island of Cuba was, and yet is, too valuable a prize to escape the eyes of the rapacious Yankees. Underhandedly they aided Narciso Lopez to organize his expedition, and it was only when everything was practically arranged that, for the sake of appearances, President Taylor issued a proclamation on the 11th of August, 1850, forbidding the fitting out of expeditions to agitate that island and certain Mexican provinces. Notwithstanding this proclamation, Lopez kept on and completed his preparations and openly sailed from New Orleans by daylight. Defeated after the attack of Cardenas, he found a secure refuge for himself, his partisans, and his rich booty on American soil, and it was only after his second attempt that he fell into the hands of the Spanish authorities. General Quitman, one of the generals of the Mexican War, was accused of having taken part in an expedition. Although the fact was notorious, and the accused was arrested on February 3, 1851, the jury discharged him. Fillmore's administration demanded the island of Lobos from Peru. The annexation of the Hawaiian archipelago was vigorously agitated. With Mexico, the voided Garay concession was disputed, and no concealment was made of the intention to secure possession of a right-of-way across the isthmus of Tehuantepec, and as little concealment was made relative to the desire of right-of-way in Nicaragua and Honduras, at points where interoceanic communication was believed to be easy. It was left to the governor of Texas, Lane, to gain possession of the Mesilla Valley and to qualify as aggressive the conduct of General Santa Anna and of the governor of Chihuahua, because they protested against such an invasion and made military preparations. Edward Everett, Secretary of State, refused to take part in the convention to which France and Great Britain invited the United States, to guarantee to Spain the control of the island of Cuba, and to prevent the island from passing to the power of any other nation. The notes of these nations relative to the convention were insolently answered. Their conquests in the present century were enumerated, and the advantages which the acquisition of Cuba had to the United States, it being asserted without concealment that it was essential for her own security. When at Ostend, the plenipotentiaries of the United States, accredited to the governments of Spain, France, and England, were treating of the purchase of the Antillean island for the sum of $20 million, the leaders of these plenipotentiaries, Mr. Sowell, was profoundly irritated because negotiations in the matter were not actively undertaken. So much in regard to the direct participation taken by the American government in these movements, tending solely to augment the territory and the power of the Yankees on sea and land. As regards the expeditions and agitations undertaken by private parties with the indirect support of that government, the list is as long as it is instructive. Apart from the attempts of Narciso Lopez and other filibusters against Cuba, Rousset Boulbon, although working on his own account, drew all his supplies for the invasion of Sonora from the United States. Crabbe came into that same district with the hope of conquering it and annexing it, if he had not been opportunely routed by Gabilondo in Caborca. Zerman had an identical purpose in reaching California. Walker proclaimed the Republic of Lower California, placing upon the flag of that newest nation a single star, which, if his adventure had proved successful, would have come to be one more star in the North American flag. Routed by General Blanco, he went to Central America, where his presence gave rise to a bloody war and innumerable disturbances. We should never end if we were to enumerate, one by one, all the schemes which the brains beyond the Rio Grande engender for enlarging their territory and dismembering that of the American republics. Mexico was compelled to spend great sums in combating the filibusters who appeared and in shooting or severely punishing them. Spain was obliged to send numerous troops to Cuba and to constantly invoke the moral support of European cabinets. An energetic response had to be given to the proposition to buy Savannah harbor and a round denial to the claims for the island of St. Thomas and others belonging to Denmark and Holland. England was forced to establish long-drawn negotiations, resulting in the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, which in part assured the independence of Central America. Necessarily, this unchecked appetite for lands and islands exhibited by the United States caused alarm and apprehension throughout Europe. Finally, it was necessary that the great secessionist war should come, through which this nation expiated a part of its great crimes, a war which brought it to the verge of ruin, but which taught it, in time, to check itself upon the perilous descent upon which Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, and others had started it. Men who, without having the qualities of great statesmen, contributed, by their policy and their counsels, to bring about this great crisis, to which their unbounded ambition and the cancer infecting their institutions bore them. It would seem that those men proceeded with the most refined malice, if they were not blind, when we consider that they said with the greatest calmness, as James Buchanan, in mounting to the Capitol on March 4th, 1857, that the great territorial increase which the United States had achieved since its independence was due to pacific and legal measures, now by purchase, now voluntary, as with Texas in 1836, adding, "Our past history prohibits the acquiring of territory in the future unless the acquisition is sanctioned by the laws of justice and of honor." This is equivalent to justifying the conduct of Jackson in Florida, that of Fremont in California, of Austin in Texas, of Gaines in the Sabine district, the continued spoliations of the Indian tribes in the valleys of the Ohio and Mississippi and to the west of the Alleghanies, the scandalous invasion of California in 1842, the no less scandalous war against Mexico, and so many, many deeds which, to the shame of the United States, are recorded in her history. Thus, as in the preceding chapter we briefly made known the situation of Mexico in 1859, in this one we have sketched in bold outlines the neighboring nation, in its tendencies and aspirations, in order that our readers may the better appreciate the bearings of the events which we are about to narrate in the following chapters. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Readings from Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Rafael Ángel de la Peña. Rafael Ángel de la Peña was born in the City of Mexico, December 23, 1837. His early education was conducted by an older brother and his father. In 1852, he entered the Seminario Conciliar, where he pursued the regular studies, including laws, making a brilliant record. From 1858 on, he devoted great attention to the exact sciences, particularly to the mathematics. For 3 years, he taught Latin in the Colegio de San Juan de Letran. In 1862, he was professor of logic in the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, National Preparatory School, and was later professor of Spanish grammar, and for many years past, professor of mathematics in the same institution. He is an excellent teacher, leaving a permanent impression upon students. The writings of Rafael Ángel de la Peña are didactic, thoughtful, and chiefly in the fields of language and philosophy. His diction is chaste and correct, his style careful, pure, and polished, his form elegant, terse, and limpid. Some of his addresses have attracted notable attention and are in print. Many of his most important studies were submitted to the Mexican Academy and are contained in its memoirs. Rafael Ángel de la Peña was elected to membership in the Academy in 1875 and, since 1883, has been its permanent secretary. He is a correspondent of the Royal Spanish Academy and contributed upward of 400 articles to the 12th edition of his famous dictionary. He is a member of the Sociedad Humboldt, the Liceo Hidalgo, the Sociedad de Historia Natural, and other Mexican societies, and an honorary member of the Sociedad Mexicana de Geografía y Estadística. Outside of his important contributions to the Academy and to the dictionary, his most valuable work is Gramática Teórica y Práctica de la Lengua Castellana, Theoretical and Practical Grammar of the Spanish Language, published in 1898, which has called forth high praise from the most competent judges in Spain and in South America. The Mexican Academy. The Mexican Academy has thought well to begin the third volume of its memoirs with a brief summary of its literary labors and of the most notable events which have befallen it since the year 1880. Perhaps someone may think such a sketch needless, since, the Academy living almost completely isolated, without holding public meetings or participating in those promoted by other literary or scientific societies, printing its productions very slowly and avoiding publicity so far as it may be assumed that no one remembers it, or, if knowing that it exists, has an interest in how it discharges the aims for which it was established. But if such considerations inclined it to preserve silence regarding its internal life, it has nevertheless felt that it should make a report to the Royal Spanish Academy as to how it has endeavored to respond to the high honor which that body extended to it in inviting it to participate in the formation of the last dictionary. It believed as well that it was under obligation to supply notice of its doings to its fellow devoted friends, who, far from relegating it to oblivion, do not lose sight of it, but stimulate and nourish it by the favor with which they receive its publications. Already, in an earlier sketch, it has been stated that the Academy has, by preference, from the days of its establishment, dedicated itself to the discussion of the additions and emendations which should be made to the dictionary of the language. It persevered in the laborious task until the month of August 1884, when it remitted to the Royal Academy the 19th and final list of items for the dictionary. The definitions proposed by this Academy were 1,285 in number. Of these, 652 were accepted by the Spanish Academy, some with slight modification, and 633 were not admitted, the greater part of these being our provincialisms. It is necessary to admit that the harvest gathered is not large, but, though so scanty, it gave occasion to mature studies and long discussions, all of which there remains no other vestige than the brief notice recorded in the proceedings of the meetings. It can be readily understood that, as the dictionary invades the domains of the sciences and of philosophy, of the arts and industries, we were forced often to discuss topics so heterogeneous that the only points they had in common were the initial letters of their names. Thus, from the word prosthesis, we passed to study the word positivismo, considered as the name of a school of philosophy. The mere exposition of this system and its definition occupied long and serious sessions. Equally long and exhaustive were the discussions of the definitions of one and another science as that of biology and that of astronomy, or those fixing the acceptations of technical, scientific, and philosophic terms. Such discussions were often interrupted by dissertations and discourses upon points of literature, philology, and the history of our literature. Some of these productions have been printed in 2 preceding volumes of the Memoirs. The Academy has also undertaken to discover and bring together materials for forming the history of the national literature, and an example of this activity is the article entitled Francisco Terrazas and Other Poets of the 16th Century. Señor Don Francisco Pimentel, member de número of this corporation, has taken the lead in this and has, unaided, written that history and has begun to print it. With the publication of the last dictionary of the language by the Royal Spanish Academy, the Mexican Academy considered the lexicographic work which had been entrusted to it as completed. Not so with that which it had undertaken for forming a Diccionario de Provincialismos, Dictionary of Provincialisms, which should contain, in addition to those current throughout the Republic, those which have been limited to a certain state or to a district of whatever extent and importance. In order not to delay the publication of this lexicon, it was decided, as soon as items were secured under each letter of the alphabet, to give the list at once to the press, then to make as many more, with new alphabets, as might be necessary. The Venezuelan Academy, correspondent of the Royal Spanish Academy, notified us promptly of its inauguration on the 26th and 27th of July, 1883, the director being His Excellency Señor General Don Antonio Guzmán Blanco, then President of that Republic. The Mexican Academy was delighted with such agreeable news and gave a cordial welcome to the Venezuelan. Later, that learned body proposed the establishment between the two academies of an exchange of national printed works and manuscripts of value for literary merit. The Mexican Academy consented with pleasure and later sent such parts of his memoirs as were not exhausted to that of Venezuela and also to those of Ecuador and Colombia. The Spanish Academy has given ours constant tokens of esteem and kindness, now by accepting our additions and emendations to the dictionary, now in sending its diplomas of foreign correspondence to those individuals whom the Mexican Academy recommended, and again by naming members for newly established seats or by filling the chairs left vacant by the death of some academicians. Unhappily, there has hardly been a year which has not been mournfully marked by the loss of one or more members of this body. Being desirous of knowing those provincialisms of each state which combine the conditions necessary for inclusion in the diccionario which it is forming, the Academy has considered it necessary to name as academic correspondents persons resident outside of the capital who are notable for their love of the Castilian tongue and for the knowledge of it which they possess. In this capacity, the following gentlemen belong to it: Señor Melesio Vázquez, Archdeacon of the Church of Tulancingo; Señor José María Oliver y Cázares, residing in Campeche; and Señor Audormaro Molina, who resides in Mérida. In truth, the Mexican Academy has been able to do but little in behalf of our language and literature, but it can present in excuse the complete lack of all those means without which it is impossible to achieve the ends for which it was established. The indispensable funds are lacking to the body, and the time necessary for long and serious studies is lacking to the members. Those who compose it do not live entirely by literary pursuits. Some give their chief attention to their professional occupations, others to the direction of affairs, personal or other, others finally to the discharge of high offices in state or church. Academies are usually liberally subsidized by their governments. They count upon their own sources of support, and those who compose them are suitably remunerated. The Mexican Academy lacks everything. There only remains to it the will to do what its scanty resources permit. Neither the poverty in which it lives, nor the little time at its disposition of its members and correspondents for carrying out the labors already begun, discourages it. Constant in its purposes, it will continue its labors, slow, it is true, but never interrupted. It will continue, by preference, to collect materials for the Diccionario de Provincialismos, and in a day, perhaps not very distant, will thus make known how the Castilian language is spoken in Mexico. End of section 14. Section 15 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Ignacio Montes de Oca y Obregón. Ignacio Montes de Oca y Obregón was born at Guanajuato, June 26, 1840, his father being Demetrio Montes de Oca, a well-known lawyer, and his mother being Mara de la Luz Obregón. When at the age of 12 years, he was sent to England to study, returning to Mexico and entering the Seminario Conciliar in 1856. He later went to Rome, where he received the degree of Doctor in Theology in 1862. In 1863, he was presbytero of the Basilica of San Juan de Letrán in Mexico, and in 1865 became Doctor in Laws. For a time he served as parish priest of Ipswich, England, but was soon appointed to a similar position in his native city. He was chaplain of honor to Maximilian, and Pius IX appointed him his secret chancellor. Having raised Tamaulipas from a vicariato apostolico into a diocese, Pius IX appointed Señor Montes de Oca y Obregón its first bishop in 1871. Without availing himself of the permitted delay of 100 days, the new appointed prelate at once took charge of his exceptionally hard field. He was indefatigable in the discharge of his duties, making 2 pastoral journeys over his whole diocese, establishing a seminario and founding a cathedral at the episcopal city, and restoring and enlarging churches throughout his domain. After this remarkable career in Tamaulipas, he was made Bishop of San Luis Potosí, where he has continued to display exceptional energy and wisdom. Bishop Montes de Oca y Obregón writes both poetry and prose. In poetry, he has published Poetas Bucólicos Griegos, Greek bucolic poets, Ocios Poéticos, poetic loiterings, and Odas de Píndaro, Pindar's Odes. Of all 3, editions have been printed both in Madrid and Mexico. His translations from the Greek poets are close and beautiful. In prose, he has published 6 volumes of Obras Pastorales y Oraciones, Pastoral Works and Orations, and a volume of Oraciones Fúnebres, Funeral Orations. Señor Montes de Oca y Obregón especially shines in oratory. Of him, Portilla says, "As a sacred orator, he possesses those endowments of spirit essential to oratory, most brilliant talent, vast and agreeable erudition, exquisite literary taste, and to these spiritual endowments he joins in happy combination the physical qualities which serve for their realization, a fine presence, a noble bearing, a musical quality of voice, all that, in fine, which constitutes the irresistible enchantment of eloquence. All these qualities shine, in never-witnessed brilliancy, in his famous funeral oration at the literary dead, magnificent novelty which will make an epoch in the annals of sacred oratory in Mexico. Bishop Montes de Oca y Obregón is a member of the famous Arcadian Academy of Rome, bearing in it the name Ipandro Acaico. He was a member of Maximilian's Academia de Ciencias y Literatura, Academy of Sciences and Literature. He is a corresponding member of the Mexican Academy. In 1899, he was secretary of the Latin American Council at Rome. In travels in Italy, France, and the United States during the past 3 years, he has made several notable addresses. Joaquín García Icazbalceta. Great is my satisfaction at presiding over this meeting. It is more than 2 years that you have not gathered in General Assembly, and on seeing 3 months after 3 months pass without your coming to invite me to your regular meeting, I had come to ask myself the question, do the conferences of Saint Vicente de Paul still exist in my diocese? The President General of your pious brotherhood has, on various occasions in Mexico, directed to me the same question, and with the zeal which distinguished him, has asked me, with tears in his eyes, is it possible that charity is dead among the distinguished gentlemen of San Luis Potosí? Is it possible that there is no one who can arouse the members and revive the almost extinguished meetings? The sign of life which you now give coincides with the death of that illustrious president, and it is fitting that, in addressing you, I shall pay a tribute to the eminent savant, the fervent Christian, the exemplary member of your conferences, Don Joaquín García Icazbalceta. Others have already pronounced his eulogy as a man of letters, as a historian, as the type of a man of wealth and of the flower of Mexican aristocracy. It falls to me to present him to you as a model member of the conferences, and to briefly praise before you his charity and his obedience and attachment to the Church. His was a long life, and he employed it all in distributing benefits. Rich from his cradle, he preserved and increased his capital, without ever extorting from the poor, without unduly taking advantage of their labors, without ever practicing usury, that plague of our society which seems to most tempt those who have most wealth, and which the Gospel so clearly anathematizes. In all his vast territorial possessions, that dissimulated slavery, so common in some parts of the country, which chains the peasant for his whole life to one master and to one piece of ground without hope of bettering his condition, was never known. Most exact in his payments, he had further a box of savings, as he called it, for each of his employees, from the humblest to the highest, which really consisted of systematic gifts which he made them on the more important occasions of their lives or of the lives of their wives and children. Were they marrying? He supplied the necessary expenses without making any charge against them. Were children born? Did disease come to afflict them? Did death arrive? He generously opened his chest and alleviated their pains and necessities. The works of mercy which he did among his own, he also practiced with strangers. Through long years, the conferences of Mexico found him visiting the houses of the poor and liberally succoring them. When he was their president, he exerted his influence inside and outside of the capital, maintaining the fervor of the old members and attracting new ones by his fine demeanor, his opportune appeals, and his prudent persistency. How important is such tact in those who occupy the high posts in the conferences! The most ardent zeal, unless accompanied by prudence and judgment, far from attracting, repels, and instead of aiding, hinders good service of the poor and the prosperity of the association. Great as were his material works of mercy, they are eclipsed when compared with the spiritual. It is indeed a meritorious work to teach the ignorant, to correct the erring, to pardon injuries, and all this Joaquín García Icazbalceta did in a high degree. Not only did the Lord give him great wealth, but also the inestimable gift of wisdom. The leisures which his condition of comfort afforded him were all employed in gathering an immense store of solid doctrine and in placing this at the service not only of the wise, but also of the humble and the ignorant. The devotional books compiled and printed by him have gained an enormous circulation among the faithful and have greatly fomented piety among Mexicans. Printed by him, I have said, and this is true in the full meaning of the word. Convinced that manual labor dishonors no one, he personally worked at his printing, and to his talent and assiduity the typographic art owes much. All these labors, all these studies, were placed at the service of the Church and of the public by Señor García Icazbalceta. How, except for him, would we know how much the early missionaries did for the civilization and the prosperity of the New World? Thanks to his researches, books and manuscripts, long forgotten, were reborn and, in circulating, decked in the typographic beauty of Señor García Icazbalceta's private press, and adorned with his commentaries and notes, they dissipated many prejudices, and made those holy men, the apostles of New Spain, who were despised by the few who recalled them, known to the world. Among them he presents Friar Juan de Zumárraga, how beautiful, how grand. Not without reason did the history of that life, so beautifully written, fly through the world, and attracting the attention of the highest dignitaries of the seraphic order, to which the first bishop of Mexico belonged. It was translated by one of them into the Tuscan and, in that idiom, circulated about the Vatican and throughout the whole Italian peninsula. Such pious undertakings could not fail to arouse the envy of the world and of hell. The demon, disguised as an angel of light, clothed in a religious garb, attacked him as envy ever attacks, with bitterness, with acrimony, with implacable cruelty. What he had published was malinterpreted, and what he had not written was thrown into his face. His intentions were calumniated, and productions foreign to his genius were attributed to him. The fruitful writer replied never a word, nor even attempted to defend himself. At the suggestion of a prelate, he cut out one chapter, an entire chapter, from his most cherished work, a chapter which cost him long years of study and diligent labors. Nor did his sacrifices end here. On seeing that those who were most embittered against him were ministers of that church of which he was an obedient and submissive son, and which he desired to defend, he broke forever his learned pen. Ah, beloved members of the conferences of San Vicente, how many injuries a misguided zeal inflicts! To the unjust and uncharitable attacks of which he was the victim, we owe it that most important works upon the Mexican Church remain unfinished, that documents of the highest interest lie mouldering in dust, that your learned President General dedicated the last years of his life only to the compilation of dictionaries and to grammatical studies which could scare no one. The Lord has already rewarded his ardent charity, his obedience to the prelates of the Church, his readiness to forgive even those injuries which most deeply wound one who is conscious of being a fervent Catholic and a conscientious historian. Without the sufferings of illness, without the bitterness of the final agony, sudden death, though not unforeseen, which is accustomed to be the punishment of sinners and the recompense of the righteous, lately snatched him away. Although a layman, he exercised upon the earth an apostleship more fruitful than that of many who are called by God to the highest destinies. And on receiving him to his bosom, the Lord without doubt has given him that reward which he offered to those who, without occupying a high place in the Church, duly fulfill their mission, and, being the last of the hierarchic scale, come to be first in heaven. That which he could not gain in this world, by his persistent efforts and courteous appeals to men, he will gain, we trust, in the better land by his prayer to the Almighty, the regeneration of the conferences of San Luis Potosi. May heaven rekindle your fervor, reanimate your charity, and infuse that zeal, as ardent as prudent, and that respect to the ministers of the Church, which animated Don Joaquín García Icazbalceta through his mortal life. Pray for him and try to imitate him. Mexico's protomartyr. Today, it is 15 months since I terminated the longest pilgrimage of my life, arriving at the shores of that enchanted Japan in which our Mexican protomartyr was crucified. Terrible are in all times the seas of the Far East. The cyclones, which in the century of Vasco da Gama and Francis Xavier engulfed so many ships, have not lost their force, and the most that modern science can do is to predict them by a few hours, to indicate their probable course, and to teach mariners, if their vessels are capable of such speed, to fly before these messengers of death. Just so, steaming at full speed before one of those tremendous hurricanes, our vessel was sailing the night before we reached the desired haven of Nagasaki. Although we were considerably in advance of it, our velocity was not so great but that the effects of what is called the anticyclone overtook us. The waves tossed, the wind whistled, and while, on the one hand, I promised Felipe de Jesus, if he saved me from peril, to honor him in an especial manner on the next centenary of his martyrdom, on the other hand, my thoughts transported me to that galleon of imperishable memory, which, through these same seas, bore the saint 300 years ago to the very coast whither we were bound. Before entering fully upon the brilliant epic, which through good fortune it falls to me to narrate to you this happy day, I desire to carry you also on board of it. Do not expect to see in it a rival of the colossal steamers which today plough the ocean. Although a marvel for that time, it is comparatively small and shows not a few defects in construction which render it unsafe in tempests. It is scarcely 90 feet in length, and its highest mast is of equal measure. In spite of criticisms already beginning to be made among the naval architects, the enormous castles of the poop and prow rise high above the rest of the ship, and that slope, which has begun to be given to the hull of merchant vessels destined for the Indies, in order that the waves in striking may lose some of their force, is impossible here on account of the many heavy pieces of artillery which garrison it. Its hulk is broad, and the means of controlling the rudder are crude. It sailed from the port of Cavite in Philippine Islands, July 12, 1596, bound for Acapulco, and though now it is September 8, far from being near the Mexican coast, it is at 33 degrees of latitude, and the hurricane is constantly driving it toward the northwest. Almost from the start, storms have troubled it, and contrary winds have driven it from its course. On this night the tempest has culminated, and the commander, Matias Landecho, though an expert mariner, despairs of its salvation. The sails have been torn to tatters, the yards float in the sea, it has been necessary to destroy the masts, and the pumps have been worked unceasingly in vain. To cap all these misfortunes, a wave of irresistible force shattered the rudder, and one of those moments has arrived when even the most impious of sailors, the last hope gone, looks to God alone. Officers, soldiers, crew, and passengers all threw themselves upon the deck and cried with one voice, like Peter on the lake of Tiberias, Lord, save us, we perish. Among these last were 2 Augustinian monks, 1 Dominican, and 2 Franciscan. Of these, the youngest remained on his knees, holding fast to one of the broken masts, his eyes fixed on heaven, and absorbed in profound prayer. By the gleam of the frequent lightnings, his manly face could be seen, upon which were visible traces not only of recent privations, but also of long penances, and were observed that fineness of features, that ardent glance, that Roman nose, that sun-darkened skin, peculiar to the Spanish race as modified in the New World. His companion, older than himself, and named Friar Juan de Zamora, has often spoken of the austerity of that youth during the 5 years which he had spent in Manila in the Franciscan community. There he took the habit, May 20, 1591. There he made his vows, and not content with the penances prescribed by the rules, he had given himself up to greater austerities and was accustomed to make daily confession of his sins before the seraphic family. Named enfermero, he had practiced such acts of charity and abnegation with the suffering and dying as are scarcely recorded of the most famous saints, and this not occasionally, but through entire years. On the other hand, during the first days of the voyage, when the sea, yet tranquil, left opportunity for jests and idle talk, the careless soldiers pointed at him with their fingers and told the story of the young Franciscan to one another in terms but little flattering. He is the son of Alonso de las Casas, they say, a rich Spaniard of the city of Mexico, and he has a very pious mother who came from Illescas to New Spain, where this young fellow was born. This is not the first time he wears the seraphic habit. Formerly he was a novice in Puebla de Los Angeles, but after a few months he threw aside his gown and gave himself again to the libertinage which had distinguished him. His parents sent him to China for punishment, where not a few of us have seen him living the gay life of a merchant. They say that he goes now to Mexico to take sacred orders and console his pious mother. We shall see whether he now gives proof of greater constancy. Those passengers and sailors of the galleon San Felipe painted the youth Friar Felipe de las Casas, at whom, apparently absorbed in meditation, we look from the bridge. The sea has calmed somewhat, and the thick cloud masses, separating a little, permit us to see the constellations of the 2 Bears, and particularly the pole star, shining brighter than ever. The Franciscan has his eyes fixed in that direction, and after a half hour of silent prayer, he rises majestically, and pointing southwest of the Great Bear, exclaims with prophetic voice, "Look, look, our ship shall not perish. We shall soon arrive in safety on the coast of Japan." "A miracle! A miracle!" exclaimed the sailors in chorus, seeing for the first time the prodigy which Friar Felipe had been watching for a half hour, and the meaning of which the Lord had made known to him by inspiration, as in another time to the Magi, that of the mysterious star in the east. It is a cross, an immense cross, much larger than that constellation which we call the Southern Cross, a cross whose pale and peaceful glow at first resembled that of Venus, but which afterward appeared red, the color of blood, such as we saw the planet Mars in last December, surrounded by a refulgent aureole, and afterward enwrapped in a black cloud. It is a cross, but not such as that of Jesus Christ, which we are accustomed to see. Besides the customary arms, it has another transverse piece near the feet and a little protuberance near the center, all perfectly drawn against the blue of the clear sky. Passengers and sailors rejoice at the celestial vision. A board is soon rigged out as rudder. Those sails which the wind has not completely destroyed are quickly repaired. The countless holes are covered up, and the prow is turned, not toward New Spain, indeed, but in the direction indicated by Providence. Yet there lack 32 days of stormy sailing, but they journey gaily in the midst of dangers, and on arriving at the port of Sosa on October 20, they intone hymns of thanks to the Savior. They journey gaily, yes, but beyond all Felipe de Jesus de las Casas, to whom God has revealed his high destinies. He knows that martyrdom upon a cross, such as he has seen in the sky, awaits him. Martyrdom, the supreme recompense to which we, who run the race of life, aspire, but which the Lord grants to few. the martyrdom which Francis Xavier and his companions in religion and apostolic labors sought with longing, but which God in his lofty purposes refused to them, to give it to Felipe de Jesus and to some companions who arrived but yesterday, who did not seek it. Omnes quidem currunt sed unus accipit bravium. To relate to you the details of that glorious martyrdom is what I propose in this discourse, longer than usual. Do not refuse me your kind attention. The story is so interesting and so brilliant notwithstanding its dark passages, that the sublimity of the event will compensate for my deficiencies. Furthermore, as the Holy Virgin has never yet refused me her aid, she will surely assist me in this memorable centenary. Invoke her with me, saluting her with the sweet words of the angel. Ave Maria. End of section 15. Section 16 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Ignacio M. Altamirano. Once and again in Mexico there arises from the mass of the Indian population a man who leads not only his race but his nation. Such a man was the great President Juarez, who established Mexico's present greatness. Such in art were the artist Cabrera and the sculptor Instolinque. Such in letters was Ignacio M. Altamirano. No one who knows not the Mexican Indian village can appreciate the heroism of the man who, born of Indian parents in such surroundings, attains to eminence in the nation. It is true that the Aztec mind is keen, quick, receptive, true that the purest Indian of that tribe delights in things of beauty, true that the proverb and pithy saying in their language show a philosophic perception. But after all this is admitted, the horizon of the Indian village is narrow. There are few motives to inspiration. Life is hard and monotonous. It must indeed be a divine spark that drives an Aztec village boy to rise above his surroundings, to gain wide outlook, to achieve notable things. And when once started on his career, what an enormous gulf yawns behind him! How absolutely severed henceforth from his own! And what a gulf opens before him! He is absolutely alone. Poor, friendless, with race prejudice against him, obstacles undreamed of by the ordinary man of talent confront him. Only immense ambition, tenacious purpose, inflexible persistence, unconquerable will can succeed. Ignacio M. Altamirano, pure Aztec Indian, was born at Tixla, state of Guerrero, December 12, 1834. The first 14 years of his life were the same as those of every Indian boy in Mexico. He learned the Christian doctrine and helped his parents in the field. Entering the village school, he excelled and was sent at public expense in 1849 to Toluca to study at the Instituto Literario. From that time on, his life was mainly literary, devoted to learning, to instructing, and to writing. From Toluca he went to the city of Mexico, where he entered the Colegio de San Juan Letran. In 1854 he participated in the Revolution. From that date his political writings were important. Ever a liberal of the liberals, he figured in the stirring events of the War of Reform, and in 1861 was in Congress. When aroused, he was a speaker of power. His address against the law of amnesty was terrific. Partnered with Juarez in the difficulties under Maximilian, he was also partner in the glory of the re-established republic. From then, as journalist, teacher, encourager of public education, and man of letters, his life passed usefully until 1889, when he was sent as Consul General of the Republic to Spain. His health failing there, he was transferred to the corresponding appointment at Paris. He died February 13, 1893 at San Remo. His illness was chiefly nostalgia, longing for that Mexico he loved so much and served so well. Altamirano was honored and loved by men of letters of both political parties. Although a pronounced liberal, he numbered friends and admirers among the conservatives. His honesty, independence, strength, and marvelous gentleness bound his friends firmly to him. He loved the young and ever encouraged those rising authors who form today the literary body of Mexico. We may not even enumerate his writings. He produced graceful poems, strong novels, realistic descriptions, delicate but trenchant criticism, strong discourses, truthful biographies. He ever urged the development of a characteristic literature and pleaded for the utilization of national material. Unfortunately, his writings are scattered through periodicals difficult of access. A collection of them is now being made. Our selections are taken from his Revista Literaria Literary Review of 1861, from a discussion of poetry dated 1870, and from his well-known Paisajes y Leyendas, Landscapes and Legends of 1884. Genius and Obstacles. Rigorously speaking, it cannot be said that popular neglect can be a chain which holds genius in the dust of impotence. No, the genius, powerful and lofty eagle, knows how to break with his talons the vulgar bonds with which the pettiness of the world may attempt to shackle thought. Thus Homer, aged beggar, to whose eyes the sun denied its light, but whose divine soul inspiration illuminated, was able to endow ungrateful Greece, in return for his miserable bread, with the majesty of Olympus, with the glory of the heroes, and with the immortality of those eternal songs which survive the decay of the agonies and the ruin of empires. Those Dante, proscribed by his countrymen, has been able to cause to spring from the depths of his hatred and his grief the omnipotent ray which was to illuminate the conscience of his time and to be the admiration of future ages. Those that other blind man who, as Byron says, made the name Miltonic synonym of sublime, and who died as he had lived, the sworn enemy of tyrants, in the cell to which ingratitude consigned him, improvised for himself a throne, and from its dominated creation so prostrate themselves at his feet not only his country but the world. Thus Cervantes, the poor cripple, disdained by persons of distinction and persecuted by fortune, created, in the midst of the agony of misery, the sole treasure which cannot be wrested from all Spain, more precious truly than the ephemeral grandeur of kings and the imbecile pride of nobles. Thus, lastly, Camoens, soldier also like Cervantes, and like him unfortunate, left in his deathbed in a foreign hospital as a great legacy to his country his Lusiadas, the most beautiful monument of Portuguese glory. Thus many others, dead through the hemlock of contemporary disdain and compensated with tardy apotheosis, have not found obstacles in poverty, in envy, and in defeat, and abandoning with thought the narrow spheres of the world, have gone to grave their names upon the heaven of poetry. But such is the privilege of genius and of genius only. The talents which cannot aspire to such height, nor feel themselves endowed with force divine, are eclipsed in the test, the same test which causes him, who is predestined for sublimity, to shine forth more resplendent and more grand. And in Mexico the genius enwraps himself yet in the shades of the invisible, or does not belong to the new generation. Those of us who penetrate with timidity and difficulty into the sacred enclosure of poetry and literature belong to the crowd of mortals, and scarcely may we aspire to the character of second-rate workers in the family of those who think. Those for us are heavy those chains which for geniuses would be but spider webs. Discouragement crushes us at times, discouragement, that poisoned draught, whose vase of vile clay is shattered before the glance of genius, accustomed to sip the nectar of the immortals in the mirroring cup of faith. As for us, we need not the applauses of the world, but the sympathy of our countrymen, the word of encouragement, the hand which saves us from the waves which threaten to submerge us in their bosom. It is not the necessities of material life which hamper us. We may rise superior to those, or may supply them with the product of honorable labor, though outside of literature. As little do we seek the patronage of the mighty. The gilded mien of Horace were unbearable for us if we have to supply in exchange for it a hymn to Maecenas. The palatial advantages of Virgil would cause us loathing if we had to purchase them by placing the sacred lyre of the aged singer of the gods a defeat of Augustus. Plea for a Mexican School of Writing. We do not deny the great utility of studying all the literary schools of the civilized world. We would be incapable of such nonsense, we who adore the classical memories of Greece and of Rome, we who ponder long over the books of Dante and Shakespeare, who admire the German school, and who should desire to be worthy to speak the language of Cervantes and of Fray Luis de Leon. No, on the contrary, we believe these studies indispensable, but we desire that there be created a literature absolutely our own, such as all nations possess, nations which also study the monuments of others, but do not take pride in severely imitating them. Our last war has attracted to us the eyes of the civilized world. It desires to know this singular nation which contains so many and such coveted riches, which could not be reduced by European forces, which living in the midst of constant agitations has lost neither its vigor nor its faith. It desires to know our history, our public customs, our private lives, our virtues and our vices, and to that end it devours whatever ignorant and prejudiced foreigners relate in Europe, disguising their lies under the seductive dress of the legend and impressions of travel. We run the risk of being believed such as we are painted, unless we ourselves seize the brush and say to the world, "Thus are we in Mexico." Until now, those nations have seen nothing more than the very antiquated pages of Thomas Gage or the studies of Baron Humboldt, very good, certainly, but which could only be made upon a nation still enslaved. Further, the famous savant gave more attention to his scientific investigations than to his character portraits. Since his day, almost all travelers have calumniated us, from Lobestern and Madame Calderon to the writers, male and female, of the court of Maximilian, trading upon public curiosity, selling it their satires against us. There is occasion, then, to make of fine letters an arm of defense. There is a field, there are niches, there is time. It is necessary that there shall be the will. There are talents in our land which can compete with those which shine in the old world. The procession of the Christs. If there is one thing characteristic in the Holy Week at Tixla, it is the procession of the Christs, ancient, venerated, and difficult to abolish. It responds to a necessity of the organization of the Tixla Indians, strongly fetichistic, perhaps because of their priestly origin. This propensity has caused the maintenance always in the pueblo of a large family of indigenous sculptors who live by the fabrication of images, poor things, without having the least idea of drawing, nor of color, nor of proportion, nor of sentiment. For them, sculpture is still the same rudimentary and ideographic art that existed before the conquest. Thus, with a trunk of bamboo, with the pith of a calchual, or of any other soft and spongy tree, they improvise a body which resembles that of a man, give it a coat of water glue and plaster, and paint it afterwards in most vivid colors, literally bathing it in blood. Amal Cristo mucho sangre, but Christ much blood. Such is the proverb which my artistic compatriots realize in an admirable fashion. After they varnish the image with a coat of oil of fur, they have it blessed by the priest and then adore it in the domestic teocalli, on whose altar it is set up among the other penates of similar fabrication. The only day on which such Christs sally forth to public view is Holy Thursday, and in reality few family festivals assume a more intimate character than the special festival with which each native family celebrates the sallying forth of its Christ. A padrino, godfather, is elected who shall take it out, that is to say, who shall carry it in the procession, on a platform if it is large, in his hand if it is little. But every Christ has an attendance which bears candles and incense. With such a cortege, the Christs gather in the portico of the church, awaiting the priest and the Christ who shall lead the procession, the one which is called the Christ of the Indians. When these issue from the church, the procession is organized, the cross and the great candlesticks go before, and then file by slowly and in good order some 800 or 1,000 Christs with their retinues. Tixla has some 8,000 inhabitants, hence there is a Christ to about each 8 persons. This might well dismay an iconoclast. The procession passes through the more important streets, in the midst of the crowd gathered at the corners, the doors, windows, and public squares. What a variety of images! It should be stated that not all represent crucifixes. There are also Christs with the cross on their shoulders. Some simply stand, others of ecce homos of the pillar, but these are few. The crucifixes are in majority. The sole respect in which all are equal is in the rude sculptural execution. There are some in which the chest muscles rise an inch above the ribs, others which have the neck of the size of the legs. Some are the living portrait of Gwynplaine or of Quasimodo. They smile lugubriously or they wink the half-closed eyes with a grimace calculated to produce epilepsy. All have natural hair arrangement, the hair arrangement of the Indians, disordered, blown by the wind, tangled like a mass of serpents around the bleeding body of the Christ. As to size, they vary from the colossal Altepe Cristo, note, village Christ, end of note, which the Indians hide in caverns, which is almost an idol of the old mythology, to the microscopic Christ which we Indians of 9 years carry with their thumb and forefinger, before which our burnt tapers are slender as cigarettes. All the sizes, all the colors, all the meagerness of form, all the wounds, all the deformities, all the humpbacks, all the dislocations, all the absurdities which can be perpetrated in sculpture are represented in this procession. When by the light of torches, for this procession ends at night, this immense line of suspended, behaired, and bloody bodies is seen in movement, one might believe himself oppressed by a frightful nightmare, or imagine himself traversing some forest of the Middle Ages in which a tribe of naked gypsies has been hung. Callot in his wild imagination never saw a procession more fantastic, more original. Yet this spectacle was the delight of my boyhood days. Then the Christ withdrew with their padrinos and retinues to the houses whence they issued, and there the family prepared a savory feast. The atole of cornmeal called champol, and the sweet and delicate totopos. Ah, General Riva Palacio, never in thy days of campaign in Michoacan have you had a more sumptuous banquet than that which you have enjoyed in the land of your fathers, and evening of the Christs, and of champol. End of section 16. Section 17 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Victoriano Agüeros. Victoriano Agüeros was born September 4, 1854, in the pueblo of Tlalchapa in the state of Guerrero. His father was a Spaniard, his mother a Mexican. Young Victoriano was given good opportunity for education, being sent at 12 years of age to the capital city where he attended the Ateneo Mexicano. In 1870, he was qualified to teach in primary schools. In 1877, he entered the National School of Jurisprudence and was admitted to the practice of law December 19, 1881. He commenced literary work when but 16 or 17 years of age, signing his productions with the name José. Using this nom de plume, he published his Ensayos de José, Essays of José, in 1877. This was followed by Cartas Literarias, Literary Letters, and Dos Leyendas por José, Two Legends by José. Shortly after, he published a series of articles, Escritores Mexicanos Contemporáneos, Contemporary Mexican Authors, in the literary journal La Ilustración Española y Americana of Madrid. This was reprinted in book form and gave the author deserved credit. Confidencias y Recuerdos, Confidences and Recollections, completes the list of Agüeros' books. Renouncing law for literature, Señor Agüeros became editor of El Imparcial, The Impartial, but shortly after, on July 1, 1883, he founded and has ever since conducted El Tiempo, The Time, the most conservative of the periodicals published in the Mexican capital. During the 20 years and more that have passed since then, his pen has been well employed. His editorials are always carefully written and, though ultra-conservative, are marked by thought and judgment. No modern Mexican writer uses Spanish in a more accurate and graceful way. As a literary critic, he ranks high, though it is difficult for him to see aught of good in the radical and liberal movement of the day or in those who are its exponents. Deploring the neglect of the national literature by Mexican readers, Señor Agüeros is attempting to arouse new interest by publishing in uniform style the works of the best authors under the general title Biblioteca de Autores Mexicanos, Library of Mexican Authors. The series has passed its 50th volume, is being well received, and is serving a most useful purpose. The Day of the Dead. Las ofrendas, the offerings. This is the custom which gives a special character to the Day of the Dead in my village. Those candles of white as wax, those human figure-shaped loaves of bread, those crowns, those exquisite sweets which for 6 days have been offered for sale in the booths in the plaza, are to be deposited upon the graves in the cemetery, in such wise that the rude bench covered with a cloth of the finest cotton assumes the appearance of a carefully prepared table, fitted with the richest and most delicate dishes. There are placed earthen jars of syrup, dishes of wild honey in the comb, cakes made of young and tender corn, sweetened and spiced with cinnamon, preserves, vessels of holy water, and the best of whatever else the mother of the family can provide. It is the banquet which the living give to the dead. From 3 in the afternoon, at which time the bell of the parish church begins to strike the doubles, sadly and slowly, as the doubles are always struck in the villages, families sally from their houses and direct their way to the cemetery or to the church porch, where there are also some graves. There they traverse the pathways between these, and by examining the crosses, not the names nor epitaphs, for there are none, they recognize the place where relatives or friends rest. They then place the objects which they bear as the ofrenda, light the candles, sprinkle the grave with some drops of holy water, and soon after there is heard in that enclosure of the dead the murmur of the prayers they raise to heaven. Thus the afternoon passes. Neither curiosity nor the desire to see, nor other profane pastime, distract the attention of these simple villagers, who, absorbed in the sanctuary of their most intimate recollections, pray and sigh with tender and deep sadness. When the evening shadows drive them thence, they bear the ofrendas to the interior of the houses. The lights are renewed, a sort of an altar is improvised upon which are placed the objects which before were on the graves, and other prayers and other mournings begin. It is not rare to see, high in some tree in the grove, or in some solitary and retired spot, a taper which gleams, in spite of the night breeze. It is the offering for the anima sola, the lonely soul, that is to say, of one who has in the village neither a relative nor a friend who remembers it and decorates its grave. A bit of bread and a little taper, and a prayer repeated for it. This is what each family dedicates to the soul of that unknown one. Thus do the poor people of my village honor the memory of the dead. The student at home. The student who returns to his village is generally reputed to be a man of learning who knows everything. The most perplexing questions are submitted to him, though they may be remote for the studies which he has pursued. If the priest is preparing a Latin inscription, he consults about it with the student. If the townspeople desire to make a petition to the town government, the chief of the district, or the governor of the state, they request the student to compose the document to be presented. If it is planned to celebrate with a festival the anniversaries of some prominent personage of the place, they invite, first of all, the newly returned collegian to pronounce a discourse and enthuse all with his words. If some person is seriously ill, they call the student to examine the patient and hold his opinion decisive regarding the disease. That year he has studied civil procedure and international law in the law school. But what of that? He has lived in Mexico, where there are so many physicians, and must know and understand something of medicine. The judge of the lower court is about to decide the case. Before doing so, he strolls around the house of the collegian, and after asking him 1,000 things about Mexico, regarding politics, theaters, the promenades and driveways, etc., inquires his opinion concerning the matter with which he is occupied. You can enlighten me, he says humbly. Perhaps I have not sufficiently informed myself regarding the value and force of the evidence. I fear that I have badly interpreted such and such articles of the code. Come, let us walk down to the courtroom, and have the goodwill to show what is best. But that will be useless, because I know nothing of this matter, replies the collegian. This year I have been studying mathematics in the School of Mines. So much the better. Thus you will have a clear head for these kind of questions, because it is plain, have you been studying law, you might now have difficulty in coordinating your ideas. No excuses, no excuses. Come to my house. I have great confidence in your knowledge and sound judgment. Such is the part which the student fills in his village during vacations. If he yields to all the requests made of him and speaks of matters which he does not understand, words cannot be found sufficient for praising him. How wise, how humble and good he is! He refuses no one. If, on the contrary, the student is timid and only desires to speak of matters with which he is acquainted, if he refuses to decide a lawsuit, to cure a sick man, to preach a sermon, then, who so ignorant as he knows nothing, he is good for nothing. Criticism of the new school of Mexican writers. Well then, in my opinion, the new literary generation has no importance. I discover no virtues in it, neither love for study nor noble tendencies favoring the advancement of our literature. Who can endure this crowd of youth who write in the papers and who, in spite of their ignorance, give themselves the airs of learned men? With what eyes can we observe their affectations? They think they know all, but because they have learned jokes in the low plays, history in the novels and librettos of the opera, and gallantries in the almanacs and reviews of fashion. They believe themselves men of letters and poets, because they have published some article in the given forth some verses in which they speak of their disenchantments and of their ennui, of their doubts and hours of pain. Although beardless youths, they are already miserable, very miserable. Their complaints and laments for the disillusions they have suffered have no bounds. They speak everywhere of politics and literature. In the interludes at the theatre, they render judgment on the play in an epigram, and if some praise it, they criticize it, or they celebrate its beauties when all find it defective. And thus they are in other things, because they believe that, in following public opinion, even though well-founded, they fall into vulgarity, and to be singular is what they most desire. Moreover, these youth, neither by the literary education they receive, nor by the system of studies pursued today in the schools, nor by their tastes and inclinations, nor finally by the morals which they set before themselves for imitation in their writings, will ever succeed in giving days of glory to our literature. Profoundly inflated by the praises of their friends, without direction or desire to receive it, their self-esteem nourished by the very persons who ought to reprove it and correct it, tainted with modern skepticism, rebellious, in a word, to the authority of rules and of good morals, what hopes do they offer? What class of works are to sally from their hands? They do not study nor accumulate new information. They are not mindful of the literary movement of the epoch. Still less do they attempt to correct their defects by following the teaching and example of the masters in the art. And if they do none of these things, it is useless for them to write and publish verses, since the progress of a literature has never yet consisted in the abundance of authors and of works. Love for study and for work, close thought, good selection of subjects, and care in expression, these are the things necessary. Criticism, further, is completely lacking among us. Criticism, so necessary for correcting and instructing, so useful for preventing our lapses to bad taste and for forming good taste. Who has thought of it? Who has ventured to exercise it here where all desire praises and where it is customary to lavish them? For my part, I hold that if our literature has not progressed so much as it should, if there are ignorant, insolent writers, inflated with vanity and pride, it has been due not exactly to the lack of criticism, but to the mutual flatteries which all have exchanged in the papers. Today, as a French writer says, one utters one compliment to gain the right of demanding 20. No one ventures to frankly express his opinion, since friendship, the hope of obtaining a favor, considerations of respect, and other various circumstances deprive the critic of his freedom. And although he ought to be severe, impartial, and just, he becomes a benevolent dispenser of unmerited eulogies, an encourager of unpardonable defects, and veritable literary heresies. Criticism, to give efficacious results, should be severe always, above all here in Mexico, where many believe themselves endowed with the talent of Gustave Becker, of Figaro, of Delgas, or of Théophile Gautier. It should eulogize with much moderation, and that to the humble, modest, and timid, because these need kindly words for their encouragement. Peón y Contreras and his Romances Dramáticos. These suggestions and many others which it would be impertinence to present in this article were suggested to me by the precious little volume which, with the title Romances Dramáticos, our inspired poet José Peón y Contreras has just published. And in order to render a tribute to justice and merit, rather than to praise one who is sufficiently praised by his very work, I am about to say something about it. 14 pieces from the collection, and although short, they are choicest gems in which are brilliantly displayed the most exquisite and delicate beauties. In my opinion, the first is a certain originality in the form under which the poet encloses a veritable drama, a terrible and sad catastrophe, a poem in which the great passions of the soul are stirred and the tender breathing of the purest affections are felt. The form, I say, but I do not mean precisely the metre, since it is understood what that must be, but the unfolding of the romance, the design of the composition, the manner employed by the author to present and develop his thought. In these lovely ballads, for such they appear, there are no details. The movement of the action, the rapid development of the plot, the violence and precision with which the figures appear upon the scene, demand few but energetic pencil strokes, and do not permit digressions, nor long and minute descriptions of places and persons. They are like those pretty miniatures whose merit consists in the exactness, the clearness, the grace, with which the scene or picture is reproduced in spite of the small space at the disposition of the artist. As little are these inopportune references to times preceding the drama which develops. Nothing to distract the reader from the scenes which the poet places in view. All is actual, if I may so express myself, and only the final catastrophe is presented in which a passion or a misfortune culminates at the conclusion of a series of unhappy incidents. For the rest, it is easy to divine what elements Peón y Contreras employs in his dramatic romances. Love with all its tenderness, jealousies with their terrible ravages, virtue with its power and its struggles against temptation and vice, the energy of a manly heart, the storms resulting from defiled honor, from violated faith, from lost hope, all that which the soul feels in its hours of joy or despair. And what pictures he can paint with a single stroke! How he transports us to those distant times of Castilian honor, of solitary and retired castles, of sombre and silent cities. What strength of coloring there is at times in the scenes he paints, and at other times what enchanting ingenuity, what adorable simplicity, what innocence, what grace. End of section 17. Section 18 of Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Readings from Modern Mexican Authors by Frederick Starr. Manuel Gustavo Antonio Revilla. Manuel Gustavo Antonio Revilla was born in the city of Mexico, February 7, 1863. His father, Domingo Revilla, was a distinguished author, and from him the son appears to have inherited his studious inclinations. Young Revilla studied law, completing his course in 1887, but the practice of that profession had little attraction for him, and he has devoted himself to teaching and writing. Having a strong taste for the fine arts, he developed sound art criticism, and in 1892 was appointed professor of the history of art in the National School of Fine Arts. During the following year, he wrote his Arte en México, Art in Mexico, of which the Spanish art writer Menéndez y Pelayo said, "I have read with much pleasure and I believe with much profit, Arte en Mexico, learning from it new data regarding architects, sculptors, and painters of the times of the viceroys who are almost unknown in Spain, as well from the novelty and interest of its subject as for the good taste and sound art criticism with which it is treated. The book deserves every kind of praise and will no doubt receive it from all intelligent readers. After 10 years of class instruction, Professor Revilla was appointed secretary of the same school in February 1903. At the same time, he was appointed one of a committee of 3 to prepare a systematic catalogue of the works of art belonging to the institution. Señor Revilla is a public speaker of power, and some of his addresses have attracted notable attention. Among these may be mentioned the Independence Day oration of September 16, 1889, and that commemorating the 43rd anniversary of the death of the cadets of the military school of Chapultepec. He has also been a prolific writer for periodicals. To El Tiempo, The Time, he has long been an editorial contributor, especially upon topics of public law, political economy, and social problems. Traveling in Guatemala, he was connected for a time with El Bien Público, The Public Will, in which he published an article upon the Monroe Doctrine, which attracted considerable attention in Latin America. In his writings of every kind, Revilla shows the greatest care in the choice of words and use of language. In 1902, he was named a correspondent of the Mexican Academy. At present, Señor Revilla is writing a series of critical biographies of Mexican artists. This is an absolutely new undertaking in Mexico, and the work demands exceptional information and much research. Volumes have so far appeared regarding the sculptors Patiño, Ixtolinque, and Guerra, the architect Hidalga, the painter Rebull, and the musicians Paniagua and Valle. This series is being published by Agüeros and will be extended. Revilla has also written a biography of Francisco González Bocanegra, author of the Mexican national hymn. Our selections are taken from El Arte en Mexico. The Fine Arts in Mexico. The 3 arts do not attain the same grade of development nor prosper equally at all times. At the beginning, that is, during the 16th century, their growth was slow, as was to be expected of all pertaining to a young community, and they were sustained thanks to masters from the art centers of Spain. But from the very beginning of the 17th century, these are to be seen surrounded by disciples, many born in the colony, to whom they transmit their knowledge, and, owing to the increasing demand for works which they receive, the production augments and a new artistic manifestation appears, which, although derived from the Spaniards, may be considered indigenous. During the 17th century is when painting was practiced with greatest brilliancy, and the schools of Mexico and Puebla were formed, which, although decadent, were maintained in the following century. On the contrary, this 18th century is the period of greatest luster for architecture. During it, ancient edifices, begun long before, were carried to completion, many others were rebuilt, and new ones were erected, and there appears in houses, palaces, and churches a style in which symmetry is but laxly observed, and ornamentation is profuse or lavish. Sculpture, long confined to imperfect wooden statues and crude bas-reliefs in stone, acquires an actual existence only near the close of the past century, with the famous Valencian, author of one of the most famous of equestrian statues. With him, also architecture assumed correctness, simplicity, and proportions in harmony with the classical canon. The fine arts in Mexico, without having arrived, in general, to the perfection to which the Spaniards carried them, cannot, for that reason, be considered unworthy of esteem and study, since in them are found undeniable and many excellences. The defects met with in them are not sufficient to invalidate their merits. The literary works of that time are also open to criticism, but no one has denied the value of the literature of the viceroyal period, during which arts and letters attained equal prosperity. Echave, the elder, yields in nothing to Balbuena. José Juárez and Arteaga stand forth conspicuously as Sister Juana Inés de la Cruz. Perusquilla or Tres Guerras are comparable with Navarrete, and as famous as is Ruiz de Alarcón in his line, is Tolsa in his. Tres Guerras and Tolsa. Independently, in a modest city, a Creole artist, Eduardo Tres Guerras, followed the same impulse, with result and applause. A student of the academy, he had been trained in painting, having attained no great result in which he dedicated himself to architecture, which yielded him merited laurels for constructing, besides various beautiful private houses, the church of the Carmen of Celaya and the bridge of the Laja in the same city. Tolsa and Tres Guerras have many points of likeness, both professing another art, the one statuary, the other painting, dedicating themselves later to reconstruction. Both cultivated the same style, that of the Renaissance, and succeeded in imparting majesty to their buildings. Tolsa is more severe, elegant, and grand. Tres Guerras better knows how to express grace and is more audacious. This one sometimes lacks good taste, the other rather frequently becomes heavy. Withal, both are notable architects, and if one wins constant applause, the other gains an enduring fame. Although it might be thought that Tres Guerras felt Tolsa's influence, nothing is further from the truth, since Tres Guerras had already constructed the Carmen and the Laja Bridge before Tolsa had reared his edifices. With these two artists, the cycle of viceroyal architecture ended. Beginning rude and coarse, it developed brilliant and overloaded, and ended simple and correct, ever showing itself strong and robust as the virile, conquering race that produced it. Wood carving in Puebla. When these glaring offenses against art were not only condoned, but authorized by religion, it will be appreciated how great credit is due to a group of modest and industrious artists who, in the city of Puebla, about the second half of the past and the beginning of the present century, without good masters nor great models for imitation, cultivated the sculpture of images, forming their own canons. The Coras, with all their defects, played the role of restorers to respect of an art which could not fall to a more lamentable extremity. There were three principal, though other artists of lesser value figure in turn: José Villegas de Cora, the master of all, Zacarías Cora, and José Villegas, who also took the surname Cora as an honorific title. José Villegas de Cora, called in his time the Maestro Grande, from having been the founder of the school, was the first to insist upon the observation of the natural, from which indeed he himself took but the general idea, leaving the arrangements of the details of the projected work to fancy. From this proceeds the arbitrary character to be observed in the minutiae of almost all his images. At the same time he sought naturalness in the arrangement of draperies. That for which he was most esteemed was the grace and beauty of the faces, particularly those of his virgins, which, like most of his other works, were made to be clothed. Zacarías Cora made show of some knowledge of anatomy, accentuating the muscles and veins, which did not prevent his figures from frequently lacking proper proportions and appearing to have been supplied with them from sentiment rather than accuracy. In expression he competed with his master. His best work was the San Cristobal, with the infant Jesus, which is in the temple of that name in Puebla. Unlike the preceding, most of the works of José Villegas were of full size. In them he handled the draperies well, though at times falling into mannerisms, as did Zacarías also, in exaggerating movements and delicacy in them. His faces are less pleasing. His Santa Teresa, larger than life, belonging to the church of that name in Puebla, offers a good example of draperies, and presents the feature, common to all the works of the sculptors of this school, of a pursing of the lips, with the purpose of making the mouth appear smaller. Each of the three artists named had some quality in which he was distinguished from the others, one in the attractiveness of the faces, another in the greater attention to the natural, the other in regular proportions, and in having preferred to make figures of life size. After them the school decayed and died. The works of Tolsa. Tolsa did not make many statues, since another art robbed him of a great part of the time which he might have given to sculpture. The few which remain suffice to show his knowledge, his talent, his brilliancy, and his power. Besides the superb equestrian statue of Charles IV, legitimate pride of the city of Mexico, he made the principal statues of the Tabernáculo of the Cathedral of Puebla, those of the clock of the Cathedral of Mexico, and some pieces in wood. Only two of his sculptures were run in bronze, the Charles IV and the Conception of the Tabernáculo, the others which adorn this, and which represent the four great doctors of the Latin Church, being of white stucco, imitating marble, and those of the façade of the Cathedral of Mexico, which represent the three virtues, being of stone. The size selected for all of these is the colossal, which so well lends itself to the grand. And this is Tolsa, beyond all, grand in proportions, in type conceptions, in postures, in gestures, in dress. The horse of the statue of the Spanish monarch, treated after the classic, is of beautiful outline, natural movements, graceful and animated in the extreme. As for the figure of the king, although a little heavy, it is majestic, in movement well harmonized with that of the noble brute, and forms with it a beautiful combination of lines. There has been abundant reason for counting it one of the best equestrian statues. The remaining sculptures of Tolsa, that is, the Doctors, the Conception, and the Virtues, are distinguished by the movement, which gives them an appearance full of grace and life. All reveal sufficient personality, combined with conscientious study of the antique. If one sought to find defects, he might say that at times he is heavy, overemphasizes, and gives a Berninesque execution to his draperies. In wood, he has left two heads of the Dolorosa and a Conception, artistically colored. Baltasar de Echave. We have the scantiest personal notices of Baltasar de Echave, commonly called Echave the Elder, to distinguish him from the painter of the same name, his son, who is designated as Echave the Younger. But although these data are scanty, they are abundant in comparison with those which are preserved of other painters of the time, of whom we know only the names. He was a Basque, born in Sumaya, in the province of Guipúzcoa, and besides being a painter was a philologist, having published a work upon the antiquity of the language of Cantabria. He has several sons, of whom two were painters. Torquemada states that, at the time when he was writing his Monarquía Indiana, 1609, Echave finished his great retable of the Church of Santiago Tlatelolco. Further, it is known by the examination of his works that already in 1601 he was painting, as the colossal canvas of San Cristobal, which bears that date, shows, and that still in 1640 the activity of his brush had not ceased, since in that year he executed the martyrdom of Santa Catarina for the Dominicans of Mexico. His fecundity did not prevent his pictures from having that completeness and detailed study which makes them so agreeable, yet at times he falls into carelessness of drawing, which cannot at all be attributed to lack of skill, but to the fact that his pictures were generally destined to occupy high places in churches, rendering unnecessary a minute attention to finishing, unappreciable at a great distance and in the feeble light of the interior of churches. Being a versatile genius, Echave displayed varied characteristics. Sometimes we see him most painstaking in outlines, sometimes easy and firm in handling the brush, now varied in types and attitudes, and again attentive to the arrangement of draperies, now skillful in the nude, of which but few examples are found in the Mexican school, now notable as a colorist, worthy of comparison with the Venetians. When it suits him, he can give beauty of expression, but he does not so persistently seek it, that it becomes a mannerism. He neglected, yes, systematically, the figures of secondary importance. His draperies are often hard and confused, and his halos and glories lack luminous intensity. Without being weak, he lacks strength in his modeling, and he does not delight in strong contrasts of light and shade, both qualities in which the Spaniards surpass. His pictures, in general, do not profoundly move, although they produce an agreeable impression, largely because he does not highly develop expression, although undertaking highly emotional incidents, such as the martyrdom of certain saints at the moment of their suffering. Thus it is not the expression which most interests in his San Ponciano, San Aproniano, and San Lorenzo, but the nude figures of the martyrs, the character and the participants in the scene, and the fine coloring. As an example of feminine beauty and of undeniable and palpable Raphaelian influence, may be cited the figures of the Saints and the Virgin, respectively, in the paintings of Santa Cecilia, Santa Isabel, Queen of Portugal, the Porciuncula, and the Adoration of the Magi. In the latter, one figure is seen, that of the King who adores the infant Jesus, which is admirably conceived and executed. Type, expression, attitude, and drapery are worthy of a great master. The coloring and rich draperies of the Santa Isabel and of Santa Cecilia are also notable. But the base pages of Echave, and at the same time the most mystical creations, are his Christ praying in the garden and Saint Francis receiving the stigmata. Both compositions are simple as they are beautiful. The figure of Jesus in the first is so peaceful and resigned that it has been justly compared to the celestial visions of Auerbach. That of Saint Francis is equally imposing and majestic for its great asceticism, for the sincerity and truth with which the ecstasy in which the Christ of the Middle Ages is overwhelmed is represented. To him belong the Presentation of the Virgin at the Temple, the Visitation, and a masterly Conception, which is in the State College of Puebla, of vigorous execution and strong light and shade. Echave gave life size to most of the figures on his canvases, as did indeed most of the other painters of the school. Miguel Cabrera. Miguel Cabrera exaggerated the defects of Ibarra and fell into others because he is more incorrect in form, more neglects the study of the natural, lacks strength in execution, and reduces coloring to the use of 5 or 6 tints, monotonously repeated. He is weak in perspective, and in composition never maintains himself at any great height. Yet, with all this, his vogue was great during his lifetime, and his prestige has not ceased today. The religious communities outbid each other for his works. Connoisseurs sought his canvases. The university entrusted important commissions to his hand. Archbishop Rubio and Salinas appointed him his court painter, and when, in 1753, a group of painters were organizing the first Academy of Painting, they elected him perpetual president. How can we explain the high opinion in which he was held? The reason may be found in the bad taste then prevalent, bad taste which in other times has even elevated a Góngora, or has caused that a Lucas Jordan shall be compared with and preferred to a Claude Coelho. But there is further reason for the popularity which Cabrera enjoyed, that he painted prettily, taking great pains with the faces, even when he neglected the rest, and employing brilliant coloring, pleasing to the crowd. To his fame have contributed his activity and extraordinary productiveness, shown by the quantity he produced, but particularly by his having painted the 34 great canvases of the life of San Ignacio and the same number of that of Santo Domingo in the short period of 14 months. The fact is not really so surprising if one considers on the one hand his unfinished style, and on the other that it is in those very pictures that his style reached its fullest expression, this being for that reason the worst we have seen of that artist. It must be added too that other artists worked in his studio who naturally assisted him in his heavier commissions. Furthermore, it is not the quantity of the works of an artist, nor the rapidity with which he turns them out, that gives the measure of his value, but their quality, no matter how small their number. Otherwise, Luca, of course, would have long since been proclaimed the greatest painter of the world, and criticism would have relegated to oblivion such works as the Santa Forma of Claude Coelho, for having been made, although marvelously perfect, with patient slowness. End of section 18.